Doctor, Nora replied. Why should I calm myself when we're about to— It's because we can't, Jacob snapped, his frustration boiling over. Goddamn monster damaged our thrusters. Steering is compromised too. That thing will tear us to— I know, goddammit. What about in there? Danny pointed past him toward the vessel at the bottom, the strange reddish portal still open, as if beckoning them. Jacob dared a glance back at her even as the ocean around them swirled, the whitish underside of a massive tentacle visible as it closed on them. Are you insane? We have no idea what's in there. Yeah, Derek replied, his voice calm enough to make Jacob want to deck him. But we already know what's out here. Our odds can't be much worse. You're fucking nuts, man. Then count me as crazy too, Nora said. Do it. But don't make me order you, mister. Every instinct within him screamed that he should tell them to go to hell, but he also knew he needed to make a decision, and fast. Damn it all. Pushing his doubt to the side, he put everything he could into the thrusters, then angled them downward toward the opening. He always knew he was likely to be killed on the job. This was not the time to get squirrely about it. Even so, he found himself at odds with his own actions, knowing there was a good chance they'd die inside that thing, leaving their bodies lost forever as the sands of time once again slowly consumed it. That said, an empty grave wasn't a hard choice compared to ending up as a lump of squid shit. The sub limped toward the opening, the water around them taking on the hue of the hellish illumination spilling out. Freaky as it was still better than the thing just off their port, a tentacle covered in suckers the size of a dinner plate. Jacob didn't dare look to their other side, knowing what he'd see there was probably equally as bad, if not worse. Come on! The sub's engines whined as he gave them everything he could, even as more warning lights flashed, telling him he was expending precious battery power on the damaged thrusters. At least there was no chance of this being a tight squeeze, the opening ahead easily 3 times as wide as their craft. Therein lay another problem, though. If the opening turned out to be too shallow, what was to stop that monster from simply reaching in and dragging their asses back out? We're not going to make it, Derek said from over his shoulder. Brace yourselves. Out of the corner of his eye, Jacob saw the tentacle closing in around them. In another few moments, no more, they were going to be caught. Once that happened, they were as good as dead. There was nothing on the little sub capable of fending off such a monstrosity. Hell, even had the hydraulic arm not been disabled, it would have been little more than a matchstick against— What the— The water seemed to ripple directly in front of them. In that same instant, Jacob felt as if a 20-pound burrito had just dropped straight into his lower intestine. This disruption easily the worst he'd felt since starting this crazy journey. All at once, the octopus's massive arm began to twitch in place, barely a yard away, as the beast was stunned just as surely as all their equipment topside had been. "It's another distortion!" Danny cried. "Get us inside, quick!" "The hell with that," Jacob replied, reversing direction. "I'm getting us out of here before that thing wakes up." Rather than change direction, the engines began to whine in protest as the mini-sub increased its speed toward the strange portal ahead of them, as if they were being dragged along by the hand of some invisible giant. "You've got to be fucking kidding me." Before any of their systems could burn out, leaving them stranded or worse, Jacob eased up on the controls. "What's happening?" Nora asked. "I thought you just said—" "Something's got us," he replied with a defeated sigh. "A current maybe, or something else. Could be a fucking tractor beam for all I know. Either way, we're going in whether we want to or not." Derek took a deep breath as the reddish glow grew closer and their speed increased. Much as he wanted to panic, he forced himself to stay calm. He'd faced death before, had gotten out of near-impossible situations more times than he cared to remember. If this was to be his fate, then he'd accept it, knowing he'd likely been living on borrowed time for a while now, and this was simply destiny collecting its due. He'd never been a religious man, preferring science to give him the answers he needed. Despite that, he found himself saying a silent prayer anyway, not for himself, but for Danny and her family. If he had one regret about dying in such a way, it was bringing her along. Her parents had already lost one child to the unknown, her brother killed by an enraged Sasquatch driven mad with disease. Now it seemed they were destined to relive their heartache, and once again it was all his fault. It was a heavy burden to bear, made that much worse by all the others he'd failed over the years, the ones he'd been unable to save. But there were also those who'd made it, those who'd lived to tell the tale thanks to the actions of his team. It didn't erase the many mistakes he'd made, but hopefully it was enough to balance the scales for whatever awaited them afterward. "Guess we'll find out soon enough," he pondered, as the sub entered the craft and the hellish red light within swallowed them whole. Part 3, Chapter 32. Carey nearly jumped out of his skin as two crewmen threw out a polite hello. He readied himself, not sure what he might actually do if confronted, but they continued on their way as if he wasn't worth their time. Carey didn't fool himself, though. He had no doubt they were on to him. He knew modern technology. This entire ship was probably covered with hidden cameras and microphones. It was only a matter of time before they realized what had happened to that Guerrero woman. She'd turned her back on him, smug in her betrayal, ready to turn him in, and he'd hesitated. He simply couldn't do it. Hell, he'd been sick to his stomach that he'd even considered it. However, where his resolve had faltered, destiny had chosen to step in and intervene. In her haste, she'd slipped on the slick deck, her shoes expensive but a poor choice for being up on deck during a rainstorm. Unable to catch herself in time, she'd hit her head on the rail, stumbling to remain upright and clearly dazed from the accident. Carey had moved in, meaning to help her, but some primal instinct had kicked in and taken over, making him almost feel like a stranger in his own body. He'd been reaching out to steady her, but had ended up shoving her instead, sending her tumbling overboard into the sea. His first instinct had been to shout for help, but even he could tell it was too late. She'd surfaced for a moment, no more, and then disappeared beneath the waves. After that, there'd been no sign of her. She'd either drowned or been swept away into the vast, unyielding darkness. There was nothing to be seen or heard, no cries for help, no frantic splashing. She was simply gone. The thing was, he knew he should have been horrified, but he wasn't. This entire incident had left him feeling small and weak. He'd been captured, locked up, and the one time he tried to assert himself, he'd gotten his ass handed to him by a girl half his size. He'd felt powerless. The stolen camera the only thing left to reassure him that he had some say in his fate, and that woman had wanted to take it away from him, leaving him no choice but to stop her. He slowly began to realize that maybe he wasn't as powerless as he thought. If he could have this one victory, who was to say there couldn't be more? The problem was, he was still outnumbered, and it was only a matter of time before they grew wise to what he'd done. If he was going to do anything, though, it would have to be soon. He was well aware that his window of opportunity was short. His captors were currently spread thin between the 3 boats and the sub, but that wouldn't last forever. Eventually, someone would notice that Guerrero woman was missing. Carey needed to figure out a way to either be gone by then, or thin out their ranks enough so that he stood a fighting chance. He had no real idea how to do any of that, but 2 of the 3 ships had nothing but skeleton crews on them. He'd overheard as much. If he could find some way to exploit that, then maybe he could sail back to port and inform the authorities. All of these fake agents would be hunted down and arrested. Hell, there might be interviews afterward, perhaps even a book deal. He'd be hailed as a hero. But first, he had to come up with a plan to get aboard one of those other boats.
"What do you mean you have no way of contacting them?"
"I need you to calm down, Ms. Wilhelm." Julie was not in the mood for this patronizing shit.
"Don't tell me to calm down, and it's Agent Wilhelm, as you fully well know."
"Fine, but if you don't lower your voice, I will have you removed from my bridge, Agent Wilhelm. If you think for 1 second—"
"She's right, you know,"
Mitchell interrupted, looking up from his cobbled-together instrument cluster.
"Excuse me?" the agent in charge, McAfee, replied. "Not to be anal about it, but if there is another monster octopus out there, then technically that makes this our jurisdiction again." "Yes, and you're on our vessel." "Okay, so more of a joint operation," the medic replied. "Look, I'm not trying to mutiny or whatever the kids call it these days. I'm just saying we're all in this together, and if we can't play nice, well, it's that much extra paperwork for everybody, and I, for one, get writer's cramp really easy." Agent McAfee took a deep breath, looking to Julie as if she'd have happily thrown Mitch overboard, paperwork be damned. However, after another moment, she said, "Very well. You can stay, Agent Wilhelm, so long as you don't disrupt the operation of this bridge." That seemed an easy enough thing, being that there didn't look to be a lot going on at the moment, mostly people sitting at stations with perplexed looks on their faces. McAfee stepped to the far corner of the bridge, beckoning her and Mitch to follow. "I'm not the enemy here. We all want the same thing." Julie nodded. "I realize that. I'm sorry for my outburst." "Okay, now that we're all happy campers again," Mitchell said blithely. "Did you actually see this other octopus?" "No," she replied. "We didn't see anything. Me and Kyle, that is. I didn't get his last name. It was too dark, but there was a splash, and the next thing I knew, the deck was covered in this black gunk." "There's a lot of gunk in the ocean." "You think I don't know that? I grew up in Jersey." "Fair enough." "Is there a way to figure out what that is?" McAfee asked. "Of course," the medic replied. "Problem is, most of the equipment I'd need would probably explode right now. Figuratively, maybe. Best I can probably do on short notice is hope Reed remembered to pack a decent microscope. Octopus ink is mostly melanin and mucus, so I should be able to at least determine if it has a cell structure or not." Julie grimaced. "Mucus?" Mitchell grinned in response. "Bet you're wishing you'd washed your hands before coming over." "The real question is," McAfee replied, "how much time will that take, and can you spare it?" "Shouldn't take long. Shit's been getting weirder and weirder, but I'm pretty sure it won't matter much if I step away from the switch for a bit." "What about the sub?" Julie asked. "I already told you." "It's not that easy," Mitchell interrupted. "We've got a transponder in the water, and we're scanning multiple channels, but even with that, we've been getting zilch since they passed about the halfway mark to the bottom." He held up a hand. "Now, before you panic, that doesn't mean anything. I wouldn't be surprised if the interference gets exponentially worse the closer you get to whatever is causing it. No different than how a Wi-Fi signal will be stronger in the same room than 2 floors away. Bottom line is, we'd probably have just as much luck being heard by shouting at the water." Julie shook her head. "But if something went wrong—" "We accounted for that," McAfee said. "The ballast plates have redundant fail-safes. They'll also automatically detach in case of catastrophic power loss. If that happens, boom, they shoot back to the surface." "But—" Mitchell put a hand on Julie's shoulder. "Trust Derek and Jake. They both know what they're doing. Believe me, neither of them has a death wish. Besides, we have no other choice for now. Communications are dead, and sonar is buggy enough that we can't tell if the water is clear or if we're surrounded by—" "Ghosts?" she replied. "Yeah, I know. Same thing happened earlier. You were there too, Mitch. We both know the problem with ghosts is—" "What if one of them is more real than the rest?" McAfee finished. Silence followed, no doubt all of them remembering back to the last battle they'd fought and just barely won, wondering if it happened again whether they'd be as lucky this time, especially if Derek's theory held true and there was something out there far worse than what they'd already encountered. Chapter 33. Derek felt Danny's hand entwine with his as they waited to see what would happen next, the interior of the sub awash in eerie red light. He gave her hand what he hoped was a reassuring squeeze as the seconds played out. He'd made his peace and was ready for whatever awaited them. They didn't have to wait long. The sub jolted violently around them, sending sparks flying from the instrument panel. "Shit!" Jacob cried as they began to be dragged backward. "I think that thing's got us." It was a good try, Derek thought. Ultimately, though, it had been too little and too late against a foe they were hopelessly outmatched against. But then, just as quickly as the sub started shaking, the shuddering subsided and all became still. "What the hell is that?" Nora asked. A dark substance was clouding the water around them, slightly dimming the reddish light. "What have you people dragged me into?" Lonzo cried. Derek opened his mouth, trying to think of something comforting to say, but he quickly realized any words would be wasted as their ordeal was seemingly far from over. "Oh, for fuck's sake, what now?" Jacob swore as the water began to swirl and bubble around the sub, but in a different way from moments earlier. Several long seconds later, there came a clang from beneath them as the mini-sub settled onto the floor of wherever they were. "Did you do that?" Derek asked. "Nope." The reason for them setting down, however, became apparent as they all watched the water level outside the sub begin to rapidly drop, the red light simultaneously dimming by several degrees of intensity. Finally, the last of the water drained away, leaving them in what appeared to be a featureless chamber made of that same dull gray metal that covered the outside of the vessel. At least that was one thing Derek was beyond arguing about. At this point, it seemed the height of obstinance to pretend this was anything but some kind of ship, although of what origin he dared not speculate. Guess there's something to that Bermuda Triangle crap after all. Finally, Jacob spoke up. "I hate to say this. I really hate to say this, but I think we're in some sort of airlock." "So what do we do about it?" Nora asked. "That's a good question," Derek replied, kind of amazed to find they were still alive. Even he hadn't been willing to bet on that one. "We don't know what's out there, or if the air's even breathable." "I don't suppose we have anything to test the O2 levels with," Danny said. Jacob glanced back toward her. "We probably did, before we stripped this thing down to a bath toy." Nora leaned forward, ignoring them. "Look at the floor. What is that stuff?" The surface upon which they sat was still wet from the seawater, but mixed in were blotches of darker liquid. Derek took a look, realizing he'd seen something similar only a few short hours earlier. "I think I know why that thing let us go." Are you going to share, or do we need to play charades?" Jacob asked with a huff. "Well, we probably have time. Doesn't look like we're going anywhere." "Derek," Nora warned. "Sorry, forgot. Still under observation, I know." "What's under observation?" Danny asked. "I'll tell you later." "No, you will not," Nora stated flatly. This was getting them nowhere quick. They might be safe for the moment, but the sub had limited supplies of both oxygen and power, and there was no telling how much damage they'd suffered. "Okay, let's focus here." He leaned forward. "We should probably shut down anything we don't need so we can—" "Way ahead of you," Jake said, already working the controls. "Good thing is, most of the non-essential stuff was already disconnected." "I guess that's a plus in our favor." Derek inclined his head toward Nora. "Back to your question, I'd be willing to bet that's blood. Would you concur, Doctor?" He turned to find a blank stare plastered on Lonzo's face. The poor guy was obviously the least prepared among them for whatever was happening. "Doctor?" "Huh?" he replied. "Oh yeah, I suppose." "Thank you. If I had to guess, I'd say there's a hunk of that thing behind us, right inside the closed door." "Closed? I didn't hear anything," Jacob said. Nor did we hear anything when it opened, or when this room drained, Derek countered. I'm thinking this place, whatever it is, gives new meaning to the phrase silent service. Regardless, I don't doubt our friend is waiting outside, probably angrier than ever. The bigger question is... Let me guess, Danny said. Whether this ship is from another planet or the future. Jacob and Nora both raised eyebrows at her. What? Didn't any of you ever see Sphere? Pretty sure it was a book first, kid, Jacob replied. But either way, I usually leave the sci-fi to the... Oh, god damn it, what now? As he spoke, the lighting outside their tiny craft changed, shifting from reddish in hue to a more natural illumination, mimicking that which was inside the sub. Why the hell did it do that? Maybe it heard what you said and realized this was better light for reading, Derek replied. Jacob shook his head. I swear, man, as loony as that sounds, at this point I'm just about ready to suspend my disbelief. How can you two banter at a time like this? Lonzo finally snapped. We're trapped at the bottom of the ocean inside this... thing. Nora let out a breath. Please calm yourself, Doctor. Panicking is going to do nothing but eat up our remaining oxygen. But I believe I speak for everyone else here when I say this is simply how we're coping with the unknown. Speaking of which, it's time to put our thinking hats on, people. I want to hear fewer one-liners and more ideas for getting out of here and making contact with the nest. Silence greeted her as the severity of the situation began to sink in. Yes, they were safe for the moment, but that was an illusion, nothing more. Derek sighed inwardly. Far as he could tell, their current options seemed limited to smothering slowly as their air ran out, or suffocating quickly if the atmosphere outside turned out to be unbreathable. Neither really held much appeal. Having made his peace only to survive, Derek found himself in no real rush to make peace with death again any time soon. Sadly, they were between a rock and a hard place, and right outside that hard place was a giant pissed-off cephalopod that was probably waiting to finish the job it started. Hey, Danny said, interrupting his train of thought. Has anyone felt anything weird since we got in here? You mean besides fear and confusion? Jacob asked. Not that. I mean physically. Those disturbances seemed to get worse the closer we got to this thing, but now I don't feel anything odd. I just feel normal. Interesting choice of words, Nora replied. Derek? On it. He switched on the EMF meter again, realizing Danny was right. He hadn't felt any of those weight fluctuations in a while. He'd just been too preoccupied to notice it. It was possible that, whatever this place was, it was somehow shielded from the effects of... The EMF meter buzzed loudly, the needle burying itself in the far side of the scale. So much for that theory. I don't suppose it's too much to hope that cheap-ass thing is busted, Jacob said. Are you saying I should have brought a scale as backup? Nora shook her head. I think the bigger question is, what does it mean? Derek shut off the device, having no ready answer to give her. What if we're thinking about this the wrong way? Lonzo asked after a minute or two, still sounding squirrely but apparently trying to rally himself. How so, Doctor? What if we just think we're not experiencing those disturbances because they're actually ongoing in this place, whatever it might be? Not following. The readings on that device, this vessel... He took a deep breath to steady himself. What if it's not shielding us from the effects so much as regulating them? Derek glanced at the others, then back toward Reed. But if that's the case, then how... I don't pretend to know how it works, he continued, already sounding better. Having a problem to focus on seemed to be helping him keep it together, for now anyway. Maybe inside this place, these forces are somehow in balance or canceling each other out. I can't even begin to guess which one it might be, but what I'm saying is, maybe what's going on outside is the result of these energies escaping little by little. That's a disturbing thought, Jacob replied. Derek nodded. Especially since we now know Zarro Green unwittingly drilled right through the top of this thing. He shook his head. I don't suppose anybody brought any duct tape. Even if we did, we'd still need to pop the hatch, Danny replied before adding, So, maybe we should do it already and get it over with. Nora fixed her with a questioning stare. Excuse me? We can't just sit here. Jake even said... Sorry, I meant Agent Caseman.
Jake is fine, he replied. I think we can dispense with the formality while we're playing Jonah in this whale. Continue.
Danny nodded. You said you thought this might be an airlock, and we all saw how it only opened after that light show outside. Remember what I said about us being scanned? Well, maybe it determined we were worth opening the door for. If so, it could have also made note of the atmosphere in here too.
That's a big if, Derek said.
Yeah, but it's our only if. We can either sit here and hope something happens before the air runs out, or we can take a leap of faith. And if you're wrong, Nora asked, then we're just as dead as we will be later, only a bit sooner. Derek chuckled. It wasn't too far off from what he'd been thinking.
She's not wrong, you know. Jacob joined him. God damn, man. Kid's got guts. You really know how to pick 'em.
I think it's more like she picked me. This is all fascinating, Nora said. But maybe we should save the hugfest for later, assuming we survive?
I agree, Derek replied. So what's it gonna be? Stay or go?
What do you mean?
You're the agent in charge. This is your call. Nora met his gaze and held it.
No, it isn't. It's your decision.
Have you all gone crazy? Lonzo cried, once again near panic.
Nora, however, opted to ignore the scientist. You're the DOCC's top man in the field. Others may doubt you, but I don't. I trust your gut, and in this situation, I'm forced to concede I trust it a lot more than my own.
Me too, Danny said. Same here, buddy, Jacob added. So hurry up and figure out how you're going to kill our asses.
Well, when you put it that way...
Derek turned and gave Danny's arm a gentle clap. I trust my instincts, but that also means trusting my team, too. Want to crack this tin can open and see what's waiting outside?
She nodded. Let's do this. Before you do, Nora said, it's been a pleasure serving with you, Dr. Jenner.
Likewise, Agent Caseman. Don't look at me, Jacob remarked after they were done. My money's on us surviving the next 5 minutes. Save the sap for another day.
Nora looked like she wanted to say something to him, but after a moment she simply nodded and turned back toward Derek. If you'd kindly do the honors, Doctor.
My pleasure.
Derek reached up toward the hatch, noting that Lonzo had started reciting a prayer.
I'll take whatever help we can get at this point.
Hoping he was making the right choice, the crypto hunter turned the hand crank and popped the seal.
Pain, rage, confusion. All of that and more warred for dominance inside the Leviathan's tortured mind as the sea around it filled with the scent of its own blood. It had been seconds away from destroying the subsurface thing when another of those damnable thrums had racked its body. Then, in the next moment, sheer outrage had spurred it back into action as it spied the massive thing attempting to devour its prey. It had reached inside the massive thing's gullet and even managed to grasp hold of its prize, only to have it swallowed whole along with the tip of its arm. It wasn't a bad wound. It had suffered worse in its life, but even minor pain was too much to bear heaped atop the agony it had already suffered. It wasn't used to feeling this helpless. Even in its younger days, when it had been smaller, more vulnerable, it had seldom felt as it did now. Being a thinking animal had always meant there were options to explore.
But what choice did it have now? The massive thing was too large to crush the life out of, especially while it continued to thrum, its cries powerful enough to stun even as great a beast as itself. It began to circle the massive thing, considering whether it should try unearthing more of it in the hopes of finding a soft spot, some way to pay it back for all it had done. On some level it realized the massive thing wasn't alive, the same way it understood the surface things weren't. Such distinctions meant nothing, though, after all the torture this thing had inflicted. An enemy was an enemy, and this one needed to die in as much. Something caught its eye as it circled. It noticed a faint glow from atop the massive thing, where some antenna or proboscis protruded from its body. The Leviathan swam closer to investigate, noting the way oddly colored light appeared to be leaking from that spot. There was only one conclusion to be made. Its seemingly unkillable foe was wounded after all. It was a tiny breach, unlikely to be fatal, but the Leviathan didn't care. With a powerful jet of water, it descended upon the protuberance and wrapped its arms around it. Unlike the rest of the massive thing, it turned out to be far more fragile, deforming as the angry beast increased the pressure, until finally the Leviathan ripped the strange proboscis out of the massive thing's body. It had hoped to see its enemy bleed. What happened instead, though, was the small fissure of light atop its foe grew far brighter as more of its insides were exposed to the cold seawater. The Leviathan approached the injury, hoping to reach inside and cause the massive thing even more harm. Just then, however, the light pulsed brightly, sending a fresh wave of agony through the beast, far greater than anything it had experienced before. This went beyond mere pain, as all along its body tiny cuts opened up, as if it had swum full bore through razor-sharp coral, filling the water with the stink of its own blood. Terror welled up inside its mind, forcing back the rage. Its fight-or-flight response screamed that it should flee, but it refused. Its battle with the massive thing needed to end, and there could be only one victor. The Leviathan released its ink into the water, hoping to blind its enemy. Then it attacked without mercy the strange glowing laceration in the massive thing's shell, neither understanding nor caring what it was about to unleash upon the world. Chapter 34. "I can't explain it," Cortez said. "It's like the scope just decided to start working again." "That's a good thing, right?" "It would be, except the readings from the Doppler are going absolutely nuts." In the next instant, Mitchell called out, "Holy crap, barometer's going haywire too." "All right, everyone, calm down," Andrea commanded. "We all know the equipment is malfunctioning and—" "Not like this," the DOCC medic interrupted, seeming to not care that he was risking getting bawled out. "The barometer's been working fine. It's old school, but what it's showing me here—" "Mr. Harkness, if you would please, you ever see the movie Twister?" That caught Andrea by surprise. "Come again?" "All at once the reading dropped below 800 millibars, which is, needless to say, somewhere south of good." "You mean a tornado?" "Pretty much, or maybe a Category 8 hurricane." "There is no Category 8, Julie replied from the corner, where she'd been waiting for word from the sub. "I'm being facetious." Andrea was tempted to dress him down in front of the rest of the bridge crew. Hell, judging from the expressions a few of them wore, they were expecting it. Protocol needed to be maintained, otherwise respect went out the window, especially for a female holding command. At the same time, this was worrisome even by the standards they'd already established. Knowing she was risking losing face, she turned back to Cortez. "What's the wind speed?" "Holding steady at 12 knots. "Not quite hurricane level." "And the Doppler?" Cortez hesitated, as if realizing what he was about to say didn't make any sense. It sorta agrees with the barometer. According to what I'm looking at, there's a major event developing and we're sitting right beneath it." "The distortions, maybe?" "Negative on that," Mitchell said. I'm not seeing any weight fluctuations or extraneous EMF. A residual effect, perhaps? Andrea asked, just as the prow of the ship and the sea beyond lit up through the forward windscreen, giving them a momentary view of the sky above. Great, now we've got lightning. A second passed, and there came the rumble of thunder, yet still nothing but a gentle rain fell. Did you see that? Julie asked from behind her. It's just a storm. Hey, where are you going? Mitch, I need your eyes, Julie replied, heading out the door as more lightning flashed from above. Just as long as I get 'em back. The medic left his post and followed her. Return to your station, mister. Yeah, about that, he called back through the doorway, his head craned upward. You might want to take a break and come see this. Andrea gritted her teeth and blew out a frustrated breath. Discipline was rapidly going to hell, and she'd be damned if she was going to let that happen. Oh, yeah, you really want to see this. Feeling the eyes of the other crewmen turn her way, she strode after Mitchell. Whatever he had to show her had better be damned good, otherwise she was going to chew him so many new assholes that he'd be shitting. That thought came to a grinding halt as she stepped into the light rain and looked up. Andrea had expected to see nothing in the night sky but rain and more rain, so she was surprised and, truth be told, somewhat horrified at what she beheld instead. Lightning flashed high above, arcing from cloud to cloud, lighting up the gray sky and revealing something that should have been impossible. Thunder boomed, drowning out the sound of the bridge crew behind her, but she was far more mesmerized by the clouds above. They were swirling in a clockwise direction, as if this were the eye of some localized hurricane, yet the weather remained mostly benign, the wind and rain mild at best. More importantly, the ocean was still calm as far as she could tell. Whatever was going on high above them shouldn't have been possible, not for what could best be described as a light summer storm, yet there was no doubt about it, and their equipment, whatever was still working anyway, seemed to back up what her eyes were telling her. Andrea didn't know what was going on, but her gut screamed that something had recently changed, somehow making an already bad situation infinitely worse. How? She had no idea, but she wasn't about to stand there doing nothing about it. Mitchell pulled his gaze away from the spectacle to face her. See what I mean? Unfortunately, I do. She headed back into the bridge, turning to Novak at comms. Contact the other ships, send up smoke signals if you have to, get them back over here, moor them to the side if you can, abandon them if that isn't practical, but I want all personnel back on board, now. Serena Sanford wasn't a paranoid woman by nature, but she was pretty sure she could feel the eyes of the orderlies following her as she stepped out of Carol's room to grab a cup of coffee. The doctors had wanted to keep them both for observation following their frantic swim to shore, but Serena had declined. Though still freaked out by their encounter at sea, she'd stepped from the warm ocean relatively unscathed, physically anyway. Carol, on the other hand, had managed to swallow a decent amount of seawater. That wouldn't have been an issue, except that, despite Serena's ardent warning to the contrary, Carol had told the authorities the truth about what had happened. As awful as she felt about those who'd been far less fortunate than them, Serena was practical at heart. She knew what she'd seen, but she also understood their story was laughable at best, likely to draw the unwanted attention of psychiatric services. And lo and behold, Carol's otherwise brief stay was now in danger of being extended as they treated her for shock and evaluated her mental state. Serena knew they had a lot to work out in the coming days and months regarding the attack, but she was also wary of the fact that they were both outside the U.S. and 1,500 miles from home. Their honeymoon was over, that much was obvious, but they didn't need the added stress of dealing with a legal and medical system neither of them was familiar with. The only thing Serena wanted at this point was to go home. There they were safe and could deal with this in their own way. But now that was in jeopardy. After checking herself out, she'd gone straight to Carol's side. By then, it had been too late. Ever since, she'd been trying to convince her wife to not lie, that would be wrong, but to modify her story a bit. Sadly, Carol could be stubborn as a mule when it came to the facts. She saw what she saw, and that was the story she was going to tell. Serena wasn't optimistic about what would come next. The authorities would either decide she was crazy, ordering more tests, or they would begin to suspect she and Carol had something to do with the sinking. That was ridiculous, of course, but it could still keep them from going home. Sadly, the police had been mute on whether any bodies had been recovered. If just one showed signs of being mauled by an ocean predator, then maybe this could all be put behind them. Unfortunately, she'd seen that thing up close. The fact that they'd survived was miracle enough. To hope it had left behind any evidence that would exonerate them, well, that was probably a bit much to expect from the universe. She stopped outside Carol's room and took a sip from her cup, the bland liquid inside barely qualifying as coffee. So long as it gave her a much-needed caffeine boost, though, The soft beeping that had been coming from inside the room suddenly grew shrill and became a steady note, sending a wave of terror through Serena. Oh no, not that. It has to be coming from another. At the nearby nursing station, the hospital staff immediately bolted into action, grabbing a crash cart and heading her way. Despite knowing she should step aside, Serena raced into the room, spilling her forgotten drink. She only stopped when she saw Carol sitting up, a quizzical look on her face. "Oh, hey, hon," Carol said. "This thing just started going nuts." The hospital staff were hot on her heels, entering the room just as the lights blinked twice and then went out altogether, along with seemingly all the power in the building. That wasn't a good sign, but Serena couldn't have cared less in that moment. She stepped to the bed, even as the doctors and nurses scrambled behind her, some racing off to no doubt check on other patients. She hugged her wife hard, ignoring a nurse who was trying to order her out of the room. "Don't do that to me, jerk," she whispered in Carol's ear before adding, "Next time we're going to Scotland like I wanted. No arguments." Carrie wasn't sure what was going on, other than the weather had turned strange and people were scrambling about on deck. At first he was certain that they must be after him, but several of the so-called agents passed by without giving him so much as a second look. That was probably fortunate for them, since he'd swapped the minicam for a fillet knife he'd found in the unlocked galley. He'd been contemplating places to hide, knowing his options were limited. His best bet was either down in the hold or maybe the engine room. Problem was, that also put him the furthest from escape once the time came to make his move, whatever that might be. Something new seemed to be happening, although Carrie didn't know what. Maybe it had to do with those freaky clouds circling overhead. After all, he'd heard that the weather could be strange out at sea. Regardless, something had these people in a tizzy. It seemed the entire crew was hard at work unloading the two other ships, both of which had been moored alongside them for whatever reason. Carrie knew a chance when he saw it. The only problem was figuring out how to take advantage of the situation. He couldn't sail for shit, but he'd been aboard enough powerboats in his time to have a basic idea of how the controls worked. Hell, it wasn't much different than driving a car. He didn't even need to get it perfect. All he needed was to get close enough to shore to radio for help. True, he had no idea which way shore was, but that's what compasses were for. He wasn't some outdoor survivalist whack job, but he was certain of his ability to figure out which way was north and go from there. Hell, he just needed to get far enough away to radio in an SOS. But first he had to figure out how to get aboard that other vessel, the one that looked like it might have been a fishing boat at some point, without causing— "Hey, buddy," someone said from behind him, almost causing him to lash out with the knife concealed in his hand. Fortunately for Carrie, he just barely managed to keep his cool. "Huh? You talking to me?" "Sorry to startle you. Orders from the boss. We need to unload the Institute's boat Stat. You mind giving us a hand?" Carrie grinned back at the man. Despite being wet, scared, and desperate, he realized things might be finally going his way. Chapter 35. "I knew it!" Danny cried, taking a deep breath. The air was cool and crisp, with a slight metallic aftertaste, kind of like what an old air conditioner smelled like after being stored away all winter. So far, though, it seemed more than breathable. "It doesn't make any sense," Lonzo said, staring up at the open hatch. "Something this old, buried this deep. It's like I told you, whatever this thing is, it scanned us." Danny found herself glad for all those old science fiction movies Harrison used to make her watch when they were kids. The thought brought a smile with it, and, for a moment anyway, it was almost like he was there. "You know what?" Jacob said. "At this point, I'm willing to believe just about anything, so long as I'm alive to believe it. Yo, Derek, you going to stand up there sightseeing all day, or let the rest of us out?" "Hold your horses," he called back. "I'm just making sure breathing isn't the only thing we need to worry about." After a moment, he added, "Oh yeah, there's definitely a piece of our friend in here with us, Doctor. You're gonna want to see this." "You're all crazy to go out there, you know," he retorted, sounding only slightly calmer than he had moments earlier. "We don't know what kind of pathogens could be in the air, or—" Nora let out a sigh. "That will be enough, Doctor." "Yeah," Derek said, climbing out. "Besides, if there are, we're already exposed. Speaking of which, hey Jake, any chance the Nest has a quarantine protocol in place for situations like this?" "Situations like this? Not exactly, but we'll figure something out. Worst case, we'll lock ourselves up in that yacht for the trip back and quarantine in style." "Ha, that's the spirit. How's it look out there?" "Come see for yourself. I'm not sure whether to be overwhelmed or the opposite." Jacob was next to climb out of the sub, standing atop it for a moment before making room. "Holy shit, that's one big sucker, ain't it?" Danny glanced expectantly at Nora, hoping now wasn't the time for her to draw guard duty. "Go on," the senior agent said. "I can see by the look on your face you're waiting for this, and honestly, if things go south at this point, I doubt being in here will be any safer." She then glanced at Lonzo. "You next, Doctor. I'll bring up the rear." Danny didn't say anything, but she thought she understood why that was. Dr. Reed was obviously at his wit's end. Leaving him behind would potentially be a mistake, especially if he freaked out and decided to lock himself in. She hated to see the poor man further traumatized, as he obviously hadn't signed up for anything like this. But there was a small selfish part of her that realized she'd like it a lot less if they got stranded due to leaving him to his own devices. That said, she kinda wished they'd brought Mitch along instead. He might not have had the fancy credentials, but he wouldn't have blinked twice at the situation around them if it meant a chance to geek out. Danny climbed out, then nimbly slid down the side of the sub to where Derek waited, her shoes making no sound as they alighted on the floor beneath them. The chamber they were in was cube-shaped, roughly 30 feet on all sides. The walls were a smooth, dull gray, similar to how the exterior of the ship had appeared, but there was something strange about them, almost as if— "Notice the lights?" Derek asked, grinning. She looked up, not seeing any bulbs or other sources of illumination keeping the room lit. "I don't see any." "Exactly. No shadows either. Now take a closer look at the walls. All of them, even the floor." Danny did as he told her, realizing after a minute or so that they were all the same consistent brightness, even the floor beneath her feet, dimly illuminating the bluish blood pooling there. "All of it," Derek confirmed. "Somehow these walls are semi-translucent, the lights coming from everywhere at once, but so uniform that if you look at any one spot, it seems opaque." She watched as he knelt and put his hand just above the floor, seeing just a tiny bit of light around the edges as it was illuminated from below. "I'm going to assume they don't sell this stuff at IKEA," she replied, unable to help the smile that had crept onto her face. "You realize what this kind of technology implies?" "I'm not trying to realize anything yet," he was quick to reply. "There's no way I'm ready to jump to any conclusion other than about what tried to yank us out of here." Danny followed his gaze toward the back of the sub, where a 20-foot-long section of tentacle lay. She took a step toward it, but Derek grabbed her arm. "Be careful, it's still twitching. Wouldn't want to get too close and have it reflexively wrap around you like an anaconda." He looked up to where Jacob was guiding Lonzo out of the mini-sub. "No Sir Mix-a-Lot jokes from the peanut gallery." "I'm not commenting on your buns," the other agent replied, next helping Nora from the craft. "Glad to hear it," she said, easing herself down the side where Danny waited to help her. "Thank you, Agent Kent." "My pleasure." "Incredible," Lonzo said, moving to examine the tentacle fragment despite Derek's warning. "Guess there's a bit of Mitch in him after all," Danny thought, glad to see his panic subsumed by curiosity, at least for the moment. How long that would last, well, that would probably depend on. The floor suddenly rumbled beneath them, enough to rattle the mini-sub. Then it went dark, the illumination around them cutting out all at once. Talk about weird. Normally when the lights in a house went out, there was that moment when the bulbs dimmed. But here, Danny noted, it was instantaneous, illumination from all around, then nothing but pitch blackness. Fortunately, it didn't last. The walls flashed bright red for a second or two before once again settling down to a uniform gray. Danny waited a moment to see if it would happen again. "Did we do that?" "If we did," Jacob said, "don't do it again." "I don't think that was us," Derek replied. "I mean, I've put on a few pounds over the years, but not enough to shake the rafters here." He looked around as if thinking it over. "No, don't forget, our friend is probably still out there, and considering this place took a chunk out of him, I doubt he's in a good mood." I'm forced to concur," Lonzo said. "It's too early for conclusions, but based on both this sample and what we saw out there, there's little doubt in my mind that this creature dwarfs the specimen we caught earlier." Jacob turned to his friend. "Is this the part where you say I told you so?" "Maybe we'll save it for the after-party," Derek replied, just as the floor shuddered beneath them again, once more causing the lighting to briefly flash red. For a split second, Danny felt her feet leave the floor, her stomach lurching as she lifted up perhaps half an inch before hitting the ground again. Her landing was echoed by a heavy thunk as the sub settled as well. "What the hell was that?" Derek looked at her wide-eyed, an expression of confusion on his face that she hadn't often seen. "Is it just me, or did the gravity turn off for a second there?" "How does gravity just turn off?" Nora asked. "Wish I knew, but at least we can rest easy knowing this place is definitely ground zero. Wait, hold on a sec." Derek scrambled back up the side of the sub and into the opening, reappearing several seconds later with two objects in his hand. One was the EMF detector he'd left behind. The other appeared to be a flashlight. "Hope you don't mind me borrowing this," he said to Jacob. "We might need it if the lights go out again." "Just remember, you break it, your department bought it." Derek ignored the comment as he started fiddling with the detector. Danny stepped in to look over his shoulder as it started to whine, the needle burying itself in the red. So now we're trapped and you're trying to annoy us to death," Jacob remarked. Nora, however, was far more to the point. "What are you doing?" "Just give it a few," Derek replied, turning the volume down. The needle, however, stayed buried. "Reading's holding steady, just like in the sub. Whatever's going on in here, there's a lot of it." "Isn't it unhealthy to be bathed in that much EMF?" Danny asked. Derek nodded. "Yeah, but I doubt it's any less healthy than the other effects we noticed up top. Just be thankful none of us have ended up weighing 5 tons. "What if that's not an accident? If this place can control gravity, then maybe that's part of what it scanned us for." "You do realize we have no proof that's what actually—" The room shuddered again, leaving little doubt in Danny's mind that the massive creature outside was continuing to vent its displeasure. Once more the lighting dimmed, and she felt disturbingly light on her feet. Before she could voice as much, though, Derek cried, "Look!" She followed the beam of his flashlight to where it shone on the meter, the readings on the device dropping to barely anything.
"Holy shit. Sorry."
"Forget it. Took the words right out of my mouth." A few moments later, normalcy resumed, if such a thing could be said of this strange place. As it did, the needle on the detector once more shot to the far edge of the screen.
"What does it mean?"
"I have no freaking idea," Derek replied. "But I have a feeling it's not good." Nora shook her head.
"Please feel free to share. It's not like our day can get much worse."
"You forget who you're talking to here," Jake commented. Derek explained what they'd observed during the outage, for lack of a better term, the confusion on the faces of all present more than evident. When he was done, the room lapsed into silence until he broke it by saying, "You know, the more I think about it, the more Dr. Reed's theory makes sense."
"My theory?"
the scientist replied.
I didn't—"
"Call it a guess, then. I mean what you said about this place and how it's maybe meant to contain all of that stuff that's been going on. The high but consistent readings since we got here seem to bear that out, as well as the fact that we haven't felt any distortions." "Are we talking about the same thing here?" Jake asked. "Because didn't your transistor radio there go haywire about the same time my ass decided it wanted to fly?" "That's the not good part," Derek replied. "I have a feeling something changed in the last few minutes, and I'm willing to bet our large friend outside is responsible." Nora raised an eyebrow.
"You think it might have damaged this place?"
"More like damaged it worse than it already was, but yeah, maybe. It's too soon to know for sure. For now, the readings are back to, well, what seems to be normal for this place."
Interesting choice of words.
"Best I can do on short notice. The point is, whatever's regulating this place seems to be functioning again. The problem is when the lights start blinking."
"And everything goes crazy," Danny added.
"For us, yes, but I'm worried that's only half the problem." "What?" Jacob replied. "Are you afraid we're going to float away and not come back down?" "Maybe. Who knows? I meant what's going on out there. We didn't feel the distortions in here at first, but we know they're going on outside. Now that's changed, and it makes me wonder—"
"That maybe this place had a slow leak when we found it," Nora surmised. "That's now a much larger leak?"
"Something like that." "Hold on," Jacob said. "Are you saying things might be even worse out there now?" "I'm not sure there's much doubt of that," Derek replied. "Even if I'm wrong about all of this stuff, there's still a hell of an octopus problem. Am I right, Doctor?" Lonzo seemed hesitant to answer for a moment, still staring at the tentacle fragment at the rear of the sub.
I'm forced to concur. The creature that attacked the Rogers Wildew was a magnificent specimen, terrifying as well, if we're being honest, but I'm convinced it's nothing compared to what's out there now."
Derek nodded, although he didn't seem happy to be right.
"So what do we do about it?"
Nora asked. Derek paused, as if he were about to say something he knew the others wouldn't like. Danny, however, had a feeling what that was, and she couldn't help but feel a smidgen of excitement at the prospect. "We need to figure out a way to escape and make contact with the surface," he finally said. "Which means it's time for us to get off our asses and do some exploring." Chapter 36. It was near perfect. Carrie helped unload some piece of equipment, a box with a screen on it. After that, it was almost like he became invisible among the small contingent of people unloading the research vessel. They were so busy scrambling that nobody questioned when he headed below deck, pretending to look for some non-existent piece of junk in need of moving. He kept at the ruse, searching through drawers and cupboards, making his way further in, even as the stream of workers slowed. Once the trickle finally slowed to nothing, Carrie hunkered down as deep as he could go, a storage locker near the front, 2 levels below deck, as he listened for the sweet sound of silence. He clutched the stolen knife tightly as he waited, hoping against hope that nobody put two and two together. If so, he'd be as good as dead. As the minutes stretched on, though, another fear began to settle into his gut. He had no idea why they'd been in such a rush to transfer all that equipment off this ship. Hell, he wasn't even sure what most of it was for. What if they'd been stripping it for parts, leaving it unusable? Worse, what if it was done with the intention of scuttling it for whatever reason? Carrie wasn't sure why they'd do such a thing, but trying to think like a criminal was still new to him. Who was to say what their diabolical motivations were? What if they purposely lured me on board? The idea sounded ludicrous, even to his panicked mind. They were in the middle of the ocean. If they wanted him dead, they could have tied him to an anchor and simply tossed him overboard, certain that he'd never be found. However, logic had no home in the mind of one certain of his own conspiracy theories. The fear of finding himself on a sinking ship, trapped with no escape, was too much. Claustrophobia set in, and soon he could barely breathe, certain that any moment he'd be underwater with no hope of survival. Unable to take it anymore, Carrie slid out of the locker and looked around. All seemed to be dark and quiet aboard the vessel, save for the lap of water against the side. Maybe it wasn't too late. He began to feel his way back toward the stairs, passing recently emptied rows of shelves as The darkness of the cabin was erased for a moment as a flash of lightning shone through the portholes, nearly causing Carrie to cry out before he was able to clamp a hand over his mouth. Thunder rumbled outside, and he admonished himself for almost stupidly giving away his location. But then, a mere moment later, he paused again, certain he'd heard a sound from above. Probably just the weather. As Carrie opened the swinging doors leading to the upper cabin, though, a beam of light landed upon him from the darkness ahead. "Who's there?" a harsh voice barked. "Oh, shit. Think fast. It's just me. I was looking for what's something they have on a boat? The last piece of the sonar." Carrie was certain he'd be called on his obvious lie, but instead the flashlight beam was lowered to the ground. "Sorry, you scared me for a second. Thought everyone had gotten off. I was just doing one more sweep to make sure everything was clear." "No worries," Carrie replied, feigning calmness as he took a step forward. "Find what you were looking for?" "It wasn't down there. I was coming up to take one more look around. It shouldn't take more than a few." "Don't worry about it," the man replied. "I think we got all the important stuff. If Vakovsky doesn't like it, he can come look for it himself." "Are you sure, Agent Kyle?" "Nice to, meet you," Carrie said. "But the person on the bridge, what was her name?" "McAvee?" "Yeah, that's her. She told me she needed it." "Must be old orders. Things are getting strange topside. Last I heard, she wanted all hands back aboard the Nest." Damn it. Carrie realized his window of opportunity was slipping. "Just 2 more minutes. I'm pretty sure it's around here somewhere." Kyle, whether that was his first name or last, let out a sigh, and for a moment Carrie was certain he'd be called out, but then he said, "Fine, 2 minutes. I'll help you look." "It's really not a big—" "Come on," he said, leading the way and leaving his back turned. "I think I saw some boxes just past the galley." The next few moments were a blur. Carrie wasn't even sure what he was going to do until he acted. Before the rational part of his mind could persuade him otherwise, he pounced, plunging the knife into the other man's back again and again, refusing to stop until the air stank with the smell of spilled blood and ruptured viscera. "Report. Almost finished securing the other vessels, ma'am." "Good," Andrea replied. "I want a full head count once that's done. Make sure everyone is accounted for." "Roger that." She took a moment to catch her breath, surveying the bridge. It was the best she could hope for, keeping everyone busy for now. "Well, this is weird," an annoyingly familiar voice opined. So much for hoping for the best. She turned to where Mitchell was still busy taking readings from his jerry-rigged station. We've been living at the corner of weird and abnormal for the last day. I hate to ask, but what now? I'm not really sure, but ever since the Cyclone of Doom started forming above us, can we not call it that? Fine. Ever since the Cyclone of Happiness and Unicorns appeared, I've been keeping an even closer eye on things. Not to be a negative Nancy, but I figured it was a sign that stuff was about to go even more cray-cray. And your findings? Andrea replied with barely contained annoyance, certain her day was about to get even worse than it already was. Zilch! And I do mean nothing. In fact, nearest I can tell, there hasn't been a disruption since the sky started getting all swirly. He picked up his EMF reader and showed her the screen. See? Nothing. No abnormalities, no fluctuations in weight, and time seems to be working again. Okay, so that's a good thing, right? Maybe they found the issue down below and fixed it. I don't think we're dealing with a leaky pipe here. Mitchell turned toward one of the other stations. Hey, Cortez, how's radar looking? The agent glanced once at Andrea as if seeking her approval. When she nodded, he replied, Good, but not good. I mean, the scope seems to be working, but I've never seen anything like what's on it. Sonar? She asked. Tracking a pretty big ghost right now, the agent monitoring it replied. Guess it's not that normal. Hold on, Mitchell said. Has there been any chatter on the radio? If you mean the sub. No, I mean ship to shore, civilian chatter. Nothing but white noise, Novak replied. Actually, maybe that's not too surprising. And why's that? Andrea asked him. I don't know. Call it a hunch. Things have suddenly started working for us again, but I have to think whatever's above us is doing something, and my gut says that something isn't good. Maybe it's like a what? Hold that thought. Let me try something first. Mitchell pulled a backpack from beneath his station and started rooting through it. All right, where is it? Where is what? Andrea's patience was wearing thin. We don't have time for games. Here we go. The medic pulled out a sat-nav phone and turned it on. We're only supposed to use this for official business, but since my boss is 20,000 leagues under the sea, I'm not sure I see the point here. And... I actually have a signal. He met her gaze. When I last tried it a couple hours ago, I got nothing, 0 bars. It was like we were trapped in a Faraday cage. But now, check it out. Maybe we can actually find out what's going on in the outside world. Andrea was about to tell him to get to the goddamned point, but as he tuned into a staticky news report, she hesitated. Turn that up, please. Widespread power outages throughout the Keys and as far north as Miami. A second passenger plane has gone down, this time in the Gulf headed toward New Orleans, and reports are coming in that a third has gone missing from radar. Officials in Cuba are blaming the U.S. for what they're calling electronic warfare. We're receiving reports that cell service is down across the southeastern United States for all major carriers. Witnesses described a series of lights in the sky. After several long minutes, Mitchell finally put the phone down, turning off the seemingly non-stop litany of strange occurrences throughout the Gulf region. It's as I thought. Whatever annoyance Andrea felt at him had melted away upon hearing the news, so she merely replied, What is? That thing above us, I think it's some kind of storm, but not the wind and rain variety. We're right beneath it, stuck in the eye, so to speak, which I think means we have a limited space here where stuff is almost back to normal. Outside of that, though... How bad is it? No idea, but the pessimist in me says that anyone who steps foot from our small oasis here is going to get hammered by all the weirdness we experienced earlier, except a lot worse. How much worse? I can't begin to... The medic's eyes suddenly opened wide. "Shit!" He turned from her and marched over to the sonar array. "Quick, show me!" Andrea normally would have chewed him out, but what she'd heard had left her shaken. He had to be wrong. Had to be. However, she found herself joining him at the sonar nevertheless. "You heard the man, Novak. What's going on?" "It's still out of whack," he replied, pointing toward a massive reading on the screen. "No sign of the sub. I've just been looking at the same ghost for the last hour." "The last hour," Mitchell repeated. "As in, when that storm started forming above us," Andrea finished. "That's not good." The medic turned to face her. "I don't want to cause a panic, but I think we should consider the very real possibility that we're not looking at a ghost here." Julie stared out over the ocean. The rain had finally stopped, but that didn't make her feel any better as yet another bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, momentarily illuminating everything as far as the eye could see. "Where the hell are you?" she muttered to herself, continuing to make her way around the deck, an M4 slung over her back. Though Julie was certain it was mostly to get her out of her hair, McAfee had finally relented and assigned some of her agents to keep watch for signs of anything strange in the water. 6 in total, 1 at both the prow and stern, and 2 spread out on both sides, all while Julie acted as a floater, walking the perimeter and checking in with them all. It was nice to have something to do, something to focus on, even if so far they'd seen a whole lot of nothing. It actually wasn't all that much different than filming the show. Bottom line, night stakeouts could really suck. Hours upon hours of searching and waiting, with no guarantee that anything would happen. She remembered one such hunt about 2 months back. As the junior member of the team, she'd pulled nest duty. They'd found a spot where the rogue Sasquatch they'd been searching for had recently bedded down. She'd sprayed herself with descenting agent, then settled into the cold, muddy hollow for 6 long hours of nothing. It could be boring as hell, but it was also necessary. The second you lowered your guard, something bad could and likely would happen. That's why she kept checking on the people McAfee had assigned her to make sure they continued taking this seriously. For a while, it was chaos on deck as the vast majority of the crew scrambled to secure the other 2 ships. But now that was finished, and those agents had all gone below deck, some to other duties, and some no doubt seeking a bit of downtime. There would be no rest for her, though, at least not until the mini-sub returned. Her gut was telling her something was out there. She'd learned to trust it as a reporter, and her work with the team these last few months had helped hone that instinct even further. That still didn't make nest duty any more exciting. "Anything going on?" she asked the next agent in the rotation, a tall, dark-skinned woman by the name of Simmons. "Just a lot of ocean. That freaky lightning isn't helping things. I'm surprised we're not all jumping at shadows." "I hear you," Julie replied. "I'll check in with the bridge to see when you guys can get some relief." "They'll probably find you first." "Oh?" "Mac's taking a head count, making sure everyone is here who should be. Sent Caldwell to do it." "I'll keep an eye out for him," Julie said as she continued walking the deck. She neared the spot where the Rogers Wildew was moored to the side, slowing down for a moment and taking in the damage still visible on the stern of the ship. It wasn't the most terrified she'd ever been in her life. No, that honor still fell to those damned Lesterfields. However, this assignment made her consider that it might be a while before she complained about dark forests again. There was something about being on the water that made her feel a lot more vulnerable, as if she was trespassing upon a place she didn't belong. "Too bad I can't grow a set of gills." Julie started walking again, just as another flash of lightning lit up the surrounding waters. She blinked for a moment, certain she'd seen movement aboard the other vessel near the pilot house. Julie was about to shine her flashlight in that direction, but as the darkness reasserted itself, she remembered what Simmons had said about jumping at shadows. I'll probably be seeing mermaids and two-headed sharks before this night is over."
Thunder boomed from above as she continued making her circuit, sounding loud and menacing even if the current weather was still mild. On and on it went, booming as if some great giant were preparing for battle. After several long seconds, though, Julie realized what she was hearing was no longer thunder. It was the rumble of powerful engines revving up. She turned back, and sure enough, it was coming from the Rogers Will-Do. Her eyes hadn't been playing tricks at all. There was definitely someone on board. Still, her response was more curiosity than suspicion. McAfee had probably just sent someone aboard to run the bilge pumps or something. There came another flash from above, confirming movement near the wheelhouse. But that wasn't the only thing that caught Julie's eye in the brief moment of illumination. Lifting her flashlight, she shone it toward the side of the other vessel.
What the hell happened to the mooring lines?
Before she could further question what she was seeing, the Will-Do's engines roared to life at full power. A wake kicked up behind the science vessel as whoever was aboard began to steer it away from the nest. Julie's first instinct was to launch herself over the cutter's side and onto the smaller ship to see what was going on. In the next instant, though, she was glad she hadn't. That was the sort of thing that only worked in the movies. All she'd have done was likely landed herself in the drink, assuming she didn't crack her skull first. Instead, she turned back toward the bridge. Hopefully, McAfee would simply tell her this was part of some new strategy she'd come up with. But deep in her gut, Julie didn't think that was the case. Glancing back over her shoulder at where the Rogers Will-Do was starting to pick up speed, something about this just didn't feel right. Hell, nothing about this mission period felt right. Chapter 37. Vernon Vasquez was no stranger to night fishing. He enjoyed the peace of lighting up a cigarette and relaxing as he cast out a line. Though his grandson had warned him they weren't supposed to venture out onto the water, he'd paid it little heed. His trusty 16-foot outboard was well maintained. He wasn't going far, and the weather called for nothing more than light rain. Worst case, he had a paddle on board, and the exercise would do his heart good. He'd brought his radio along, hoping to listen to some music as he fished, but he soon turned it off. The local stations were mostly static tonight, and the few bits he was able to pick up were all news reports. He'd heard about that plane crash earlier, so that's likely what they were all still chattering about, but Vernon had no interest in bringing his mood down. That was 50 miles to the west and of no concern to him. He was far more focused on coming home with a few sea bass for tomorrow's dinner. Vernon wasn't shy of telling anyone who asked that his wife Cecilia was the best cook on the island, having run a small seaside bistro for the last 20 years. What she served to her customers, though, was nothing compared to what she could do for family. It was no wonder he'd put on at least 30 pounds over the course of their marriage, despite remaining active well into his 60s. Vernon cast out his line, then lit a smoke, knowing he might be there for a while, but not caring much. He leaned back and looked up at the sky. The rain had finally slaked, but there wasn't much to see. He sometimes liked to pass the hours stargazing, but on a night like this, such a thing was... Huh? The sky above briefly became visible as what appeared to be a bolt of purplish lightning flashed through the clouds. He'd seen a lot of strange things during his years, most of them while out at sea. A waterspout, a tiger shark longer than his boat, and even one time what he was sure must have been a giant squid. Purple lightning was a new one, though. He sat up, hoping to see it again, and was taken aback to find that a low fog had set in at some point during the last few minutes. Not only that, but there was a strange smell in the air, the clean ocean scent replaced by something more brackish. Vernon glanced down at his wristwatch, thinking he'd accidentally nodded off. Wouldn't be the first time the tide had lulled him to sleep, and probably wouldn't be the last. Of course, that meant Cecilia would likely be waiting up to tan his hide good when he... Son of a... That was strange. His watch had stopped.
He knew for a fact he'd wound it before coming out. It was part of his routine. The watch itself was old, but still reliable, a Timex he'd been gifted the year his son Miguel had been born. He was distraught to find it broken after so many years, but hopefully it was something minor that could be easily. There came a splash from somewhere off the bow, then the float on his line submerged. Forgetting the timepiece for the moment, he grabbed hold of his fishing rod just as the reel began to spin, the line racing out far faster than it should have. Oh, great, another one. About 4 years back, a sailfish had snagged his bait, nearly capsizing his boat before he decided to cut his losses and the line with it. It had made a run similar to what he was seeing now. He waited for it to slow down so as to nudge it to the surface and know for certain, but the line kept going. No way was this a sea bass. All right, pendejo, you want to fight? He braced his feet, preparing to put his back into it, but then let out a cry as he found himself whipped forward, the rod dragged out of his hands and right over the side, almost taking him with it. Vernon let out a nervous laugh as he pushed himself back up. That had been his favorite rod, but it thankfully wasn't his only one, and he'd sooner have lost it than find himself pulled overboard in the strange fog that had descended. It was odd, rising no more than a foot above the water, making it seem as if he were fishing atop a cloud, more like something he'd expect to see in a swamp than out on the water on a night like this. As far as the eye could see, it was like he was adrift in a sea of cotton, the moonlight illuminating the strange mist, making it seem almost— Wait, moonlight? Gazing upward again, Vernon's breath caught in his throat. Gone were the clouds, giving him a full view of the night sky and the stars above, along with the nearly full moon hanging low on the horizon. That wasn't possible, though. The moon was currently waning, a quarter crescent at best. It wasn't supposed to be this full for weeks. There was no way it could. Another splash, this one from off the port side, caught his attention. Vernon turned his head just as something breached the water, catching a quick glimpse of something before it submerged again. Whatever it was, it had been massive, dwarfing his small boat, which was feeling smaller by the second. Big as it was, it had been like no whale he'd ever seen in these waters, with some kind of serrated frill running along its back. Disturbingly enough, it reminded him of those Jurassic Park movies his grandchildren had insisted he watch with them. Vernon could only remember being spooked a handful of times while out on the water, but nothing like this. Terror leapt into his heart as he abandoned all thoughts of fishing and moved to start his outboard motor, just as there came the sound of more splashing from around him. The fight with the fish had turned the small boat around, so he looked down at his compass to get his bearings, finding the arrow spinning uncontrollably. Madre de Dios, what's going on? Suppressing the fear that wanted to take hold, he turned his head skyward. If his compass didn't want to work, there were always the stars. Regardless, as the boat began to move through the misty waters, Vernon had a bad feeling in his gut. Though he was calling it an early night, he was somehow certain the journey back home would prove to be far longer than he could ever imagine. God damn it, knew I should have waited. Maureen Hennessy had made this run dozens of times, some of it in far worse weather, but this was the first time she'd gotten a warning mid-air that flights were being grounded. She was too far out from Turks and Caicos to turn around, so the tower had informed her that, rather than let her finish her run to Orlando, she was being rerouted to Grand Bahamas Airport. What a pain in the ass, she'd muttered once she'd acknowledged the new route, which had taken her at least 3 tries due to all the goddamn static. She was a modestly successful real estate agent during the week, but on the weekends she indulged her passion, flying, earning some extra cash giving island tours. It was a near-perfect setup as far as she was concerned, and with a down housing market as well as having recently broken up with her longtime partner, she now had extra time to devote to it. Hell, she was even considering packing up her day job and moving down to the islands full-time. She'd already made plenty of contacts down there, and it didn't hurt that she'd befriended a great mechanic, helping set up his daughter with a sweet deal on a condo over in Fort Lauderdale. That alone had made sure she could skip the line whenever her Cessna needed maintenance. Maureen tried radioing the tower again, despite knowing it was pointless to argue. The decision had been made. They weren't going to rethink it simply because she wanted to sleep in her own bed tonight, nor did she expect them to. 2 commercial plane crashes in one day was definitely something to be concerned about. It was just her luck the second had happened while she was already in the air. Though the reports from earlier had pointed toward mechanical failure, an unfortunate accident, there was little doubt that speculation would shift now that another had gone down. Though she personally doubted that any terrorist groups had suddenly decided to target the Caribbean, she knew that flights would likely be grounded until they could rule such a thing out. That almost certainly meant she was looking at more than a couple hours layover, not ideal as she was supposed to be showing houses tomorrow to an elderly couple looking to retire. She could always reschedule, but not if she didn't know how long she was going to be stranded, and being grounded, it's not like she could make up the lost revenue in tours. Rather than connect to the tower, the radio began to whine, uncomfortably loud, until she cut it off. What the hell? The answer to her rhetorical question came not from the radio, but from the air around her as the plane started to shudder, right as a bolt of lightning flashed from somewhere ahead of her, lighting up the ominous sky. That can't be right. She'd been flying through light cloud cover just minutes earlier, but now there was a thick blanket of thunderheads forming around her. Warning lights lit up on her console, and she looked down to find her instruments going crazy. The fuck? The altimeter alone was fluctuating wildly. 1 minute it was telling her she was 13,000 feet in the air, the next it was reading below sea level. Maybe Diego isn't such a hot mechanic after all. Before she could make any sense of this, the clouds in front of her began to swirl, almost forming a tunnel in the air, one lined with pure electricity. Shit! Mayday! She cried into the radio. This is Cessna N74955. Repeat, this is Cessna N74955. I'm flying blind en route to Grand Bahamas. Please respond. Nothing but more harsh static met her entreaties, and then that too disappeared as the lights in the cabin all went out at once. Oh no. A moment later, the engine stalled as well. Panic reared its ugly head, but Maureen forced it back down. That was the last thing she needed. Panic got people killed in situations like these. She'd suffered a mid-air stall once before, but it hadn't been like this. She wasn't getting a response from any of her systems. It was like the battery died, along with everything else, taking all backup systems with it, including navigation. Though she began mentally calculating how far out she was from the airport, trying to figure out if she could glide the rest of the way, a part of her realized that was simply busy work to keep her mind occupied as the plane began to nose downward, buffeted by the freak storm around her. Dark clouds and strange-colored lightning were all she saw as the plane began an uncontrolled descent. Maureen desperately worked the controls, trying to get some power, anything back into the system, but it was more like flying a bathtub than an airplane. The yoke might as well have been encased in concrete for all the response she got from it. The plane broke through the cloud cover, somehow managing to not get struck by the freak lightning, and then she was in free fall. One last bolt from above illuminated the air around her, giving her at least an idea how long she had until she slammed into the water. As far as Maureen could tell, she'd eaten up at least half her altitude and was rapidly running out of options. Then, just as she was about to make peace with the fact that she wouldn't be making her appointment with the Feinbergs tomorrow or ever, her console lit up again and the propeller roared back to life. Maureen didn't question how or why. There wasn't time. Not daring to look at the altimeter in case it told her it was a futile effort, she pulled back on the yoke, adjusted her flight speed, and said a quick prayer. The plane's engine whined from the strain, threatening to stall again, but finally she began to pull up from the dive. "Come on, hold together for Mama," There came a crackle in her ear. Then she heard,
"Unidentified aircraft, please respond."
"This is Cessna N74955. Mayday, I'm having engine problems. I just pulled out of a stall. Power is back on, but everything unexpectedly cut off, and I mean everything."
"Cessna N74955? There came a pause. "We don't have you on our flight logs. You were supposed to be rerouted to Grand Bahamas."
"That's where I'm headed."
"Cessna N74955, this is the tower at Miami International. We have you on our scope 10 miles out and closing."
"What? That isn't possible, Miami. I'm still 80 miles from Andros."
Negative, Cessna N74955. We have you on our scope. Now, anyway."
"What do you mean by that?"
I can't believe I'm saying this, but you just appeared out of nowhere. Maintain course and heading."
"But—"
"You're our bird now. Lock your transponder to—"
Maureen followed the tower's orders, her hands working almost separately from her mind as she tried to process this. She checked the clock to make sure she hadn't gone crazy, but it seemed to confirm what her senses were telling her. Somehow she'd overshot her mark by almost 150 miles, all in the space of a few minutes. There was little doubt there were going to be a lot of questions waiting for her once she got to Miami, probably not a few of them from the air marshals. It was likewise going to take some time before she even remotely came to grips with what had just happened. On the upside, she considered, though she might not make it back to her own bed this night, she at least had a chance of making her appointment tomorrow. Amelia Carnsworth sat in the small rental cabin in Big Pine Key, grading papers next to a desk lamp, the sole source of light in the room. Though she was technically on vacation, using up a few weeks of the accumulated PTO she'd acquired over the years as a vice principal in rural Pennsylvania, she wasn't spending the time idly. She knew herself too well for that, though she could easily occupy her days hiking, canoeing, or exploring the numerous trails that crisscrossed the area. She preferred the safety of the indoors once the sun went down. However, she'd never been one for TV and had finished the latest Nora Roberts book while still waiting at the airport for her flight. Fortunately, she'd made plenty of contacts over the years, calling in a favor to secure a short-term TA project for an online university. She didn't really need the money, but it kept her mind fresh and made the nighttime hours seem to pass by more quickly. Noting the time, she took a quick break to glance over at the Ruger Super Blackhawk sitting next to her laptop, reassuring herself it was within reach. It was a large gun, almost comically so compared to her 4'9" frame, but it was also a welcome friend these days. Though she was an academic by trade, she'd grown up in a household of hunters. Her father had taken her 4 older brothers out hunting ever since they'd been old enough to carry a rifle, and he'd seen no reason to break that tradition once she came along. She'd been a crack shot most of her life, even if the students she saw day in and day out hadn't realized it, at least until recently. That had all changed the prior summer when her beloved town had nearly been overrun by— She shook her head and pushed the unpleasant memory away, lest it bring even worse thoughts. That was the real problem, as well as the reason she'd finally given in to the school board's pressure to use up some of her accumulated vacation. Though she clearly remembered the rogue biker gang riding into town, hell-bent on causing chaos, it was always different in her dreams. She'd relived the siege, clear as day in her mind's eye, but bikers weren't the cause. It was always the same, impossible as it sounded, dark beasts possessing fangs and claws, tearing her fellow townsfolk to shreds as she fired off shot after shot trying to stop them. Regardless of dream or reality, she'd done what she could that night to defend her home. Amelia had long known about the nickname the kids used whenever they thought she wasn't listening, Carnivore Worth, but in the months since the attack, there had been an undercurrent of respect to their voices, something she still wasn't sure whether to appreciate or nip in the— The desk lamp next to her went dark, pulling her from her reverie. A moment later, her laptop chirped, letting her know it was now running off battery power. The light switch next to the door proved equally dead, so Amelia next stepped to the window. Further down the lake, she spied a few flashlight beams, but no other lights in any of the other cabins. Great. Guess the power's out. She shrugged and turned back toward the desk, trying to convince herself it was no big deal. She had at least 3 hours worth of charge on the laptop, more than she needed to finish. Worst case, she could drive into town tomorrow and find a place with working Wi-Fi to load it up to the shared drive. But as she sat down again, her laptop screen did something she'd never seen before. It began to flicker, the picture growing distorted and wavy, almost like an old cathode ray TV with a bad signal. What now? Had one of the students uploaded a virus along with their work? She was pretty obsessive about that sort of thing, but she also knew not to underestimate the stupidity of kids, even college-aged ones. A flash from outside caught her attention. Amelia's first thought was the power must be coming back on. Her second was that maybe one of the other campers was coming to check on her. Regardless, she felt her hand creeping toward her weapon as other, less pleasant thoughts filled her head. She saw another flash of light and let out the breath she wasn't aware she'd been holding. It was nothing more than lightning, even though she hadn't seen mention of any storms in the forecast. Oh well, this is Florida after all. A boom of thunder sounded from above, rumbling through the small cabin for a few seconds. But as it dissipated, another sound could be heard, one far more alien than mere bad weather. What the? Grabbing hold of the Ruger, she stepped to the cabin door and opened it, letting in the damp night air. The humidity was quickly forgotten, though, as the sounds intensified. Hoots, hollers, and screams like something out of a nightmare zoo, all of them seeming to come from the surrounding woods. Her rational mind insisted it had to be someone having a laugh, but deep down a part of her knew better. Whatever was out there didn't sound human, a crazy thought if ever there was one. Then another sound caught her ear, the hollow echo of wood knocking against wood from all around, growing louder as long minutes passed, almost as if the strange lightning had awoken something deep in the swampy woodlands, something that now seemed to be headed her way. The hairs on the back of her neck stood on end as her fight-or-flight response spurred to life. She could almost feel it in the air, a heaviness that hadn't been there earlier, as if the lightning were electrifying the night sky. A part of her insisted that she should leave, hop into her rented Jeep and bug out, but she quickly silenced that voice. It would be too slow going in the dark, through narrow roads boxed in by forest on either side. No big deal if she was wrong, but if her instincts were right. She turned and headed back into the cabin. There was a high-powered flashlight in the kitchen and a full box of ammo waiting in her suitcase. Whatever was coming, she intended to stand her ground and meet it head-on, just as she'd done once before while defending her home, the small town of High Moon. Chapter 38. Well, that was easy. Derek hadn't been even remotely certain how to proceed. Despite his big words about finding a way to make contact with the surface, he was well aware they were stuck in the equivalent of a locked bank vault. Sure, it had let them in, but there had been no obvious signs as to how to make it let them out again. Nevertheless, it was painfully obvious that this room represented a tiny fraction of the massive vessel they were now inside. Yes, it was possible the rest was flooded, or in some other ways inaccessible, but he found himself unwilling to believe that. Though there was no way of knowing how long this thing had sat at the bottom of the ocean, the fact that this chamber seemed to be working told him more of it had to be. The problem was figuring out how to access it, as the strange light-emitting walls around them all seemed solid. Derek had been prepared for a lot of poking, prodding, and experimentation. He'd been less prepared when Danny had checked the wall opposite the one they'd enter from, only for a four-way seam to suddenly appear in it. A moment later, that section of wall retracted into the rest, creating an opening roughly 4 feet wide by 8 feet high. I meant to do that, she said, stepping back. Beyond lay a hallway of roughly the same dimensions. It trailed off into the darkness, perhaps the first 40 feet or so lit by that strange uniform illumination before becoming pitch black. Is that going to light up as we walk toward it, or would that be too cliché to hope for? Danny asked. I'm more interested in whether or not the size of this doorway is representative of whatever called this place home. You can't possibly be thinking of going out there, Lonzo said, pulling himself away from his examination of the tentacle fragment. I'm not sure we have much of a choice, Doctor, Derek replied before turning to their other companions. Nora? She sighed and gave her head a shake. Knew I should have stayed in my office. This is officially your expedition now. Lead the way. Stow that thought, Jacob said. It may be his expedition, but it's not yours. Excuse me? Just give me a minute. He scrambled up the side of the sub and disappeared into the hatch. I really hope he's not popping in there for a pee break, Derek remarked, drawing a snicker from Danny. Because we still need it to get back home. Better to be pissed off than pissed on, Jacob called back, climbing out a minute or so later. He had a heavy-looking backpack with him. A little something I had stashed in the hold. Pays to be prepared. I'm assuming that's not an overnight bag, Nora said. You bet your sweet ass, he replied, drawing a glare from her. That's going into your report when we get back, isn't it? Still to be determined. So what exactly did you mean about this not being our expedition? I said you, as in singular. I think you should stay put, keep a handle on things. We can use this room as our home base. I don't know what kind of macho bullshit this is, but... Now that's definitely going in my report, he replied, before quickly holding his hands up. Relax. It's nothing of the sort, Nor. We need somewhere we can regroup, and, if necessary, bug out quickly. This is as good a place as any. Especially since that sub ain't fitting through the door, but we also need someone here to coordinate while the rest of us try to figure this shit out. I'm staying, Lonzo said, likely to the surprise of no one present. As I fully expected, Doctor, Jacob replied. We need you to figure out everything you can about the thing that tried to give us the last handshake of our lives. There's no one here more qualified. Derek saw Danny give him a glance, and he subtly nodded in return. Reed was capable, but he was also just barely holding it together. Under normal circumstances, leaving one person behind to man base camp made sense, but in this case, it was probably wise not to leave him alone. And, though she might not like it, Nora made the most sense to hold down this fort. I concur, Derek said, backing up his friend. You're our rock when we're out in the field, Nora. We need you to be that now. He could tell by the look on her face she knew he was right, but she also wasn't about to give up so easily. Fine, but how exactly am I supposed to coordinate anything from here? Taken care of. Jacob opened up one of the side pouches in his pack, pulled 2 radios out, and handed one to her. Look at you going all Boy Scout, Derek said. Oh, that's not all. He next opened the main flap and produced 2 holstered sidearms, offering one to Derek. Unless, that is, you're going to tell me you brought your own party favors. On a pressurized mini-sub? Look at you acting like a responsible adult, Jacob said with a laugh, strapping his on. Got one for me? Danny asked. Sorry, only so much room in my pack of many things. Still looks pretty full to me, Derek replied. What other surprises have you got? Jacob, however, was quick to close it up. For that, you'll either have to wait until Christmas, or you have a need to know, whichever comes first. Cute. Nora sounded less than amused. She flipped on her radio and depressed the talk switch, causing a squeal of sound to come out. How do we know these will work once you're out there? Simple. We don't. Actually, Danny said, I might have an idea. If it doesn't work, try waiting until the gravity goes all weird, assuming we're not bouncing off the ceiling. At Derek's raised eyebrow, she explained. What you showed us earlier, there's a lot less EMF when things are going screwy, so maybe that means a better chance of a radio signal punching through.
He nodded. Good enough for... Before he could say more, though, the lights in the room dimmed, almost as if mocking their discussion. Within seconds, Derek felt his stomach lurch like he'd just lost an instant 20 pounds. When it had finally passed and the lights stabilized again, he continued. As I was saying, that's as good a plan as anything I can come up with. He then turned toward the hallway, noting the disturbing uniformity of everything in front of him. I think a better question is how are we going to find our way back, assuming this isn't one big straightaway? Call me cynical, but it's probably too much to hope for room numbers. Hold on, Jacob replied. Think I have an idea. Should be a toolkit near the back of the sub, assuming Vakovsky didn't filch it. He headed back inside once again, leaving the rest where they were. How much stuff did he bring on this trip? Derek asked idly. Don't look at me, Nora replied. He never did pick up after himself. I heard that. Jacob emerged holding a roll of electrical tape and another flashlight. He then handed both to Danny. Not quite a gun, but probably just as handy. She looked at the tape, pursed her lips, then walked to the door where she tore off 2 pieces and marked an X on the wall just outside. Yeah, this'll work. She turned back toward them and grinned. Come on, I think this is as close to an engraved invitation as we're getting down here. Danny was happy to see she was right on 2 counts. It was cliché, something straight out of a bad movie, but the hallways appeared to light up for them as needed, at least when the lights weren't busy going all wonky. Sadly, it seemed as if those moments were beginning to occur more frequently, complete with messed-up gravity. The upside was that their radios were at least minimally functional whenever that happened, allowing them to check in with Nora. So far, all seemed to be well, even if she sounded unhappy to have pulled babysitting duty. From their end, it had been a lot of the same, aside from a slight downward incline to the passageway, likely a result of how this ship had come to rest on the ocean floor. It was all hallways and junctions leading to more hallways, all of which looked mostly alike. It was only broken up by the occasional door, unexpectedly opening as they passed, although so far they'd revealed nothing except more dull, square rooms. Regardless, each time they came upon a turn or hidden doorway, she'd mark the spot with an arrow, pointing the way back toward base camp. Despite the sameness of it all, she couldn't help but feel excited, as if some great truth were lurking around every corner instead of just more hallways. How far have we come? Jacob asked after a while. Hard to tell, Derek said, but I'd guess maybe around a quarter mile. All that and nothing but empty rooms. This can't be it. It feels like the E.T. version of one of those self-storage places. Who said anything about it being extraterrestrial? I did, Jacob replied. Fuck skepticism. Until I see a sign reading Made in China, I'm calling it like I see it. He let out a sigh. And the way I see it, it's time to start mixing things up a bit. You mean split up, Danny said, to which he nodded. Derek didn't seem happy about that, which didn't surprise her much. He'd been tiptoeing for the last 6 months, making sure she was never alone on a mission, probably thinking she hadn't noticed. The thing was, he had to know that wasn't a luxury they could afford down here, not with their limited resources. Before he could say anything, she took the bull by the horns and began unraveling several long strips of tape. Okay, here's how I think it should work then. We'll split off at the next room or junction we come across. Mark everything you can so we don't waste our time in case someone else comes across it, and keep going until you run out of tape or find something significant. Define significant, Jacob said. Derek let out a breath. Anything that could kill us, save us, or blast us to another galaxy. Danny inclined her head at him. Yeah, that probably works. Jacob stared at her for a moment before nodding. God damn, Derek. You better watch this one. She'll be taking your job before you know it. By the way, I call dibs on the first divergence point. Fair enough, Derek said. Second. Danny had expected as much, so she didn't argue, for now.
Why don't I take the radio?
How about you take both? Derek held out the gun, too, as they stood at the junction, Jacob having headed off on his own several minutes earlier.
I'm not playing this game.
Neither am I. That's an order. Danny glared at him.
Seriously? So you're just going to head off on your own with no way to either defend yourself or contact us? That's stupid. Mitch would say it's stupid, and Julie would back him up.
Good thing they're not here, then.
Well, I am, so I'm telling you for them. Listen, Derek, I know you're looking out for me, especially after Jersey, and I really do appreciate it, but I'm a part of this team. I know the risks and accept them.
He shook his head. Well, maybe that's part of the problem. You shouldn't have to. Maybe this job, this life, it isn't...
Don't. Just don't. I'm here because I want to be, and you know it. Now, if you want to write me up when we get back, that's your prerogative. But right now, the only way this is going to work is if you trust me to shoulder some of the burden.
She considered things for a moment.
Or you could march me back at gunpoint, but that would only waste time.
After holding her gaze for a moment, he finally grinned. That probably wouldn't work anyway.
Why not?
Because you're taking the gun. She opened her mouth to reply, to which he said, End of discussion. I'll take the radio if it'll make you happy, okay? He held the weapon out again, and this time she took it. Just don't shoot me the second my back is turned.
And waste bullets when there could be aliens around? No way.
Yeah, well, I'm personally hoping for more Yoda and less Klingon Empire.
Says you, she replied. I always thought that puppet was kind of creepy.
Me too. After another moment, his tone turned businesslike again. All right, I'll see you soon. Be careful.
Always am.
He took the left turn at the junction and started heading away from her, the walls lighting up as he progressed. Oh, and Danny, he called back.
Yeah.
Thanks for occasionally reminding me when I'm being a horse's ass.
You're welcome. Thanks for watching out for me.
Always am. Danny turned away. Then, after marking the junction with some tape, she too started walking. It wasn't long before the corridor turned again, and he was out of sight, leaving her alone in that strange place, feeling almost like a trespasser.
Probably the first human one, anyway.
The lights once more began to dim, and she braced herself for whatever followed. This outage different than the last few, making her feel like she'd put on an instant 30 or 40 pounds.
Guess gravity swings both ways here. Definitely not cool.
Far more unpleasant, however, was when the lights went out entirely, leaving her in complete and utter darkness. In the space of a second, she realized that not only had she retrieved her flashlight, but she'd drawn the gun as well.
Don't waste the battery. It'll pass. You can do this.
She wasn't entirely sure she could, though. Despite her earlier bravado, a cold sweat broke out on her forehead. In the dark, it was far too easy to remember. Though she knew he was dead, her reptilian brain insisted that Noah Lesterfield, the Jersey Devil, was somewhere close by, waiting for her. Despite the nearly absolute silence, she could have sworn she almost heard his whispering, wheezing voice calling her his Sarah. And with this place weighing her down, what chance did she have of outrunning him this time?
I beat him. I won.
Sadly, such things were only easily believed in the light of day, but here, away from everything she knew, everyone she cared for, safety was an illusion, nothing more. Her breathing began to speed up as the suffocating fear became almost cloying.
How long is this goddamn distortion going to last? There was little doubt things were getting worse, although it was hard to tell how much time had actually passed, despite it feeling like an eternity. Finally, she had enough, the terror too much to bear. Her finger moved to switch on the flashlight, but before she could call forth the blessed illumination, the sagging weight lifted from her shoulders, and the lights flickered back on.
Oh, thank God.
Danny took several deep breaths, trying to force all thoughts of Noah Lesterfield away. Only when he'd finally retreated back to the dark corners of her memory did she dare to start moving again. However, she'd barely taken a single step before she once more froze in place. The sounds she'd thought she'd imagined in the dark were somehow still audible, coming from up ahead. Impossibly enough, they sounded like hushed voices, calling out in whispers from the corridors of what should have been a long-dead ship. There was no way she could have gotten turned around or circled back to where the others were yet, which meant the impossible had to be true. Somehow, they weren't alone. Chapter 39. The Leviathan sped toward the surface, its rage rivaled only by its torment. It had hurt the massive thing, there was no doubt of that, even if it bled sickly-colored light instead of blood. Despite its best efforts, though, the great beast had failed to kill it, leaving the strange radiance atop the massive thing to pulse brighter than ever. In a battle witnessed by none save the floating dead, it had waged war against the massive thing. Again and again it had attacked, even as its foe let loose with more thrumming cries. Each one ignited the Leviathan's nervous system with stinging agony, bursting blood vessels in its brain and ganglia, dulling its intelligence, and slowly killing its ability to reason. None of that had mattered, though, as the mighty beast had finally managed to ram one arm into the wound it had caused, hoping to tear the massive thing apart from the inside. Groping blindly, it had felt something inside its enemy's body. Thinking it had found a vital organ, it grabbed hold, intending to bring its monstrous strength to bear. An instant later, fire had raced up its arm, bringing with it a pain it had never known before. The Leviathan pulled away too late, the last 30 feet of its arm ablaze in horrific white fire that even the cold seawater seemed unable to quench. In that moment, the fear finally overwhelmed the rage, leaving it with no other course of action than to flee from the massive thing as fast as it could. However, as it ascended, it began to realize it had at least achieved a partial victory. For though the light inside the massive thing continued to pulse, the thrumming waves of pain seemed to grow faint as it neared the surface. Soon enough, it remembered there were other intruders within its domain, the surface things. Despite its burning arm continuing to send waves of fresh agony throughout its body, the rage began to assert itself once more. It knew what needed to be done. The massive thing was wounded and the subsurface thing devoured. That left the pod at the surface, their presence having been tolerated for far too long already. The Leviathan continued to rise, a strange beacon in the darkness as the substance coating its tortured arm continued to burn. The pain was nearly unbearable, but it took comfort in knowing it would soon be shared.
Anything? Hold on, Mitchell said, dialing the sat-nav again. And another busy signal.
Andrea shook her head. So much for reaching any backup. It seemed their window to the outside world was intermittent at best. They were able to receive the occasional news report, but their attempts to make contact with the outside were seemingly hampered by the fact that, when they were able to punch through, which wasn't often, they found the phone lines overwhelmed, no doubt thanks to the madness going on above them. Thankfully, Caldwell picked that moment to distract her by handing over the head count report she'd asked for. She glanced down at it, hoping to see no discrepancies, and was quickly disappointed to see there were 3 names unaccounted for. She let out a muted sigh.
Of course, 2 of them are civilians.
The third was odd, though. Kyle Bestino. He was a good man, well-liked, competent, didn't slack at his job. Bestino was assigned to the Wildew, wasn't he? She asked Caldwell, figuring she'd tackle the low-hanging fruit first. He nodded. Affirmative. I think he was heading up the unloading effort after you ordered them back. And then? The agent shook his head. God damn it. It wasn't like him to wander off and disappear. As for the civilians, for all she knew, they'd snuck off for a quickie, thinking this a chance for a cheap thrill. A cabin-by-cabin search could wait, though, especially since the news from the Caribbean and southern United States seemed to be getting worse every time they managed to get a signal, and that wasn't even counting the rumblings coming out of Cuba. She was pulled from those unpleasant thoughts as the door to the bridge opened and that Wilhelm woman came stalking in again like she owned the place. What's going on with the Rogers Wildew? Excuse me? The research vessel, Julie clarified. It just pulled away at high speed. What? It's supposed to be moored to the... Sonar contact rapidly closing, Cortez interrupted. Is it another ghost or... Sadly, the answer came in the form of automatic weapons fire from out on deck. Shit! She met Julie's gaze, the other woman's eyes echoing what she was thinking. All at once, she was glad she'd assigned those agents to keep watch on deck. It had seemed like busy work at the time, but now... Holy pig balls! Mitchell cried, dragging her attention back to the bridge crew. At least in this case, she didn't need to ask what had caused the outburst, as it was plainly and terrifyingly evident. A massive tentacle rose from the ocean directly to their port. That alone was bad enough, but the fact that it was on fire, glowing white-hot as if it were covered in burning phosphorus, well, that certainly changed the game a bit, especially once it became obvious which way it was headed. Everyone take cover! The monstrous appendage slammed down directly in front of the bridge, shattering the windscreen before sweeping toward them like the finger of God itself. Jacob paused to mark the doorway that had just opened up on the far wall of the room he'd been investigating, revealing yet another hallway beyond. Knew there was more to this place, he said to himself, starting down it. Though he wasn't sure if there was any meaning to what he saw, the walls of this passage were a noticeably lighter shade than the one he'd come from. It was quite possible the different color was less a marker and more a technical glitch, but Jacob's gut told him he'd found something significant. At the very least, it was a change of pace, maybe leading to something that might be interesting enough to warrant attention. While he was certain he didn't have close to all the answers he needed, he was slowly starting to work things out. After all, he'd brought a good team down with him. Each of them had been quick to figure out some piece of the puzzle, giving him enough to start painting a larger picture. That Zorro Green ship hadn't been up to anything more nefarious than being the unluckiest motherfuckers on the planet. They'd struck oil all right, proverbially speaking anyway. It just hadn't been the type they'd been looking for. Go figure that they'd done so right next to the lair of a real-life sea monster. Had that not happened, the situation might have been containable, even salvageable. But the chips had fallen where they had. There was no changing that. Just as there was no way of keeping this under wraps long enough for his superiors to take proper advantage. Much as he wanted to believe Derek was wrong about things now being even worse on the outside, his instincts told him otherwise. Sadly, with one plane already down and God knows what else going on, this situation was bound to draw attention. The last thing they needed were Russian frigates crawling all over the place, poking around for salvage rights. The location alone put the United States' interests in a precarious position. It was partly why Jacob had packed his special bag of tricks. Though he'd had no idea what they'd discover down here, he'd made it a point to come prepared as best he could, at least without drawing undue attention. The truth was, much as he'd wanted to see her again, this operation would have been a lot simpler had Nora not shown up. He knew Derek. The man was one of the best he'd ever worked with, but he stayed out of politics. Had Jacob pulled rank and convinced him this operation was now outside his team's jurisdiction, he doubted his friend would have argued much. They were here for a big fish, not this craziness. At least he'd caught a bit of a break with the Guerrero woman's death. She'd been the wild card in this. They had enough leverage to lean on both Reed and that photographer. If either of them were stupid enough to talk, they'd be lucky to find jobs as cabana boys going forward. Zorro Green wasn't going to be so easy to intimidate, though. But now that problem had seemingly solved itself. That left two major loose ends to deal with. The first was that creature outside, but he hoped that by taking care of the second issue that maybe it would go back to whatever it had been doing before this shit started. The challenge now, he considered, was finding the proper place to plant the bricks of C4 in his backpack, and then making it out before sending this ship back to whatever hell it had come from. Derek had long ago opted for career over family. Hell, he hadn't even had a pet since rehoming his beloved cockatoo Maurice, back when it became obvious his schedule was going to be too erratic to properly care for the bird. Yet, right at that moment, he felt like a proud papa. He was still worried about Danny, there was no doubt about that, but the fact that she'd stood up for herself, laying it out straight to his face, secretly delighted him. From the moment they'd met, he'd seen her potential. She was smart, brave, and cool under fire, all necessary virtues for a good agent. She also cared about others, making her an ideal choice for what his team stood for. Though he hadn't made it official, he already considered her the team's second in command. Yeah, Mitch technically had far more superiority, but he knew his friend. The man was a force of nature in the lab, but he was happy to cede authority while on a hunt. A small part of him still hoped Danny might choose a less dangerous career path, but the rest of him would have been happy to see her take over as team leader one day. He had no doubt she'd make him proud. But that was for another time and place, hopefully a long ways off. Derek still had plenty of adventure left in him. So long as he felt a sense of wonder and satisfaction at his job, he planned to keep forging ahead. Of course, that all assumed he didn't end up being fired the second they got back to shore. If that happened, well, maybe he'd try to channel his minor celebrity status towards something positive, like a charity aimed at conservation. That would be nice, although a lot depended on how quickly he'd end up bored out of his skull. One thing was for certain, though. He wasn't bored at that moment. Quite the opposite, actually. After all, how often did even a cryptozoologist get to explore something built by hands not of this earth? Crazy as it was, little by little he was beginning to become more comfortable with that explanation. What he wasn't comfortable with, though, was the eerie silence. Derek didn't actually expect to find anything alive on this vessel, but so far everything they'd seen had been mostly devoid of, well, just about anything. That alone struck him as odd. Though he doubted he'd find anything recognizable by human terms, there should have been some signs of habitation aboard to tell him whether... A sharp hissing sound caught his attention, causing Derek to stop and listen. He was wondering what it might be when a portion of the wall next to him retracted in much the same way the other doorways they'd found had. Another room. Now to hope this one isn't as... Those thoughts fled as his eyes opened wide. It was like Providence had heard his complaints and decided an answer was called for, one in the shape of a room not nearly as empty as the rest had been. Chapter 40. Danny wasn't sure if she was going insane, or if maybe the strange energies of this place were finally starting to affect her. Hugging the wall and adopting a shooter's stance, she crept forward toward the source of the sounds. The closer she became, the more she was convinced she was not only hearing human voices, but they were speaking English too, and they seemed to be coming from the junction right up ahead. The walls of this place weren't great for carrying sound, but she guessed it to be two males conversing in low tones. Maybe Star Trek had been right after all, and alien life was nothing more than people with ridged foreheads who all spoke the same language. Whatever the case, she intended to get answers. Danny inched along toward the junction until a section of wall unexpectedly opened next to her. Son of a... It didn't make much noise, just a quick whoosh as the metal plates retracted, but it was enough. The voices immediately quieted, as if listening, assuming they hadn't merely been in her head to begin with. A part of her was certain she'd round the corner and find nothing. her mind playing tricks on her like this was something out of that horror movie her brother had made her watch once, the one with Lawrence Fishburne and Sam Neill. Not exactly a comforting thought. Of course, ghosts were ultimately less a problem than actual physical threats, so until the walls started bleeding, she intended to handle this as she'd been trained to. "Go on," she told herself. "And if whatever's there has more than one head, shoot them both." She crept to the corner, holding her breath and keeping as quiet as possible. Then, in a flash of movement, she sprung. Sadly, she wasn't the only one. So much for ghosts, she thought, as a figure slid around the corner of the junction, likewise holding a weapon. Less than a split second later, though, Danny found herself far less willing to dismiss the supernatural. Her eyes opened wide as she considered the very real possibility that her mind had finally unraveled. There were two men in front of her, both armed. The first she recognized immediately as her team's medic, Mitchell. How the hell did he get down here? However, all hope of a rational answer fled as she took in the other face, one she still saw in her dreams, but had never dared hope she would ever see again in person. Harrison? Stay focused and do your job. There are scientists out there who would sell their own mothers for a chance to study a specimen like this. Lonzo considered himself a man of science. Becoming a researcher had been his passion ever since childhood. It had been a dream his family, most of them humble fishermen, had come together to make happen. He'd been the first in his family to earn a Ph.D., devoting his life to the pursuit of science. It had been everything he'd ever hoped for. Yet here now, confronted with not one, but possibly two of the greatest scientific discoveries of his time, he found it hard to focus. Things had spiraled out of control so quickly. This was supposed to have been nothing more than a quick fact-finding mission. Now, less than a day later, he was stranded at the bottom of the ocean, examining a tentacle fragment that alone rivaled the largest colossal squid ever found. Had they been back at the Institute, he would have likely set alarms to remind himself to eat, sleep, and shower. Here, though, in this undersea madhouse, one that was likely to become their tomb, it was hard to be excited by the find of the century. Part of it was the company. Lonzo liked science, but he wasn't lacking in common sense. He was well aware that the only reason Nora Caseman had stayed behind was to keep an eye on him. The others no doubt feared he'd try to do something stupid. It was an insult of the highest order, yet at the same time it was hard to blame them for their concern. His conduct so far had been lacking. He couldn't help it, though. He was terrified beyond anything he ever thought possible, especially since he'd expected his week to involve little more than updating the Institute's current model on coral reef decay. "Need a hand, Dr. Reed?" Nora asked, sounding bored. "No, thank you. I have this," he replied, albeit there wasn't much to have. All of his equipment was up at the surface. The best he was able to do was take measurements and try to estimate the full size of the animal. Other than that, there wasn't much he could do, other than maybe seeing if there was a hacksaw in the toolkit so he could preserve part of the specimen for the trip back home. Assuming there is a way back. Lonzo was trying desperately to shake that thought from his mind, the very real possibility that he might never see his family again, when the lighting in the room abruptly changed. First it dimmed, as it had done before, causing him to pause in his examination. But then, rather than go back to normal, the walls lit up bright green, similar to the hue they'd been when they'd first approached this vessel. "Derek, Jacob, do you copy?" Noah said into her radio, her voice maddeningly calm. "I think we may have a situation here." There came a garbled response, barely intelligible. Just then, the green light began to flicker. Lonzo suddenly felt much lighter on his feet than he should have, his stomach doing flip-flops at the weight change. "Found something, Nora," Jenner's voice squawked from the radio, the static clearing enough to be understood. "You need to see this." The walls stopped glowing that eerie green color, returning to their normal hue just as Nora tried hailing him back.
Come again? What do I need to see?" The response was nothing but more static. In the next moment, however, the radio seemed like the least of their worries as sections of the walls began to shift and move. To the right of where the door had opened, a platform slid out about 3 feet off the ground, continuing to expand until it was roughly 4 feet deep. More sections slid out on the wall adjacent it at varying heights and depths, running the length of the room. "What's it doing?" Lonzo asked, watching the room seemingly reconfigure itself at will. "I wish I knew." Unlike the walls themselves, the tops of the various surfaces were unlit, a stark contrast now that he could see it. On one of the sections, a pedestal roughly 4 feet high, the top retracted into itself, revealing a hexagonal-shaped hole. Lonzo, curious despite his terror, stepped forward to investigate, noticing something appeared to be rising out of it. "Careful, Doctor." "Believe me, Agent Caseman, I have no intention of being anything but." What was pushed out, though, seemed somewhat less than a threat. A harmless lump of greenish-brown vegetation, almost as if the device were some sort of advanced dumbwaiter. "Why don't I have a good feeling about this?" Nora remarked. Lonzo, however, actually grinned as he took a closer look, breaking out into the first bit of real laughter he'd had since they'd descended into this nightmare. "Something funny, Doctor?" "Yes, the fact that my first instinct was to assume this to be some kind of threat, when I believe it's the exact opposite." "Care to clue me in? Now's not the time to play coy." He nodded. "If I'm not mistaken, this is just seaweed. In fact, I'm fairly certain it's a variant common to these waters." "Seaweed?" "Yes, it's quite popular in salads." "And?" "That's it, unless you count snagging the lines of fishermen." She stepped over and looked down at it. "And do you have any idea why this room suddenly decided to hand us a pile?" "Maybe," he shrugged. "Although I don't think I'm in much position to speculate." "Take a guess. Nobody will hold you to it." "Very well. There's only one conclusion that comes to mind, as absurd as it may sound." "And that is?" "I think we were just served dinner." Though the media liked to dismiss him as nothing more than a crank, Derek had once been an accomplished zoologist, at least before life had taken a left turn and led him to become the crypto hunter. There was no doubt some of his skills were rusty, as research had oftentimes taken a back seat to other aspects of the job. The upside, however, was being one of the world's foremost authorities on extant megafauna. Hell, one of the only authorities on the subject. As such, Derek's depth of knowledge might not have been as deep as others, but his breadth more than made up for it. Regardless, he found himself absolutely flabbergasted by the skeletal remains littering the floor in front of him. Derek didn't fool himself into thinking he could positively identify every creature on Earth by its remains, but there were some rules that all vertebrates followed, first and foremost being that they tended to only have one spine, unlike whatever he was looking at. It was like something one might expect to find at a turn-of-the-century sideshow. Too bad there was no P.T. Barnum in sight to charge him a nickel. He continued to stare slack-jawed at the find. To say that he'd finally found something interesting was the understatement of the century. The quick hiss of air, followed by a delay before the door opened, should have clued him in that something about this place was different. The others hadn't done anything like... The radio clipped to his belt suddenly blared to life, forcing him to push his awe to the side for a moment. "Derek, Jacob, do you cock—" The rest of the message was too garbled to understand. "You always did have impeccable timing," he replied into the receiver, hoping his message got through. Before he could say more, though, the lights began to flicker, giving the macabre scene before him a nightmarish quality. A few of the bones in front of him toppled over, causing him to cry out in surprise. "It's just the change in gravity," Derek told himself. "Don't freak out, at least more than you already are." Then, remembering what they'd discussed earlier, he raised the radio to his lips again, hoping it worked now.
I found something, Nora. I'm not sure what, but you definitely need to see this. Over.
As he finished, the lighting stopped flickering, and he felt his feet settle firmly onto the floor. Not surprisingly, the response he got from the radio was once again little more than static. Despite everything, a strange excitement began to take over, the researcher in him coming to the forefront. Much as he considered little green men to be outside his area of expertise, the impossible was staring him in the face. It was perhaps an opportunity unequaled by any in history. But where to start? The only thing he was certain of was that these remains were old. The air was free from any smell of decay, and the bones themselves were fully calcified, if that term even applied. Hopefully that also meant any contagions these things might have carried were also long dead. Although Derek was fully aware that the normal rules of biology had likely been tossed out the window the moment they'd stepped from the sub. Sadly, he was also aware that he couldn't spare this room much time, as, fascinating as it was, nothing here appeared to be a solution for any of their problems. Still, a few minutes probably wouldn't hurt. He once again spoke into the radio.
I don't know if you can hear this or not, Nora, but I'm going to document it anyway, as I think saying it out loud is the only way I can keep from losing my mind.
Derek moved further into the room and continued speaking.
There appear to be the remains of 3 individuals, though it's impossible to determine exact details based on the advanced state of decay. I estimate them to be between 4 and 6 feet in length, and crazy as this may sound, their method of locomotion seems to have been tripedal. The first individual appears to have died leaning up against the far wall, while its nearest fellow is...
Danny leveled her gun at the thing/hallucination/robot that was wearing her dead brother's face. Whatever was down here playing with her mind had gotten it right enough to be recognizable, but had messed up some of the details. Harrison's hair had been a shade lighter than this imposter's, and he'd always worn it shorter. Most telling was the scar which snaked down the left side of this faker's face, from his lower cheek down his neck and disappearing into his shirt.
"Drop it," she warned. "I don't know what the fuck you are," he replied, "but you've got a lot of fucking nerve. Understand that I will not hesitate to put a bullet in you if you don't drop the act." "If I don't drop the act?" She tightened her grip on the weapon. "Nice try, whatever you are. That's not even a real handgun. Everyone knows Glocks don't have safeties." "Since when?" "Am I the only one here who thinks this is getting really fucking weird?" the fake Mitchell asked, raising his hands. "Nice try," she said to him, not taking her eyes off the bastard wearing her brother's face. "But you're not real. Mitch is up on the ship." No," the faux medic countered. "Frank and Allison stayed with the ship. Seriously?" the Harrison thing snapped. "Why don't you just tell her our weapon capabilities and social security numbers while you're at it? It probably doesn't even know what a social security number is." "Of course I know what that is," Danny growled. "Don't play head games with me. We don't mean you any harm, but I am warning you. If you don't drop the act, I will open fire. My brother's dead. He died 1.5 years ago at Bonanza Creek when—" "Wrong. That's where Daniela died, something you probably already know if you scanned my mind for her face." The faker gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing dangerously. "So once again, I'm warning you." "Guess you're the one with the faulty brain scan. Harrison never called me Daniela. He called me—"
"Danny."
"Okay, everyone calm down for a second."
The Mitchell look-alike took a slow step forward. He put a hand atop the barrel of Harrison's gun and gently pushed it down.
"What the hell are you doing?"
"Trying to make sense of the nonsensical." He then turned toward Danny.
"Please don't shoot or melt our faces, but I can assure you we come in peace."
Danny backed up a step, making sure she was outside their reach, then took her finger off the trigger.
"Okay, that's good. Save the shooting for the angry squatches, I always say. But I'm afraid my friend here is right. The girl whose face you're impersonating died some time ago."
You didn't even get her hair right, Harrison snapped. I cut it after Bonanza Creek, moron, she replied. It was easier to work in the woods this way. You never left Bonanza Creek. She was sorely tempted to shoot them both. If this was some kind of crazed way of pushing her sanity to the brink, well, kudos to whoever was bastard enough to think of it. Wrong. You fell trying to save me and Derek. Allie died that day too, and you know damned well Frank was killed by those bastards in New Jersey. Huh, Mitchell replied with a bemused huff. He's not going to be happy to hear that. Close but no cigar, Harrison said, ignoring the fake medic. Frank's got some nerve damage in his left arm, but he's otherwise fit as a fiddle. As for Allie, well, I'm pretty sure I'd know if my fiancé was a zombie. Fiancé? When the hell did that happen? After Derek recruited them, obviously, Mitchell said, the freer talking of the two, almost like the real one. Or Harrison, anyway. She sorta tagged along, and, well, it wasn't long before they were sharing a tent. Harrison gave him some serious side-eye, finally holstering his weapon. Do you mind? Just filling in the blanks for contextual purposes. This is insane. Danny backed up another step, lowering her gun to her side. It was like she was peering into some twisted mirror. She could almost fathom alien technology scanning her mind and pulling both Harrison and Frank out of her subconscious. Neither were far from her thoughts as of late. But Allison? Allison Chan had been her friend, roommate, and romantic rival, if she was being entirely honest, at South Dakota State, where they'd both vied for the attention of a boy who, in the end, hadn't been worth the effort. Danny wasn't exactly proud of it, but the truth was it had been some time since she'd thought of Allie, or the others who'd lost their lives that day, the memory of Bonanza Creek simply too painful to relive. So then, why her? Why not Rob, her brother's roommate, or Greg, or, God forbid, even Phil? An uncomfortable feeling began to settle in the pit of Danny's stomach, even as the lights flickered and her legs suddenly felt like they were made of lead. Ah, crap, Mitchell said. Gravity's shitting the bed again. Forget about that, Harrison replied. We need to phone this in. Yeah, good point. He unclipped the walkie-talkie from his side and showed it to her. This is called a radio. It's not a weapon. It's something we use to... I know what the fuck a radio is. Relax, just checking. He lifted it to his lips. Mitch to Nora, come in. We've got a bit of a situation here, over. What kind of situation? Nora's voice replied, or at least something that sounded like her. The Night of the Living Dead kind, Mitchell replied. A moment later, however, the radio crackled to life again. Who the hell is on this channel? It, too, sounded like Nora, but the inflection was different, more suspicious. Derek, did you catch that, over? The two, whatever they were, both glanced at the radio and then at each other, just as the lights stopped flickering and gravity returned to normal. Derek's still on the boat, Harrison said, looking confused. Survey says, Danny made a buzzing sound with her lips. He's a few hallways over, back that way. All I have to do is scream or shoot. Likely story. Harrison inclined his head toward the fake Mitchell. We should take this thing back to the sub. Maybe you can dissect it and figure out what it is. Ixnay that idea. I'm still trying to process why there were two Noras on the squawk box. After a moment, though, his eyes opened wide. Oh, God. What is it? Danny and Harrison both replied. The medic glanced between them both for a moment. That's not going to stop being weird anytime soon. What's wrong? Harrison asked. Are you okay? Did this thing do something to... Don't call me a thing, Danny snapped. The fake Mitchell nodded. Yeah, maybe don't do that. Harrison narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? The medic looked between them for a moment, finally focusing on Harrison.
I'm about to postulate something that probably won't sound sane, and I need you to keep an open mind." He then glanced toward Danny. "You too." "I'm standing here in what is, in all likelihood, an alien spacecraft talking to my dead sister. Pretty sure we left sane behind a couple hours ago." "What he said," Danny added. "Okay, so ever since this mission started, we've been wondering exactly what's been going on," Mitchell replied. "We know electronics work like shit, gravity is messed up, and even time seems to be screwy. Well, what if that's just the tip of the iceberg?" A part of Danny screamed that she should open fire, that these two must be some kind of trick meant to cause her to drop her guard, but she realized that same part was also terrified about what he was about to say next because of what it might mean. "How so?" "We know space travel is a bitch," he continued, "because even if you could somehow travel at the speed of light, it would still take years to get anywhere meaningful. But that's where quantum mechanics steps in and says that science fiction might not be so fictional after all. The trick isn't going faster so much as creating shortcuts from point A to point B." "Wormholes," Harrison said. "Exactly. The thing is, wormholes have the potential to go far beyond just getting to Alpha Centauri before lunch, stuff we don't even begin to understand yet. And some of the theories out there postulate they could also potentially be doorways to a parallel universe, one in which, say, Danny Kent survived instead of you. Or," he continued, turning toward her, "in your case, the exact opposite." Chapter 41. Julie had thought their earlier battle was likely to cause her to wake up in a cold sweat for a long time to come. She now realized it was a pleasant daydream compared to the monster currently attempting to drag them under and doing a hell of a job of it. Automatic and semi-automatic gunfire erupted from all around. Hell, it would have been coming from her too, but she'd already emptied one magazine and was in the process of reloading. They might as well have been throwing paper airplanes at it, though, for all the good it seemed to do. Even the 50s appeared to be little more than gnat stings to the beast, drawing lines of bluish blood, but seeming to do little to stop it. It was like something out of a bad movie. The bow of the ship was currently ablaze, along with one of the octopus's tentacles, looking like little more than a burnt tree branch at this point. Unfortunately, the damage had been done, despite a small crew desperately working to put out the fire even as their fellows battled the creature. Sadly, this monster had far more than one tentacle to call upon. The bulk of the beast had surfaced on the port side, a small mountain of flesh rising out of the ocean, made nightmarish by the freak lightning that continued to arc above them. Though it was hard to tell in the chaos, she estimated it to be nearly as long as the cutter itself, maybe even longer. Every which way she turned, there were tentacles reaching and grasping, each of them covered in suckers the size of her head or larger. Thankfully, the bridge had been evacuated just in time, right before being crushed like a house of cards, even if that left them quite literally up shit creek without a paddle. That was a problem for later, though. Julie was currently fighting with a 4-person team, 2 firing on the creature while 2 reloaded. They were trying to dislodge a tentacle that had come up from beneath them on the starboard side and snaked its way around one of the upper deck support struts. Julie had just finished reloading when one of their fighters, a man by the name of Cortez, was ordered elsewhere. "Keep it busy. They need me up front." Good luck, Julie thought as he took off. She lined up her shot, staying low as the boat lurched from side to side and then began to fire off rounds, hoping against hope to find a weak spot. Although it could have simply been a trick of the light or the stress of battle, already the water line seemed to be much closer than it should have been. The smaller Kraken, because what the fuck else was she going to call these things, had been a joke, comparatively speaking. She had no problem envisioning this new beast dragging that Zero Green ship below the waves, a fate it currently seemed likely they'd share if they couldn't fight it off. She wasn't sure how long they could keep it up, though. Already screams filled the air. They'd rise in pitch, then abruptly be cut off, only to start again elsewhere. "Watch out!" Simmons, another of the defenders, cried at her. Lightning flashed high overhead, yet Julie was still left in shadows as the bolt lit up the air above them. "What the hell?" She turned to see another impossibly long tentacle reaching up from the sea, easily as thick as a tree trunk. In the next second, it descended toward her like the fist of an angry giant. "Move!" Simmons yelled, plowing into Julie and shoving her out of the way. Sadly, she was a bit too slow. The titanic appendage crashed down onto the hapless agent with enough force to bend the deck plates beneath them. Julie screamed as she landed on her side, her left leg partially caught beneath Simmons as the poor woman's body was crushed to pulp. Pain exploded up through her leg as she felt her tibia snap like a matchstick. As agonizing as that was, it was the splash of warmth across her face that horrified her far more. Forcing herself to look, she found Simmons's lifeless body staring sightlessly toward her, the poor woman's eyes bulging from their sockets due to the pressure that had snuffed her life out. There was no time, sadly, to mourn the loss of this brave woman, as the next instant brought with it more searing agony. The tentacle pulled free of the deck, relieving the pressure from Julie's leg enough for her nerves to fully fire, sending a shockwave of pain up her body. Simmons was yanked away, caught on the creature's sucker teeth. For a split second she hung in the air like some ancient sea curse brought to life, before the beast dragged its tentacle back into the sea, taking its gruesome prize with it and leaving Julie lying in its wake, desperately trying to hold on to consciousness. It was as if the battle had been raging for hours, although Andrea knew only minutes had passed since she and her people had been forced to abandon the bridge. It wasn't her first time in a firefight, but it was her first time against an enemy that couldn't fire back, yet somehow maintained every advantage. From her vantage point just behind the smashed remains of the bridge, she'd already seen at least 5 of her team dragged overboard by that thing, all of them good agents. Once again, lightning flashed, momentarily illuminating the great beast, its alien eyes seeming to stare at her like some Lovecraftian nightmare. Next to her, Mitchell worked to patch up Agent Corey. He normally assisted down in engineering, but had gotten slammed into a support strut as he battled alongside them. As much as she needed people down below to ensure the pumps kept working, there was little doubt this was an all-hands emergency. Too bad the octopus had arms to spare. Its size and strength were incredible. They were fighting just the one foe, yet somehow it still felt like they were badly outnumbered. She had no doubts whatsoever that this was the creature responsible for the Tortuga's demise. The only question now was whether they'd share its fate. "You'll be fine," the medic told Corey. "Minor contusions and maybe a bruised rib." "Get that man below deck," Andrea ordered. I'm not sure that's such a good idea," Mitchell countered. "I'm not saying for sure that thing's gonna sink us, but if it decides to put in the old college try, the lower decks are probably the last place you want the injured." Damn it all. He was right. If this beast got the better of them, something which was looking likelier by the minute, then sending her people below could be a death sentence. The problem was, it wasn't much better up there. Hell, there was likely no place aboard that could be called safe at the moment, especially as the groan of tortured metal was almost as loud as the peal of weapons fire. "Any sign of the Rogers Wildew?" she called to Agent Lynn, who normally acted as a sniper for their team, but was currently helping to direct the offensive. "Negative." What the fuck had happened to the other ship? Though she didn't fool herself that they could pull off the same gambit twice, using the research vessel as a diversion could have bought them some much-needed time to regroup. They still had the Sun Angel, but she doubted it would be effective, the Wildew's engines being far more powerful. The mystery of its theft would have to wait, though. She needed a workable strategy now, one that didn't rely on hoping for a last-minute save. Andrea glanced at the medic and considered her options. She wasn't normally a petty person, but she had to admit her feathers had been ruffled when the other agent Caseman had asserted authority over this operation. Once the submersible had descended, she hadn't been shy about reminding the others who was in charge. The thing was, she and her people were trained to deal with monsters of a whole other kind, the type a bullet would dissuade. Whenever they had to deal with animals, it was usually more of the guard dog variety. A monster the size of a destroyer, on the other hand, was so far out of their league that she could barely fathom the idea even as they fought it. However, the same wasn't necessarily true of Harkness and his teammate, wherever she'd gotten off to in the chaos. She motioned to Lynn. "Go get Patel. I want the wounded moved to the helipad as well as enough launches to hold them. Bring Corey with you and keep that space secure for as long as you can." "On it." Lynn helped the other agent to his feet, and they began to make their way toward the stern, perhaps the only area of the ship still under their control, especially with the bow now a hell of smoke and burning metal. Andrea then turned to Mitchell and took a deep breath. "I need your help." "You got it." "No, I mean really need your help. How do we beat this thing?" Briefcase nuke, maybe?" "Oh, shit!" Both of them ducked for cover as a tentacle rose from the sea in front of them, the tip of it missing but the rest still massive in size. It began to snake its way up the side of the ship toward the conning tower. "I'm serious," Andrea snapped. "And you think I'm not?" He shook his head. "Sorry, force of habit. I tend to ramble whenever I'm fighting things capable of tearing me into bite-sized chunks." She was only partly listening, though, her attention focused elsewhere. If that tentacle managed to get a solid hold on the conning tower, that could very well give it the leverage it needed to capsize them. "Take out that arm!" she cried, raising her own weapon. The base of the tentacle was nearly the width of a car, an easy shot. Too bad their weapons seemed to barely annoy the beast. "Still preferable to going quietly into the void." "No!" Mitchell shouted. "What do you mean, no? If that thing wraps around—" "I know how it works. I mean, ignore the arm. We're not going to do dick against it with what we have." "Please tell me you have a better idea then." "Maybe." She gestured for him to hurry it along. "Okay, we need flares and any spotlights we have. The fact that we're dealing with something this big that nobody's seen before tells me it's a deep-sea animal. If so, we might be able to disorient it with enough light." "And then what?" "We put everything we have right between its eyes." "And that'll kill it?" "Or at least give it a splitting headache. Octopus anatomy," he said, pointing to his own forehead. "Their brains are located right here, up front and center. Small arms probably aren't going to puncture its skin far enough, but if we point the 50s there and hit it with everything we've got—" She didn't wait for him to finish, already barking orders to her people even as the ship began to list even more from the creature's hold on the tower. It wasn't much, but it was hope, and right then even the smallest spark was like a shining beacon in this madness, so much that she barely realized it when she blurted out, "If this works, I owe you dinner when we get back to shore." Mitchell blinked at her a few times, obviously caught off guard as the men scrambled around them to carry out her orders. But then he nodded. "It's a date. Just don't be surprised when I recommend anything but seafood." Carrie screamed as the lightning lit up the deck, illuminating the face of the dead agent, his unseeing eyes open and staring, as if aware of what had been done to him. After another moment, he took a deep breath and tried to laugh it off, looking around even though no one else was there. Despite the watery isolation, it felt like he was being watched, but that was probably nothing more than the strange weather overhead, the lightning bright enough so that, if he squinted, he could still make out the silhouette of the other ship in the distance. Or at least he thought he did. It could have simply been his eyes playing tricks on him. That brought with it a new surge of paranoia. He'd made it a point to get away as quickly as possible. But what if he hadn't been fast enough? What if they were giving chase? Carrie was fairly sure the old trawler could outrun the much larger vessel, but he was far outside his expertise on this one, for more than one reason. Case in point, the body he was trying to dispose of. It was stupid. He should have waited until he was further away, but he couldn't stand it any longer. Carrie wasn't a superstitious man, but every time the lightning flashed, revealing the swirling clouds overhead, he found himself spinning in the pilot's seat, expecting to discover the man had been playing possum. Finally, he'd had enough, stopping the boat so as to dump the body. Now, with it hanging off the edge of the deck waiting for one last push, he wondered if maybe he should find something to weigh it down with first. Though the chances of it being spotted in the dark were slim, Carrie knew how his luck had been as of late, and, looking at the body, there would be no doubt of what had happened. The man had quite clearly been murdered. It was self-defense. But even as Carrie tried to convince himself of that, he knew he had no way of proving it if they caught him. Indecision caused him to hesitate just as faint popping sounds caught his ear from off in the distance. He turned his head in the direction where he'd last spied the other ship, certain he could see tiny pinpricks of light flaring up in the distance. Again he heard the popping noises, just barely audible above the sound of the idling engines. Were they firing at him? Carrie instinctively ducked, despite there being no evidence he was being targeted. He'd been running with nothing more than the lights from the instrument panel, but apparently that hadn't been good enough. There was no time to lose, but he realized it was now more imperative than ever to make sure the body was never found. That was no guarantee they wouldn't immediately execute him anyway, but he needed to stack the deck in his favor any way he could. Leaving the corpse dangling over the railing, he raced below deck, hoping to find a spare anchor or something else heavy enough to ensure the man, whatever his name had been, was never found. Sadly, in his haste, he forgot that the reason he'd been able to slip onto the vessel in the first place was because he'd helped unload it. He hadn't realized at the time just how thorough of a job they'd done. Pretty much the only items of substance left were the cushions on the chairs and a few empty glass beakers on a shelf. He was about to try his luck deeper in the hold, hoping maybe something had been left in one of the storage compartments, but then he remembered the winch at the back of the boat. Maybe there was some spare cable he could use. Carrie headed back up, hurrying so as not to waste more time than he already had. However, halfway to the crane, he stopped dead in his tracks, noticing something amiss. Where the fuck is the body? Carrie's paranoia switched into overdrive as he began searching for signs of movement from the shadows around him. Unsurprisingly, he saw nothing except the gentle swell of the sea around him, as well as the occasional flash of, "There!" The lightning illuminated something floating in the water about 20 feet away. All at once, Carrie felt like a fool, one who deserved whatever fate had in store for him. Not only had he squandered his time, but it had been for nothing, as the damned body had simply fallen overboard, likely a result of nothing more than the rocking of the boat. It was too far away now. Using the lightning to find it was a hit-and-miss proposition at best, and he didn't want to risk turning on the boat's exterior lights, assuming he could even figure out how to. And it's not like the lack of a corpse would exonerate him if they caught him now, there still being a thick trail of blood leading from the cabin across the deck. He'd need to clean that up, but first he had to put some more distance between him and the other ship. If they were firing wildly into the night, hoping to hit him, he wanted to be certain they were nowhere in sight before stopping again to clean up the evidence. As for the dead man, well, Carrie could only hope, as he hopped back into the captain's chair, that the sea claimed him as its own. He set the throttle to full and once more sped off into the night, hoping that when next he stopped, it would be to better fortunes. Chapter 42. Danny backed away, shaking her head. She didn't want to believe what this man, this doppelganger, had just told her, didn't dare to believe it. It was absolutely batshit insane. The thing was, could she truly claim it was crazier than anything else that sprung to mind? She was well aware that high EMF was known to cause hallucinations, and from the readings she'd seen earlier, that probably couldn't be ruled out. Hell, if they all came out of this without brain damage, it would be a miracle. The two men in front of her, however, seemed pretty damned solid to be nothing more than delusions. Her other thought, that these were aliens in disguise, well, that wasn't much saner than Mitchell's theory, considering how long this ship had likely been at the bottom of the ocean. She supposed suspended animation could be a thing, but then why impersonate her dead brother when they could have easily appeared as one of her other teammates already down here? "Occam's razor, guys," Mitchell said. "Unless, that is, anyone thinks shape-shifting robots makes more sense. If so, then please let me state for the record that my name isn't John Connor." Danny barely heard him, hope warring inside her mind with the realization she'd be utterly crushed if this turned out to be some sort of trick. But then the reptilian part of her brain, the part that had somehow given her the strength to survive the Lesterfields, spoke up, telling her she wouldn't be the only victim if this was nothing more than a deception. She blinked back the tears threatening to fall and steeled her voice. When I arrived for our trip before Bonanza Creek, what's the first thing I said to you? Harrison narrowed his eyes. That was a long time ago, but I remember every moment of that goddamned weekend like it was yesterday. You told me you were glad to see your favorite brother, and I reminded you that I was your only brother. Danny's breath caught in her throat. Oh my God. My turn. That guy you brought with you, Wildfeather. I'll stop you right there, she replied, forcing her voice to remain calm. His real name was Phil. You ended up decking him after he freaked out. They found his body in Paula's room, naked, but they kept that information from her and Rob's parents, Harrison finished, his mouth dropping open. And, just for the record, that's not the only reason I punched him. Didn't like how he was gaslighting my little sister. He grinned at her, and that's what did her in, because it was his smile. That easygoing smirk he always seemed to wear, even during the worst of times. Hell, he'd even had it at Bonanza Creek when everything had gone to hell, as if to tell her it was going to be all right. He'd been wrong that day, but right then, all of that seemed so unimportant. On some level, Danny understood, assuming Mitchell was correct, that this wasn't her Harrison. But did that really even matter? If what she was hearing was true, then there was a world out there where he'd survived that awful night. An awkward but not entirely awful silence descended in the hallway until Mitch finally said, I'm going to scout down this way a bit, give you guys a few minutes to decide if you still want to kill each other or not. He started walking away, but then Danny called out, If you see any electrical tape on the walls, that's from my team. Electrical tape? He pulled out a roll of silver duct tape. I see I'm dealing with a universe of heathens here. She turned back toward Harrison. He's taking this well. It's Mitch. If the world blew up around him, he'd spend his last few seconds collecting soil samples, all while talking smack to whoever's in charge. Harrison smiled in return. I see your Mitch is alive and well. Yeah, he's topside. Derek wanted someone up there to monitor all the weirdness and maybe figure out what to do about it. Makes sense. That's why ours insisted on coming down. We have a local scientist up top helping out with that stuff. Reed? No, his name's Anderson. Danny nodded, her heart thumping in her chest even as she tried to play it cool. Okay, so I guess there's some differences. That kinda makes sense in a butterfly effect sort of way. I'm sorry I almost shot you. That's okay. I would have shot you first anyway. Think so? I know so. More silence. Then the lights began to blink again. In that same instant, Danny felt light on her feet, albeit she wasn't entirely sure it was the gravity. I missed you, Danny. That did it. Whatever dam had been inside her burst. At those 4 simple words, tears began to stream from her eyes, a few of them floating in the air in front of her, something that would have amazed her at any other time. She launched herself forward, seeming to cross the distance between them in one step as she threw her arms around her brother and buried her face in his shoulder. I thought I would never see you again. Same here, he choked back. Who would have ever thought a giant octopus would be responsible for a miracle? The more occupied rooms Derek found, the less he liked the things he saw, and he saw many strange things. There was a disturbing uniformity to it all, most of the chambers identical to the one they'd docked in. By the third, he began to detect a pattern. If a door opened immediately, the room would be empty. If there was a hiss of sound, it would be less empty. What the hiss meant, he wasn't sure, only that it seemed to herald a scene designed to rattle his sanity. He couldn't even claim to be discovering new life forms. Such a thing would imply that he found anything alive, which wasn't the case. Skeletonized bodies were all that were left, except in one instance where the word skeleton was being generous, the remains there being more akin to vulcanized rubber than anything else. Now, in the fourth such room he'd found since breaking off from Danny, he stopped to consider things. Whatever the creatures here had been, they were, so far anyway, the closest analogies to Earth-based life forms. Bipedal and roughly the size of large cows, minus their long tails and oddly shaped skulls. The skeletons were intact, like all the others had been. Whatever these things had died from, it didn't appear to have been violent. Derek didn't care to speculate, but his instincts told him they likely hadn't died when this ship crashed, assuming it even had crashed. What was curious was that the decomposition process appeared to have occurred naturally. The bones were stripped clean, not mummified, which he would have expected had this been an airless space. Unless that means this place has had power and atmosphere this entire time. That was probably more a question for the top minds on Earth, but he found it curious nevertheless. Aside from the skeletons, the room itself appeared clean, with no dust, debris, or old droppings in sight. He supposed it was possible that these creatures had all starved to death, but what Nora had told him when last he'd checked in seemed to cast that in doubt. "I guess if we end up trapped here, we should get used to seaweed salads." Sadly, there was no way of telling if these creatures had been intelligent or not. The best he could conclude was that they were all vastly different species, perhaps with vastly different origins if the strange rubbery remains in the previous room were any indication. Derek turned to leave just as the lights flickered again and gravity began its weird flip-flop. It reminded him it had been a while since he'd last checked in. He unclipped the radio from his belt and lifted it up. "Nora, this is Derek. Come in." No sound met his entreaties. Worrisome for a moment, but then he glanced at the radio and shook his head. In his haste to put it away last time, after making his first discovery, he must have accidentally turned the volume down. He quickly took care of that and was about to apologize in case she'd been trying to reach him when her voice squawked out from the radio. "For the last time, who is this and what have you done with Dr. Jenner?" Done with? That was odd. Derek was about to speak, but then Nora replied again. "Dr. Jenner isn't on this mission, which you would know if you weren't a fake. This is your last warning. Identify yourself or we will be forced to conclude you have hostile intent." He stared at the radio for several seconds, wondering if perhaps the air down here was more toxic than they'd originally assumed. "Nora, are you okay?" "How the hell are you on this line?" she replied. "Please tell me you found some way to punch through the interference, because otherwise—" "Don't listen to her," Nora interrupted, speaking over herself. "We need to assume there's something strange going on down here and that we can't trust our—" "All right, enough of this shit," a third voice cut in, equally as familiar, yet impossible all the same way down here. "Mitch?" "Yeah, it's me, man," the voice of his friend replied. "But I'm not your Mitch, not that you could ever afford me." "What?" "Sorry, force of habit. What I meant to say is—" Nora, or the competing Noras anyway, both began to babble, throwing out accusations until Mitchell finally shouted them down. "Okay, enough!" There came a pause, and then he continued. "I apologize for breaking protocol, the chain of command, and whatever else, but we don't have time for this, so you'll excuse me if I tell you all to kindly shut the fuck up so I can explain what's going on down here." Before either Nora could reply, Derek decided to take the bull by the horns. "Okay, not my Mitch. You have our undivided attention." Jacob was definitely making progress. Although he wasn't certain it was good progress, the floor of this section of hallway was covered by roughly a foot of freezing cold water. daring a quick taste test so as to prove a theory, he'd confirmed it was seawater before spitting it back out again. That likely meant he was either close to the breach made by the Tortuga's drill, or some other rupture they hadn't seen from the outside. Either way, it told him to be careful, especially in a place that played fast and loose with gravity. So far, his exploration had been interesting, if not particularly fruitful. He'd found more chambers, a few of them considerably larger than the one the mini-sub was in. They hadn't all been empty either. One had been filled with large, humming cylinders 10 feet across, which rose from the floor to the ceiling. Another had been covered with rocks and dirt at one end. At first he'd thought maybe a section of wall had collapsed, allowing the undersea sediment in, but he quickly saw that probably wasn't the case, as the room had been dry as a bone. There'd been something screwy about the sediment as well, sand and dirt of multiple different hues and consistency mingled together, same with the rocks lying about. Jacob was no geologist, but he knew enough to tell vastly different terrain apart. He was no goddamned engineer either, so he had no idea what either the dirt room or the cylinder room might have been for. He'd been aboard ships, inside nuclear facilities, and even infiltrated presidential palaces, yet, for all he knew, that cylinder room could have been an engineering bay or this place's septic system. Nevertheless, he'd stopped to plant a few bricks of C4 among them on the off chance it was important. Now, tromping through the cold water, he couldn't help but feel he was on the verge of a significant discovery. Not that it would ever make the light of day. This vessel was simply too dangerous. If he found a specimen that could easily be carried out, so be it. A gift to the eggheads, something to keep them busy for the rest of their lives. The rest of this place needed to go, though, before anyone else came snooping. He just hoped he had enough explosives to make a difference. But if he could find that breach in the hull and blow it wide, hopefully without drowning himself in the process, well, that might very well be the key to taking this place down. Jacob didn't know what purpose this ship had once served, how long it had been here, or even what the damned translucent walls were made of. But he was certain of one thing. The Tortuga's drill had damaged it in some way that the energies contained within were spilling out. That meant the only options left were to fix it, something so unlikely as to be laughable, or cause enough catastrophic damage to shut it down for good. There was no doubt the hull was tough. The fact that it was lying in 700 feet of water with nary a scratch was testament to that. He had friends at NASA, though, and had listened enough to know that rockets were like turtles in a way, tough on the outside, but soft on the inside. This place was obviously way above even their pay grade, but if that same logic held true, then any chance he had at sinking this ship would be from within. He continued onward, the slosh of water loud in the quiet corridor, when the lights in the hallway ahead of him turned on, illuminating what appeared to be a 4-way junction about 30 feet away. But that wasn't all. He paused as he tried to make sense of the sight before him. The junction itself was nothing new, but the wall of swirling water directly past it was most certainly different. What the fuck? Jacob approached slowly, trying to figure out if this was real or some kind of fucked-up optical illusion. Just past the junction, the entire corridor appeared to be filled with seawater, but apparently that wasn't all. Something was glowing past that point, too, intermittently lighting up the submerged hall, kind of like the fountain show he and Nora had caught in Vegas back during their honeymoon. Jacob made out a doorway on the left, about 15 feet past where the water began, this one open. Whatever was causing the underwater light show was in there, beyond where he could see it. For the moment, though, the multi-hued flashes were far less interesting than the static wall of water just standing there, as if behind a pane of glass so clear as to be invisible. How in hell? Jacob continued walking until he was standing directly in front of the watery barrier. Despite knowing he was on a timetable, he reached out, fully expecting to touch something solid. To his surprise, however, his hand easily passed through into the frigid water, prompting him to quickly pull it back.
Oh, the fuck?
He once again considered the strange light show coming from the open door ahead, immediately cursing himself for being an idiot. What if that had been the spark from an open electrical conduit? His curiosity would have done nothing more than gotten him fried like a Thanksgiving turkey. Would have served him right, too, if he'd been... The lighting in the hall around him began to flicker.
Ah, great. Another of those goddamned...
And then he was knocked off his feet as the wall of water suddenly surged forward and slammed into him, dragging him under and knocking the breath from his lungs. He slammed into the far corner of the junction, bruising his back, then was swept the way he came, unable to find any purchase to stop his progress. There was no doubt in his mind that this was the end, that he and the rest of his team were destined to drown in this underwater rat maze where their bodies would never be... His own body was his more immediate concern, though, as he hit the floor just as the torrent slaked, allowing his head to break the surface. Jacob sat up, coughing salt water out of his lungs, desperately trying to catch his breath as he looked around to see if he could figure out what the hell had just happened. The water he was sitting in now was only slightly deeper than what he'd been wading through just moments before. He turned his gaze back toward the junction, only to find that the wall of water had seemingly re-established itself, holding back the deluge just as it had when he'd first approached it. As he pulled himself to his feet, still coughing, he noticed that the lights in the hall were back to normal as well.
Shit. Guess the gravity isn't the only thing that stops working when the power flips out.
If so, that made it more imperative than ever to speed things up. In the grand scheme of things, considering the probable size of this ship, it was likely little more than a slow leak, but there was no doubt in Jacob's mind, as he once again stood at the junction, that sooner or later this ship was going to fill with water. More importantly, this section was going to flood first. He was now more certain than ever that if he was going to end this nightmare, he was close to where it needed to be done. Jacob quickly considered his options, left or right. Each looked the same from where he was standing. For now, he pulled off a strip of tape and stuck it to the wall, where it promptly fell off.
Great, got it wet. Guess I need to have a word with Vakovsky about packing waterproof tape in the goddamn sub.
He balled up some more and tried again before discarding the rest, annoyed but not dissuaded. Despite what he'd agreed to with Derek and Danny, there was no way he was turning back now. Not when...
Son of a... What the fuck?
Jacob flattened himself against the wall as the sound of the muffled curse reached his ears. It had come from somewhere down the left-hand passage. He was sure of it. But how? Had one of his teammates gotten ahead of him? Couldn't have been Danny. No way had that voice been hers, not unless she'd packed a few cartons of menthols with her and decided to smoke them all. Derek, maybe? If so, he'd need to play this cool. But if not them, then who? Yeah, he'd just gotten bitch-slapped by a wall of water, one that was now behaving nicely behind its force field again, so it was entirely possible he wasn't in his right mind. Yet he was pretty certain of what he'd heard. Either way, he intended to find out. Drawing his sidearm and staying close to the wall, he began to creep down the left corridor, keeping his eyes peeled for anything that moved, alien or not. Chapter 43. The Leviathan could taste victory. It had gravely injured the large surface thing, as well as killed several of the screaming things aboard it. Now it intended to finish the job, pulling it under and dragging it to the depths where it would sink and drown, much as it had done to the other surface thing not too long ago, the one that had been here when its misery first started. The pain it had felt below seemed to be all but gone now, its senses clearing up, although the rage remained. It wasn't aware that the damage already done to its sensitive nervous system was irreparable. Even had it known, though, it was unlikely to have cared. There was still plenty left to deal with. Its arm had finally stopped burning, but the tip of it was now little more than useless gristle.
Equally as annoying were the screaming things. They were putting up a fight, peppering it with tiny attacks that were slowly starting to add up, fueling its desperate anger. Wherever it grabbed hold of them, enjoying the feel of their fragile bodies breaking beneath its power, it seemed two more would appear to make noise and hurt it from afar. The louder the noises, the more pain they caused, even if the wounds were ultimately superficial. Now, with the thrumming having subsided, it found it could think again, albeit not nearly as well as before. A haze had settled upon its mind, making it hard to focus on anything that didn't have to do with killing. Fortunately, killing was exactly what it wanted. It remembered how it had drowned the other surface thing, wrapping its arms around the highest part and pulling until it finally gave way and tipped over. It would kill this one the same way. Even as the screaming things made their noises and tried to hurt it, it had lifted one of its arms from the water up toward the highest spot it could find. There it entwined itself in an unbreakable grip and prepared to pull. Before it could bring its strength to bear, though, the screaming things did something new, something that caught it by surprise. Bright light flashed in its eyes, much like the light of the surface during the day. In its youth it had hunted in the shallows and been used to such brightness. As it grew, it had retreated to the depths, gradually growing accustomed to the darkness. The powerful lights dazzled it, causing it to hesitate. It was of minor concern, though, and it quickly began to shake off the effects so it could continue its... Intense pain erupted through the front of its head as the screaming things suddenly redoubled their efforts, lancing the delicate flesh and what lay beneath with their attacks. It tried to pull away, but in its haste its arm became caught where it had entwined with the surface thing, holding it in place. Then came sheer blinding agony as one of its eyes exploded from the onslaught. Pain, as bad as anything the massive thing had caused, racked its body as they continued their assault. For the very first time since this had begun, the Leviathan felt fear at facing the tiny screaming things. It was a feeling it did not like, but it heeded it all the same. Pulling with all its might, it yanked its arm free, smashing through whatever had ensnared it. The Leviathan spat a great wad of ink at the surface thing, then dove beneath the waves, the torment of its defeat leaving it disoriented. Such a thing should not have been possible. To lose to the screaming things was unthinkable. They were small, weak, reliant on the surface things to keep them from drowning. It began to circle the area, staying well below the surface as it warred with itself, unsure whether it should flee or attack again. Just as its rage threatened to fully consume it, though, its keen senses noticed something new. One of the surface things was missing. Only a pair remained now, the large one and a smaller one that seemed to be drifting lifelessly behind it. Where was the third? For a moment it wondered whether, in its confusion, it had killed it and sent it to the depths. But then it heard a faint buzz vibrating through the water. It was distant, but sound traveled far in the ocean. That could only mean one thing. The other surface thing had run, abandoning its fellows. That meant it was out there alone, easy prey. The Leviathan considered its options. The large surface thing had injured it, but hadn't escaped unscathed. It was crippled, vulnerable, but obviously still capable of fighting back. The fleeing one, however... Pursuing the smaller surface thing was an easy choice, a chance to lick its wounds while still sating the rage inside. It would find the fleeing thing and drown it. Then it would return, having regained its strength, and finish what it had started. With a jet of water, the Leviathan broke from its course and took off in pursuit, the pain of its injury slowly feeding its ever-growing anger.
We're never getting this shit off of us, are we?" Mitchell asked.
Andrea glanced sidelong at the medic, dripping head to toe with thick, dark mucus, as was she, and seemingly everything else in sight, not sure if she wanted to hug him or punch him in the face. Maybe both were called for, but that could wait. His plan had worked.
Their communications array had been smashed in the process, and most of the ship seemed to be a mess of twisted or burning metal, but they'd managed to actually drive the damned thing off. The fact that they were quite literally covered in its ink was a small price to pay, but it was also one of many problems that needed to be dealt with. Andrea started barking out orders to her closest people. They needed 3 things ASAP as far as she was concerned: a casualty list, a damage report, and to have their weapons and ammo inventoried and cleaned. Sadly, with their survival on the line, she knew she might need to rethink the priority in which those happen.
Do you think we got it?
Mitchell chuckled, although there wasn't much mirth behind it.
On Team Crypto Hunter, we pretty much go with horror movie logic for these things. If there's no body, we assume it's not dead. The good news is, I'm pretty certain we hurt it. The bad is, we've probably pissed it off right and proper, too. This is my first giant octopus, but experience has taught me that doesn't exactly lead to a live and let live attitude. Wonderful. I never claimed to be a bearer of good news. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a teammate to find and wounded to look after.
He turned away, but then glanced back over his shoulder.
By the way, how did cheesesteak sound? Awful. Oh, you wound me greatly. But I suppose this means our relationship has nowhere to go from here but up. This is going to hurt a lot.
The medic, one Agent Patel, wasn't shitting her either. Despite an injection of local anesthetic, Julie still had to wonder how she managed to not bite her own tongue in 2. The ship's helipad had been converted into a triage area, despite there being a perfectly serviceable medical bay below deck. However, considering everything that had happened, it was easy to guess the cutter's modest accommodations would quickly be overwhelmed. That said, the fact that they were still alive was probably a small miracle unto itself. For some reason she still wasn't privy to, the octopus had broken off its attack while she'd been semi-conscious. The pain of being moved, though, had jolted her fully awake again. Now she found herself with the other wounded, as agents scrambled back and forth on various tasks no doubt meant to stabilize their severely compromised situation. On that matter, there was little question. Julie couldn't see much from where she was currently lying, but she could easily discern the haunted expressions of those who were still able to work, their training probably the only thing standing between them and a complete breakdown. The triage area itself wasn't nearly as full as Julie would have guessed it might be, the bulk of the patients appearing to suffer from burns or smoke inhalation. But then she remembered what happened to poor Simmons and was no longer surprised. The creature which attacked them had been massive, far larger than even she had been prepared to accept. Surviving even a glancing blow from something of that size would require the devil's luck. Hell, the fact that they were still afloat was, quite frankly, nothing short of astonishing. She pushed herself to a sitting position, doing her damnedest to move her leg as little as possible, then noticed the nearby launches. Their presence seemed to explain a lot. It was quite possible McAfee, assuming she'd survived, was already considering the possibility of abandoning ship, knowing they were unlikely to survive another attack. As lightning continued to arc overhead, she was able to see more now that she was sitting up. The conning tower had been crushed as if it were nothing more than a cheap aluminum can. Beyond it, smoke was still rising from the bow. It didn't exactly paint a rosy picture for their survival. Hell, the swirling miasma of clouds above them didn't paint a good picture, period. If anything, it seemed to be getting worse. Who knew what effect it was having on the outside world, even as they battled to stay afloat?
Hey, you!
Julie looked over to see a familiar face heading her way. For a moment, her heart leapt into her throat as she thought he might have been badly burned. But then she realized he was simply drenched in something that looked like motor oil, but probably wasn't.
"What are you smiling at?"
Mitchell greeted as he approached, his tone light, but concern etched across his face.
"I'm imagining all the showers you're going to need." "Hilarious. Well, while you're undressing me with your eyes, let me take a look."
He knelt down and began to examine her. God damn, that thing really did a number on you. Unless, that is, you're going to tell me you tripped and fell down the stairs. No such luck. The image of Simmons being dragged overboard played in her memory, causing her to grimace. Could have been a lot worse, though. How are things looking? Same. It's not good, but we're still here. We got lucky, managed to hurt it enough to make it think twice. Oh, and I think I got a date for when we get back. Go you, she sighed, turning serious once again. That octopus, Kraken, whatever it is, it's going to come back, isn't it? She could tell by the look on his face that he wanted to lie, but thankfully he didn't. Yeah, no doubt about it. Any sign of... He shook his head, turning away. No. So what do we do now? You don't do anything for the moment. Andrea has her people working to get this place back up and running. And you? I'm going to head down and check out the med bay. This is an active ops team, so they're pretty well stocked. With any luck, I'll be able to find a walking boot and a pair of crutches for you. And then... Then what? He grinned down at her. There'll be no time to lose, so we'd best get cracking. I so hate you right now. Carrie felt much better having put more distance between himself and his former captors. The other ship was no longer in sight from what he could tell, and the only sounds he heard were the roar of the boat's engine and the occasional rumble of thunder from overhead. He'd managed to convince himself that the chances of anyone finding the body were 1,000,000 to 1. All that blood would surely attract sharks, barracudas, or whatever the hell else was in these waters. It was time to move on from that, as he still wasn't entirely home free. He'd noticed a hose coiled on one side of the deck, one of the few items that hadn't been unloaded. His plan was simple: keep running until first light, then stop to clean both the cabin and the deck of any bloodstains. After that, he could set his sights on... His thoughts were interrupted by the abrupt sound of silence as the engine suddenly died. They didn't sputter or cough, they simply went dead, along with all the lights on the instrument panel. Within seconds, he found himself in pitch blackness, the surface tension of the water quickly erasing the boat's momentum. With no stars overhead, he could barely see his hand in front of his face. He didn't even have a flashlight on him. All he had was his watch and whatever meager illumination it provided, just enough to tell him his arm was still attached. Carrie was fairly certain he wasn't out of gas. He wasn't an accomplished mariner by any means, but he knew enough to have checked the fuel gauge. Lightning flashed overhead, giving him just enough time to double-check that the tank was at least a quarter full. He turned the key, trying to get the engines to turn over, but there wasn't even a sputter from it. Thunder rumbled overhead, but when it quieted, all that was left was the sound of water lapping against the boat. Repeated tries produced the same effect. Somehow the goddamned boat had just broken down completely for no apparent reason. Maybe that was why they'd been in such a rush to unload it. They knew what a piece of shit it was. Carrie glanced down at his watch, hoping to figure out how much time he had until the sun came up. What the fuck? Rather than give him the time, though, his watch was doing nothing but displaying a jumble of seemingly random numbers. Then, as if mocking him, the watch too fell dark, leaving him feeling very alone, as if he were truly the last man on earth. Chapter 44. Derek thought he surely must be hallucinating. When he'd left Danny, she'd been by herself. He never imagined that when he saw her next, it would be with her brother. Derek had been there when he'd died, had watched his face turn from triumph to terror as his life was snuffed out. He'd seen death before and since, but watching the light go out of the poor kid's eyes had haunted him, especially since Harrison had died, saving his life. Tragedy went hand in hand in this business, there was no doubt of that, and every life lost was regrettable, but some stood out among the rest. Over the years, Derek had run into just about every flavor of humanity he could think of. Though he was happy to say the vast majority had been positive, it was still rare to find those exceptional people who were willing to put others before themselves in times of danger. Harrison had been one such person. Hell, Derek still vividly remembered their first meeting. The team had been stalking a rabid Bigfoot that, in turn, had been hunting the Kent siblings and their friends, finally trapping them in an old dilapidated ranger station deep in the woods. The Squatch had managed to drag one of their group outside, where it would have certainly killed him had Harrison not leapt into action, racing up to the murderous beast and unloading a can of bear spray into its face. It was one of the damnedest things Derek had ever seen, and he'd seen a lot. Suicidal and crazy as fuck, yes, but brave beyond compare. So seeing him now, long after he'd had to look his parents in their eyes and tell them their son wouldn't be coming home again, was nothing short of mind-blowing. He couldn't even imagine what Danny was going through, but the look on her face as they approached spoke volumes. She'd somehow been given that miracle of miracles, a second chance with a loved one. He could tell she'd been crying, but they were good tears, the same which now filled his eyes. Harrison smiled as he caught sight of Derek, but by then the crypto hunter was on the move, stepping forward and grabbing hold of the young man. "It's damn good to see you, son." Harrison actually laughed. "Been hearing that a lot lately, although, no offense, but I saw you less than 2 hours ago." "So I've been told." Harrison pulled back after another moment. "Just for the record, I like your hair better this way." "What way?" "Long story," the other Mitchell said, also approaching. Interestingly enough, Derek noted, though Harrison looked different than he remembered, this Mitchell appeared almost identical to his doppelganger up on the surface. "Nice to meet you, by the way, boss man." "This is weird." "You're telling me," Danny said. "But it's a good weird." "I bet it is." "For both of us," Harrison added. "Yep," Mitchell replied. "Now all we have to do is figure out which universe we're in right now, how to get everyone else back to their respective dimension, and then a way to make it to the surface alive and not as octopus chow." "Now you sound like my Mitch." The medic grinned. "Bet he's an awesome guy. Would love to meet him." "Maybe later," Derek said, turning serious. As happy as he was to see Harrison again, he had to admit he was glad as hell to have Mitch, or at least some version of him, down here too. The second the sub's lights had shown them what lay at the bottom of the ocean, he'd regretted the decision to leave him up top, knowing he'd have likely been their best bet at figuring out what the hell this thing was. He turned and hooked a thumb the way he'd come, having doubled back to meet Danny and her newfound friends. "Hate to say it," he told her, "but you're not the only one who found something, although my discovery might be a bit less on the happy side." Jacob crept forward as quietly as he could, weapon drawn, as he dragged his feet through the cold water pooling around his legs. Since he'd heard the voice, there'd been another outage, for lack of a better term. Fortunately, away from the wall of water, the result had been far less dramatic, allowing him to brace himself as a small wave washed around him, barely coming up past his knees. That wouldn't be the case for long, though. Soon enough, he'd probably end up having to swim back. Once that happened, their window for exploration would rapidly close, meaning Jacob would be forced to consider his options. Had he known what they'd find here, he'd have had a far more forceful say in the team that had come down. What was done, though. There was no taking that back. And if it came down to it, Nora, Derek, and that Kent girl were all federal agents. They knew the risks. As for Reed, well, sometimes duty required sacrifice. Despite knowing he needed to focus, his thoughts turned back to Nora. Though it hadn't been an acrimonious divorce, it wasn't a welcome one either. He'd wanted to work things out, but her demands had put his back against the wall. He was a field agent, not a desk jockey. He'd been sidelined a few times due to injury, and the inactivity had nearly driven him nuts. Sure, he intended to retire someday, maybe even look into opening his own combat arts dojo, but that was still far off. For now, he was happiest while in the thick of things, and, not to toot his own horn, he was damned good at his job. He loved Nora, but deep in his heart he'd known he'd be consigning himself to growing old before his time if he'd done as she'd asked. So there he was at 46, single and forced to start all over again. A pettier man might have welcomed the opportunity to put their ex in the line of danger, but the truth was, it hurt his heart that Nora had insisted on coming. Why the hell had the suits picked this mission in particular to lean on her? It wasn't like any of Derek's other assignments tended to be safe, but this was a whole other level of crazy. Jacob forced himself back to the present as a faint sound caught his ears from up ahead. It wasn't much, just a brief splash, but then it was followed by another, and then another, as if someone or something were walking. He listened to the cadence, then continued onward, making sure his steps matched those of whoever was ahead of him, keeping his senses focused in case they stopped. It was dreadfully slow going this way, allowing the cold to creep up his legs, but it was necessary. He had every intention of catching them by surprise. If it turned out to be Derek or one of the other expedition members, he'd apologize. If not... Jacob didn't see much ahead of him, at least in the parts of the corridor still lit. However, there was an open doorway on the right. The water that way seemed a bit deeper than where he stood, but that probably made sense. Judging by the way he'd come, he was likely now moving parallel to where that weird-ass wall of water had been, which he was willing to bet was somewhere close to where that drill had punched through. He stopped as the lights began to flicker around him. Jacob braced himself, although it was made more difficult as he suddenly felt very light on his feet. He glanced down to see water droplets rising in the air around his legs as... Oh, fuck me, not again! There was no doubt about it. The voice he'd just heard had sounded human, damned familiar too, although that had to be a trick of the acoustics. Whoever or whatever its owner happened to be was a question he intended to answer. And if they understood English, all the better to have a nice long chat at gunpoint. He held the weapon out in front of him as a rush of water swirled around his legs. Sure enough, it seemed to be coming from both directions now, the expected wave from behind him, but also one from the open doorway, both of them serving to raise the level in the hall by a couple of inches. Definitely running out of time here. Jacob slid forward as another series of invectives was uttered from within. Whoever was in there sounded good and annoyed, which was a plus for him because it meant they were likely preoccupied. He made it to the door and pressed himself up against the side, steadying his breathing and waiting for the right moment. "What the hell are you?" came from within. Jacob wasn't sure if the voice was addressing him or something else, but it was as if all the hairs on the back of his neck suddenly stood on end, something that hadn't happened in a long time. There was that unnerving sense of familiarity again at the sound of it, enough to spook him. The hell with this. Jacob spun, aiming his gun inside the doorway. The room beyond was different than the others. One of the walls appeared to be some sort of display, with symbols flashing upon it that he couldn't begin to understand. He'd also been right about the water. There was a sizable breach in the wall opposite him, beyond which the chamber seemed to be flooded, yet the water was somehow held at bay. All of that was secondary, though, compared to the man standing within. His back was to Jacob, and though he couldn't make out a face, he saw dark skin and salt and pepper hair over a well-built frame. The man was wearing fatigues, a black sweatshirt, and a flak jacket. From one hand hung a backpack not dissimilar to his own. Whoever he was, he appeared to be staring at the hole in the wall and the water beyond, intermittently lighting up with different hues similar to what he'd seen back at the water wall junction. Noting the holstered weapon at the man's side, Jacob decided not to take any chances as he slid into the room, quiet as he could, and approached.
Hands up. Turn around real slow. He could tell by the way the stranger's muscles tensed that he was considering his options. Time to nip that one in the bud. Don't even think about it. Relax, the man replied, his tone measured. Wasn't going to. Jacob's eyes opened wide with surprise. With no walls to distort the sound, the other man's voice sounded disturbingly familiar to his own. Come to think of it, his size, build, and look were nearly all identical to his own. They said everyone had a twin in this world, but who could have ever guessed he'd meet his down here? So which is it? The man asked, slowly starting to turn, his hands in the air. Cuban, Russian, or do you work for that oil? What in the name of hell? The sentiment echoed Jacob's surprise at seeing his own face staring back at him from the stranger's body. The fuck? But then the man dropped his arms, although whether out of surprise or making a move, Jacob wasn't sure. Either way, his training kicked in. I said don't move. Who or what the hell are... Jacob squeezed the trigger before the other him could finish speaking, firing off a single round. It was all he needed. The doppelganger fell, a bullet hole nestled neatly between his eyes. Derek would have preferred they all regroup at base camp, but what he'd found warranted a second scientific opinion, and if this Mitch was anything like his, he'd get that in spades.
This is amazing,
Mitchell said, donning rubber gloves and placing bone fragments into sample bags.
I could set up a lab and live down here for the next 20 years, and I don't think I'd ever get bored.
Am I going to have to trank you to get you out of here? Harrison asked from just outside the doorway where he and Danny stood.
Probably.
This is just the first, Derek said. I found 3 others like it, completely different species, as in not even close to the same morphology, similar levels of desiccation, no signs of violence.
Oh, I need to see those too.
Figured you'd say that. He glanced back toward the door where Danny motioned for Harrison to step away with her. No doubt they wanted to catch up. Considering none of them had any idea how much time they had down here, he wasn't about to get in their way. Let them get to know each other again, maybe find some closure. So long as it didn't affect their chances of getting back home, he wasn't about to say anything.
I'm no paleobiologist,
Mitchell said, drawing his attention back.
But I'd be willing to bet my next 3 paychecks that these aren't terrestrial remains.
Derek nodded. That was my conclusion, too.
I'm just amazed they breathed the same atmosphere as us. Maybe there's something to be said about all life in the universe being carbon-based.
Derek raised an eyebrow, remembering something from earlier. I don't care to speculate on that second one, especially since the guys in the next room over look like they're made out of spare tires, but I may have noticed something odd when I first came across these remains.
You mean odder than the fact that these things have 3 legs and a double backbone?
Okay, maybe not that odd, but all the other doors we've encountered have opened right away. With these, however, there was a slight delay, along with a hiss.
Like a snake?
The realization hit him even as he spoke. Kinda, but probably more like... gas. Mitchell zipped up the samples in his pack and stood up.
So you think maybe they were breathing something else?
Not any time recently, but now that you mention it, could be. Quick question, did you get scanned before being brought in, assuming that's even what it was? I mean, a flashing green light that seemed to go over every square inch of... Mitchell waved him off.
Yeah, Harrison thought that's what was happening too. Guess it pays to watch sci-fi from time to time.
I always said you needed to get out more.
Now you sound like my Derek.
Bet he's a fascinating guy.
He's a legend in his own...
Mitchell trailed off as the lights began to flicker.
Here we go again.
Hope you didn't eat a big lunch. Outside, Danny called to them from some distance away.
Hey guys, is the floor supposed to be wet?
Mitchell let out a sigh.
That's not good.
Define not good,
Derek said, just as the lighting returned to normal. "We saw signs of moisture earlier. Jake broke off to check it out. He's the—"
"I know who he is."
Mitchell nodded, but then the lighting in the room changed before he could say anything else on the subject, turning bright green this time. "Hold on. Is it supposed to do that?"
"I was hoping you knew."
Before either of them could say more, the door leading out closed shut, the four corners coming together to once again form a seamless wall. After a moment, Mitchell said, "I blame you for this, you know."
"Me?"
"You're the one who had to mention the green scanner thing," he said, just as the room began to shift around them. The sections of floor beneath the three skeletons separated from the rest and began to lower down as if they were some kind of piecemeal elevator, almost catching Mitchell too before he backed up in time. As the remains disappeared into the floor, new panels slid in from the sides to replace those that were gone. Within seconds, it was as if the bodies had never been there at all. "It's like being in a giant Rubik's Cube," Mitchell said.
"I was thinking more the puzzle box from Hellraiser."
"The what?"
"Are you honestly telling me you don't have that movie in your world?"
"No idea. Like you said, I need to get out more."
Speaking of getting out, Derek stepped to the wall where the door had been, at least once he was certain the floor wasn't going to sink beneath him. However, the doorway remained closed. He stepped back, then approached it again, causing nothing to happen. Next, he touched the wall, and then finally gave it a bang with his fist.
"Oh yeah, that's great,"
Mitchell said, just as more of the room began to shift. Two sections of wall slid out to form platforms about 4 feet deep and about the same height. Then a hexagonal section on the surface of one opened up as a pile of greenish-brown plants rose up from within.
"More seaweed?"
"What do you mean, more?" Mitchell asked. As he continued to test the wall, Derek quickly relayed what Nora, his Nora anyway, told him had happened in the berth where their sub was docked. Once done, he continued tapping on the wall to no avail.
"You want to help me out here, or should we—"
When Derek turned around, though, he found Mitch sitting on one of the platforms, bent over with his head in one hand.
"I know that look. What's wrong?" "Hard to say. Maybe a lot."
"Spill."
"You're not the boss of me."
"Don't make me fire my Mitch to prove a point." The medic smiled, but there was little humor behind it.
"You said Nora made a joke about being served lunch, right?"
"Yeah, so?"
"Well, what if that's actually the case?"
"Not following."
"You found 4 compartments all with a similar MO, multiple non-terrestrial species, vastly different, cause of death didn't appear violent, and then there's that green scanner thing and the fact that we seem to be able to breathe without our lungs exploding."
"We found a bunch of empty rooms too, don't forget."
"Same here, all of them a uniform size and shape, but who's to say how many more are currently occupied?"
He held up his fingers in quotes.
"And now there's our own seaweed dinner to take into account, as well as the fact that we seem to be locked in."
"Dinner?" Derek raised an eyebrow, starting to catch on. "You think the seaweed is deliberate, don't you?"
"Maybe. I mean, it kind of makes sense. If this ship scanned us to figure out what we could breathe, then why not what we could digest, too? And it's something easily obtainable from the local environment, no less."
He stood up and started to pace.
4 samples does not a conclusion make, but it has me thinking it's sort of pointing toward one possible theory.
"And that is?"
What if this ship was designed to capture life from the worlds it visited? Capture them and keep them alive?
Like some sort of Noah's Ark?
I was thinking more like a giant space zoo, but same general gist, at least until, for whatever reason, it crashed here.
Considering that everything's dead, I'd say it didn't do a very good job.
"Except, what if it did?"
Mitchell countered.
"You said it yourself, the body showed no signs of violence."
Derek considered his own thoughts from earlier. No broken bones or anything to indicate that they died in a crash.
"Exactly. What if they all simply passed away from old age after years of the ship feeding and caring for them?
That's not exactly a pleasant thought.
Tell me about it, especially if what I'm thinking is true.
And that would be?
That this zoo now thinks we're its latest attraction, and it's expecting us to stick around for the long haul.
Chapter 45. Danny had wanted to spend some time with her brother, catching up on what his life had become since fate had torn them apart, even turning down the radio still strapped to her belt so as to have a few uninterrupted minutes with him. However, that was tempered by her being the team's tracker, meaning her job revolved around noticing stuff. As such, the puddle in the distance, at the far edge of where the light reached, had caught her eye as she gestured for Harrison to follow.
"Good eye,"
he said, walking alongside her.
"That's what they pay me for."
Pretty sure they just keep me around to give the show some sex appeal.
Danny rounded on him, poking a finger in his chest. "Don't even get me started on that."
Do I want to ask?
"That depends. Has anyone from the production team ever asked you to drape yourself over a statue of Ogopogo while in a bikini?"
Not that I recall."
"Then don't ask."
"Hey, at least you don't have to worry about me wanting an autographed copy." She cringed at the thought.
"Ugh, I already had 2 of our cousins ask."
Harrison chuckled.
"Why doesn't that surprise me?"
It was an old joke between them that the gene pool didn't run particularly deep for some of their relatives back east. All at once, a deep sadness settled into her chest, making her realize how much she'd missed talking to him like this. Sure, in the months leading up to Bonanza Creek, they hadn't spoken much, both of them busy with college, but it was more the knowledge that they'd never speak this way again, which really made her heart hurt. Except now she was doing the impossible, actually having such a conversation with a brother she'd never met, yet somehow knew all the same.
"Hey, Harrison?"
"Yeah?"
"I'm really glad I didn't shoot you."
"Me too."
"What I mean is—"
"I know what you mean." He put a hand around her shoulder. "It's incredible, isn't it? I mean, think about it. Who gets a chance like this? A chance to say
goodbye?"
He actually let out a laugh. "The funny thing is, that's all I've wanted ever since it happened. One last chance to say goodbye. But now, I'm not sure I actually want to."
"Oh, you planning on kidnapping me back to your world?"
"No, believe me, I watched enough bad TV over Rob's shoulder to know that screwing with the space-time continuum never ends well. Much as I hate to say it, we both need to go back to our respective homes. But what I meant is, now I know there's a Danny out there who survived Bonanza Creek, who's living life by her own rules.
Or the government's rules, anyway."
You know what I mean. The fact that I know you're out there somewhere, even if it's a whole universe away, well, I think that makes me really happy. Unless, that is, you're about to tell me you're engaged to your version of Mitch, because that would be weird as fuck." She shook her head.
"No worries there. Nice guy, super smart, not even remotely my type. Unlike you, I'm currently single. Last prospective boyfriend I had ended up being, well, killed by toxic Jersey hillbillies."
"Jersey, huh?" he replied, glossing over the toxic hillbilly part as only a DOCC member could. "There's been some chatter about sending us there next, something about people disappearing in the Pine Barrens." Danny stopped for a moment and considered this. Harrison's world apparently didn't mirror hers point for point, but if so, did that mean the same thing was waiting for him as had been for her team?
"Listen, I have to tell you about New Jersey, but I'm not sure if there are, rules about saying something that might affect—"
Harrison shook his head. "You're talking about time travel, which is a totally different issue."
He glanced past her. But maybe we should table that for now. I think it's getting worse. She turned her attention back to the puddle on the floor, seeing a trail of water leading away. Worse? He nodded, then pointed up ahead to a spot where the lit part of the hallway ended. Sure enough, there was a duct-taped arrow on the wall. We came past that junction a while back, and I'm pretty sure the water wasn't at this point yet. He shook his head. Sorry, I probably should have led with that, but it's kind of been one surprise after another down here. No shit. It pains me to see the potty mouth my baby sister has developed. She smacked him on the arm. Baby this, genius! He chuckled, but then quickly turned serious again. We saw some signs earlier that this place wasn't as high and dry as we hoped. I don't know if you guys noticed it or not, or if it even happened in your world, but there's a hole in the hull up top. We think, an oil company accidentally did it? Yeah, been there, done that. Okay, good. Saves me the explanation. Anyway, Mitch was thinking it might have happened somewhere close by, which would account for the water. Jake went to investigate, see if he could figure out how bad it was and whether it could be fixed. How do you fix an alien ship? Harrison paused, as if considering this. That is a good question. Jake seemed pretty confident, but now that you mention it, he didn't exactly get into specifics. Let me guess, and it's not like you could force the question without getting chewed out. He nodded. Awesome as this job is, it still sucks to be at the bottom of the food chain. Quite literally some days. She turned away, not wanting to get back on the clock, but knowing they needed to. We should probably tell the others about this. Agreed. Hey guys! He paused as they both looked back. Is it me, or was there a door there just a minute ago? I didn't get all of that, Derek. Come again? Lonzo was sitting on one of the platforms, munching on a bit of seaweed and listening as the garbled response came in. He'd done what analysis he could with the tools at his disposal, as well as taken what samples he could manage. Now he was trying to fathom the blockbuster news they'd received a short while ago. It sounded impossible. Surely there was a more probable answer, like the air going bad. He could believe in a gigantic cephalopod, one with morphological changes not found in any related subspecies. That was what science was all about, discovering the unknown. But there were limits to what he was willing to believe without proof. The problem was, he'd heard their voices, that medic's and the other Nora's. Yes, voices could be faked, mimicked. They could be dealing with some sort of AI for all he knew. Nevertheless, Lonzo felt now more than ever that he was in way over his head. So, in a bid to keep from losing his mind, he'd instead tried to focus on the parts he could more easily understand. Jenner had also told them of finding the remains of what he claimed were extraterrestrial life. Lonzo considered that it could have simply been a case of misidentification. However, Nora had vouched for the man's credentials. That, and the very existence of this vessel, forced him to at least accept the possibility. But if so, what did it all mean? Lonzo looked down at the seaweed in his hand. It tasted fine, nice and fresh. More importantly, it was what some considered a superfood, providing all the nutrition a body needed. He thought about it for a moment. What if that wasn't a coincidence? What if this place was actually feeding them what it thought they needed? He remembered what that Kent girl had said about them being scanned. Looking around, he noted that not only had they been given food they could eat, but the spot he was sitting on was just about the right height, width, and length to act as either a seat or bed. Another coincidence, or not? And how did that play into the bodies Jenner claimed to have found? This was a problem Lonzo could at least wrap his head around. As insane as it was still more grounded than the idea of doppelgangers from an alternate reality. He glanced around, wondering if bathroom facilities would be the next thing to appear from out of the seemingly modular walls. Maybe I should go pee in the corner and see what happens. He silently chuckled at the idea of defecating on an alien craft in the name of science, but then he looked down at the seaweed and once again tried to focus. If this place is purposely feeding us food meant to sustain our needs, then that implies long-term. But if that's the case... Nora's radio crackled to life again. "We... locked in." "Come again, Derek. I didn't get all of that," she replied. "Door shut. Can't open it." Long-term. Lonzo's eyes opened wide as he listened to Jenner's words. When last they'd heard from him, he'd been investigating one of the rooms with alien remains. But what if it wasn't simply another room, so much as a holding pen? Oh my goodness. He glanced at the door, still open, then stood and ran for the sub. "Doctor, what are you doing?" "No time to explain," he called back, climbing up the side toward the hatch as horrific realizations set in. Just because nothing had happened yet didn't mean it wouldn't, and here he'd been idly sitting around, potentially letting their time run out. How long ago was that last outage? Sadly, he hadn't been timing them, more concerned with making sure he didn't puke when the gravity went haywire. He clambered down into the sub and began scanning the controls, ignoring that Nora was outside yelling his name. Thankfully, he'd co-piloted a few dives before and had made it a point to pay attention and ask lots of questions while on them. "Where's the damned ballast release?" "Doctor, I'm going to have to ask you to remove yourself from the sub, now." It was that last part that got his attention, and he looked up to find Nora pointing a weapon at him through the front bubble. But where did she get? He saw the answer almost immediately, though, a small shoulder holster beneath her now open jacket. "Dr. Jenner may have had reservations about bringing his sidearm onto the sub, but I can assure you I did not," she said, her voice cold as steel. Though he had doubts the bullet would be powerful enough to puncture the heavily reinforced acrylic, he really didn't care to test that theory. But before he could stand up, a thought hit him. "Are you really going to shoot me?" He looked away from her, back down at the controls. "Come on, where is it?" "I will remind you, Agent Caseman, that shooting me might not affect your chances of escape, but shooting this sub will." She narrowed her eyes at him, then lowered the weapon. "Thank you," he replied. "I assure you I'm not trying to run. Where would I even go?" "Then what the hell are you doing?" "There, that must be it. This." He operated the controls for the plates, hoping he got it right and was only releasing a portion of their ballast. If and when they figured out how to open the outer doors again, they were going to need at least some of the weight to maneuver out of this prison. In the next instant, he heard the heavy clunk of steel hitting the floor. Reed hopped from the pilot's seat and climbed out of the hatch. "You realize I could just shoot you now, right?" Nora remarked, although she'd thankfully holstered her weapon. "If you feel you must, please wait until after I'm finished. I believe you'll thank me for it." "Finished with what?" Lonzo dropped to the ground and eyed the plate he'd let go. Heavy steel designed for the depths. Fortunately, the ballast was in small sections so as to more evenly distribute the weight. He quickly grabbed hold of it, almost wrenching his back as he began dragging it toward the door. "What are you—" Just then, the lights began to dim again. "Either help me or shut up." She stepped aside, eyeing him suspiciously, probably his own damned fault, but there was quite possibly no time for him to explain. He considered their situation. Yes, the door leading out had opened for them, but it had only done so after the outages had started. What if that wasn't a coincidence either? What if they'd simply gotten lucky that this damned place was picking now to glitch out? The gravity began to shift. Thankfully, it was in his favor this time, as the heavy metal plate felt ever so slightly lighter as he dragged it across the floor, making an ungodly scraping noise as he went. "Just a little more." He was nearly there when the lighting resumed its normal illumination, along with the iron becoming a lot heavier again. However, this time the lights didn't stay steady. A few moments later, the room lit up bright green. Lonzo could have almost sworn he felt it as it crawled over his skin. Off in the corner, where the seaweed had originally appeared, another hunk of vegetation began rising out of the platform. Reed stepped through the doorway and dropped the plate dead center in the space between room and hallway, just as the door began to slide shut. If this didn't work, then it was entirely possible Nora would be stuck in there while he'd be locked outside, alone in this horrid place and with no hope for escape. It wasn't the first time Jacob had ever killed a man, but it was the first time he'd ever shot someone who looked like his mirror image. A chill ran down his spine, as if someone had just walked over his grave. Yeah, and that someone is me. He knelt down and checked for a pulse, despite knowing it was unlikely he'd find one. It had been a clean kill shot, dead center, bullet to the brain. Yet seeing this body double, for lack of a better term, staring up at him was coming close to unraveling his nerves. Dead as the body seemed, he kept his gun handy in case this thing was faking. He'd seen that John Carpenter movie several years back and wasn't about to fall for the same shit. Nevertheless, he ran his hand down the doppelganger's face, closing its eyelids. That at least made it a little bit better, albeit not much. Much as a part of him wanted to run screaming from the room, he forced himself to focus on the mission. This was just another enemy combatant. What kind, he didn't know, but what did it really matter in the end? Rather than continue staring at the corpse, he compartmentalized the weirdness for later, then set to work searching the body. It was the handgun which convinced him this guy was some sort of replicant. Though to a layperson it would likely look authentic, it was no make or model he'd ever seen before. Moving to the imposter's backpack, he dug through it to find the contents disturbingly similar to the ones he'd brought, including a small load of high-yield explosives and detonators. That gave him pause. There was also a radio. It too was an unfamiliar model, albeit seemingly a step up from the ones he'd brought, complete with high-gain antenna. Jacob checked it out, noting it was set to a different channel than his team had been using. Turning it on, it immediately squawked to life.
"Come in, Jake. Do you read me? Over."
"Nora?" he replied, wondering why she was scanning channels looking for him when she knew damned well they only had the one pair of radios down here.
"Oh, thank goodness. You had me worried there, hon."
"Hun?" "I'm fine. You're coming in loud and clear, by the way," he said, throwing a nod toward the body on the floor. At least, whatever that imposter had been, he'd packed well. Nora paused before replying.
"Where the hell have you been? No, don't tell me. Let me guess. You got caught up in the mission and forgot to turn the damn thing on. I swear, when we get home, we're getting your memory checked, mister."
"No thanks. I'm not letting Mitch."
"I'm not talking about Mitch. I mean after this is all finished and we get back to the house. And don't you even think of trying to sweet-talk me out of it."
There came another pause.
"All right, enough of that. Good thing the others aren't listening on this channel."
"Yeah, when you say house, do you mean—"
"Listen to me, Jake. While you've been playing around, there's been a bit of a development."
He glanced down at the explosives, wondering if he'd wasted precious time, but then his eyes slid back to the corpse. "Same here. I came across the damnedest thing."
"In a sec. You need to hear this. I know it's going to sound crazy, but if you see Derek or the girl who's with him, don't shoot them."
"Why would I shoot Derek?"
"Because I know you, and when you're in mission mode, you tend to get tunnel vision."
"That still doesn't tell me why you think I'm gonna shoot him. Yeah, he's a pain in the ass at times, but—"
"Just shut up and listen, please."
Jacob did as asked, listening with growing horror as Nora relayed how Mitch and Harrison, who the fuck is that, had made contact with other members of their team, including someone who shouldn't be alive. She explained how Mitchell was convinced that whatever was powering this ship and causing the disturbances above had somehow punched a hole through reality, allowing an alternate group of DOCC operatives to somehow be in the same place they were. A sheen of sweat broke out across Jacob's brow as his eyes once more glanced down at the dead man wearing his face. "It's not possible." He remembered back to that weird mirage they spied on the bridge, a ship just like theirs, plain as day, but then gone in the next instant. What if it hadn't been a mirage?
"Believe me," Nora said from the other end, "I thought the exact same thing you probably are. This is some crazy stuff, but Mitch seems convinced it's real. I don't know if they crossed over into our world, we crossed into theirs, or this vessel is acting as some sort of bridge, but either way, we're tromping through some deep shit here. Jake, honey, are you still there?"
Yeah, I'm here," he numbly replied, beginning to realize the Nora he was speaking to wasn't the one he knew. This had to be some kind of trick. Maybe the air had gone bad, or maybe whatever was glowing in the next chamber was causing him to grow brain tumors. The alternative was unthinkable, that he'd actually murdered himself in cold blood. That was bad enough, but if he was reading between the lines correctly, listening to what the woman on the other end was saying, things between her and her Jacob had turned out differently. There was only one way to be sure. He shook his head, making sure his voice didn't falter as he spoke. "Yeah, that's crazy shit all right. Listen, babe, I'm sorry for dragging you down here. How about when we get home, I make it up to you? A nice dinner, followed by a soak in the tub?"
"None of that," she replied tersely, causing him to let out a sigh of relief, until she added, "This is an unsecured line, don't forget. Save the sweet talk for when you can do it in person. Now, why don't you switch to Channel 3 so you can get caught up? We have other heads down here working with us now. Might as well put them to use."
Will do," he replied. "Just give me a minute, finishing up some recon work on my end."
He didn't wait for her reply, once again shutting off the radio. Staring down at the body, his body, Jacob's mind railed against what he'd been told. It was so much easier to believe he was going crazy or had maybe gotten zapped with an alien mindfuck ray, because if it was true, then he'd not only ended his own life in that other world, but he'd destroyed the happiness that this man and his Nora had found, the happiness he'd screwed up. He glanced around, once again noticing the hole in the wall, the one where the water was held back by an invisible force. Jacob stepped up to it and touched the cold seawater, noting that, as before, his hand was able to easily pass through. Then he backed up again and turned his attention to the body as he began to get an idea of what needed to be done next. Chapter 46. Julie was impressed. There was no doubt about it. Mitchell was damned good at what he did. Not to mention, he really knew his drugs. Her legs still hurt like hell, and she didn't dare put much weight on it, even with the military-grade walking cast. But with the crutches he'd found, at least she was mobile again, which was more than she'd been hoping for. "Try not to get that wet," the medic said. "Excuse me? That was a joke. You know, because we're on a boat. I get it." He shrugged. "I was actually going to say likely to be sunk by a sea monster, but yours sounds more optimistic." "Is it that bad?" she asked, lowering her voice and following him away from the rest of the triage unit. "It's not great. Don't get me wrong, I'm not ready to start discussing whether the two of us could fit on one door yet, but we totally could. I've seen reenactments. Rose was a selfish bitch. Glad I'm not the only one who thinks that. But things right now are both better and worse. Better, as in the hull is still in one piece. And worse? Our tentacled friend was just as busy below the water line as he was above. The rudder's been bent back into the propulsion system." "Meaning? It screwed up our screws, so we're thoroughly screwed." Mitchell raised his hands apologetically. "Sorry, I just really wanted to say that. But bottom line is, we couldn't run if we tried." "Great. Has there been any word on the Wildew?" "Not a peep. Not that we have much chance of contacting anyone with the communication array twisted into a pretzel." "So we're up shit creek without a paddle or a radio." "More or less. There is one other thing, though." "What now?"
Julie thought, wondering whether they'd inadvertently pissed off some kind of sea god in their travels. He stepped in and lowered his voice. "Keep this on the sly. I don't think Andrea wants the crew to know yet." "When did she become Andrea?" He shrugged. "Getting inked together is a bonding experience." "No doubt. So what did she say?" "She thinks she knows who took the Rogers Wildew. Aside from the sub-crew, 3 people were unaccounted for before that thing decided to clip our fins. That Klipsch guy, Alvita Guerrero, and one of her agents, some guy named Kyle." "Kyle?" Julie replied. "I talked to him for a bit earlier. Didn't strike me as a runner." "Maybe he got freaked out."
"Could be, but if so, he could have made a run for it at any time. Why wait for those 2?
Mitchell raised an eyebrow.
"You think something fishy is going on?" "I swear, if you make one more ocean pun, I'm going to shove this crutch up your ass."
"I can't apologize for who I am." Julie turned away, staring out over what should have been the dark ocean. However, the lightning above was now flashing so frequently as to make the darkness more the exception. She didn't need to look up to know it was getting worse. If Derek didn't surface soon, she pushed that thought away. There was nothing she could do about it anyway.
"You think maybe they kidnapped him? Carrie and Alvita, I mean. Seems a stretch. I had the displeasure of spending a chunk of the day with Klipsch, and, well, he didn't really strike me as a criminal mastermind."
"Yeah, I wouldn't doubt she was the brains of the outfit."
"It still doesn't make any sense. Nora offered to send her home, but she didn't think the Wildew was safe. Why the change of heart?"
"Who can say? People do stupid things when they're scared."
"Maybe. None of that helps us, though."
"Us or Derek."
"Do you think they—"
"I don't know," he interrupted. "I'm pretty sure something happened down there since it all went crazy afterward, but beyond that..." He took a deep breath. "Listen, they have a good crew and a solid little sub. Even if we did strip it down to the bare essentials, they've got at least 10 hours of battery so long as they don't go crazy, and plenty of air. And if they get in trouble, the ballast controls are triple redundant with a mechanical failsafe. All they have to do is pull a couple of levers and whoosh, up to the surface like an oversized rubber duck."
"If you say so."
"I know so. Derek's got a small army of guardian angels looking over his shoulder. I've never seen anyone walk out of so many no-win situations as he has."
"I hope you're right."
"Me too. But for now, we need to focus on worrying about us and making sure there's still a ship here when they get back. Speaking of which, I should probably go see how things are going."
"What do you need me to do?"
Mitchell smirked. "Can I assume it's pointless to tell you to sit this one out?"
110%.
"Then do what Team Crypto Hunter does best. See if you can come up with any ideas on how to nail this thing once it shows its slimy face again." Julie nodded, then turned back toward the sea, letting her mind wander to the problem at hand. Mitch was right. She needed to put her thinking cap on. This ship and its crew were outfitted to fight human enemies. It was time to remember their foe was anything but. Things were not looking good as far as Andrea was concerned. She'd been forced to move her command deck down to the briefing room, but it was in name only. The bridge was smashed, beyond their capacity to repair. The engines were still operational along with the pumps, but propulsion was gone too. And, most importantly, half their crew was on the casualty list, adding to the hopelessness of it all. Communications were completely offline, and their helicopter had crashed the day before, leaving them with no... "This isn't helping." She needed to consider her assets, not their deficits. "We're still afloat," she said to herself. One of her people stepped in and dropped a clipboard on the desk, adding to the growing pile. "Agent Vukovsky reports that the fire on the bow has been contained." "That's 2 pluses. Any idea what caused it?" "He's taking samples now. Best he has so far was it seemed to burn like some kind of magnesium, except hotter." "Hotter?" Enough to have buckled most of the steel plates on the forward deck. He advises keeping the crew away from that section of the ship." She thanked the agent and dismissed her, looking down at the report. So much for good news. If that thing attacked them again, it was going to make defending the ship that much harder. "Enough of that, Drea. Back to your assets." Though the Wildew was gone and almost certainly not coming back, the Sun Angel had sustained negligible damage during the attack. She'd already dispatched 2 agents to it to monitor the radio and see if they could hail anyone. She'd briefly considered sending a full crew and having them sail back to port. However, that would further deplete their defenders, as well as potentially leave both ships vulnerable. There was also the fact that in a worst-case scenario, the Sun Angel would make a far better lifeboat than their launches. "Knock, knock!" She looked up to find Mitchell standing at the door. Though he was weird, quirky, and at times annoying as hell, she found the medic growing on her. Despite his oddities, he'd proven cool under fire, not to mention his earlier plan had likely saved their bacon. She waved him in, oddly glad to have the company. "Too soon to talk about cuisine?" He quickly held up his hands. "Kidding! Thought I'd see if you needed any help brainstorming." "How are the wounded doing?" "Patel's got a handle on it." "And Agent Wilhelm?" "She won't be running the Boston Marathon anytime soon, but she's hobbling about, already trying to figure out how to get back into the fight." "I can admire her spirit." "That's how we roll in the Department of Cryptid Containment. We keep picking ourselves up until the monster stops moving. Or we do." "You need a better slogan." He nodded. "Yeah, well, that's why we're on the Adventure Channel and not HBO. But seriously, what can I do to help?" She was about to tell him she had it under control, but the truth was she didn't. None of them did. So rather than fall back on her pride, she decided to take the helping hand that was offered. "I was just making a list of assets at our disposal." "Oh? So what do you have?" "I didn't get far. We're still afloat, not on fire, and—" "Oh yeah, have your people save me a sample of that plasma residue, if you don't mind. Would love to get it under a spectrometer." "Plasma?" He nodded. "Just speculating. Go on." "That's it. Oh, and we still have the Sun Angel." "All right, that's a start. So let's keep going with this. I'm hearing a lot about things that float, but not much about things that go boom, which right now are probably the bath toys we should care about most." Andrea let out a sigh. "We have plenty of ammo left for the rifles and sidearms, but we expended most of the 50 cals during the last fight." "Grenades?" "A handful for the launchers, but we used up almost all of the swimmers blowing up that first octopus." "Too bad." She shook her head. "Tell me about it, what I wouldn't give for a cache of good old-fashioned depth charges right now." "If wishes were horses." "What about what we did last time? Think that might work again?" Mitchell took a seat opposite her and leaned back, tenting his hands behind his head as he stared up at the ceiling. "Possible. Octopi are highly intelligent, but wounded animals tend to do irrational things, which I will caution doesn't always work in our favor." He met her eyes. "So, is that it? What else do we have?" She laughed. "Enough C4 to blow that thing and probably 5 of its cousins sky high. Too bad I doubt it'll stand still long enough to let us attach a bunch of charges to its body." "I'm not much of a betting man, mostly because I can't play Texas Hold'em to save my life, but you're probably right." "Remind me to invite you to our weekly poker night." "Oh, you wound me so. But—" The medic was interrupted as another agent popped his head in the door. "Sorry to barge in, but that—" He paused as he saw Mitchell sitting there. DOCC agent is barking orders, and I wanted to check." "Barking orders about what?" Andrea asked. "Setting up a defense for when that thing comes back." She glanced at Mitchell, who gave her a single nod. So long as she's not advocating using anyone as live bait, follow her lead. This is their wheelhouse, not ours.
Understood, he replied, sounding somewhat dubious before stepping out. Andrea turned to the medic again.
She was right earlier about keeping our eyes open. Just wish we'd kept them open wider.
Better late than never.
True. At least we managed to drive it off before it tore us a new asshole.
At that, Mitchell's eyes opened wide.
Wait, maybe that's it. Not the asshole part, what you said earlier. Which part? About not being able to tie C4 to that thing. Yeah, so?
But maybe we don't have to.
Not following.
Mitchell leaned forward, locking eyes with her.
You may want to sit back for this one, because I have a plan that might work. There's just one small problem.
And that is?
You really aren't going to like it.
Carrie leaned over the side and vomited again. It wasn't the motion of the ocean so much as it felt like his stomach kept flip-flopping. One moment he felt all heavy, almost to the point where he couldn't move. The next it was as if his feet wanted to leave the deck. It was the weirdest sensation, almost like that time last summer when he and that blonde he'd been dating, what was her name again, decided to spice up a night of tequila shooters with some X. Too bad there was nobody around now to suck his dick. It would have helped to keep him grounded. Far as he could tell, though, his only company was the sound of thunder overhead along with the constant lap of water against the boat. At least that crazy lightning was now consistent enough that he could kinda see what he was doing. The engine was still dead, along with the batteries. Hell, even his watch had finally given up the ghost after failing to make up its mind about what time it was. When he was done puking, he filled up the bucket he'd found below deck with more seawater and went back to the task of trying to scrub out the bloodstains. It was slow going, but with no power, the hose was effectively useless, and with this piece of shit boat dead in the water, he figured it was time better spent than sitting around with his thumb up his ass. Though he hadn't seen so much as the lights from a passing boat, the possibility still remained that he'd be found. And if that happened, the last thing he needed were uncomfortable questions. He paused as he looked toward the door leading into the cabin. He was mostly finished up here. What remained was inside, but even with the constant lightning, the thought of being in the dark cabin unnerved him. With the strange flip-flopping in his stomach, coupled with the paranoia still eating away at him every time he turned around, it made going below feel claustrophobic. It was bad enough that he'd opted to piss overboard a short while back rather than go inside and use the head. Still, it wasn't like he could avoid it. That's where the majority of the mess lay. It was foolish to assume anyone rescuing him wouldn't think to check down there. There came a splash behind him, whipping up a bit of spray that chilled his backside, but Carrie was too busy focusing on his fear to care. Might as well get this over and done with. Maybe he'd get supremely lucky and find an unclaimed joint in one of the cabinets. A good toke would have gone over really well right about then. For now, he headed inside the cabin, letting the intermittent lightning guide his steps as he descended into the quiet, almost tomb-like interior. Murdering that man had seemed like a good idea at the time, and it's not like the dumb fuck had given him much choice. It was his own goddamned fault for doing a last-minute check for stuff they'd missed. Regardless, now Carrie wished he'd at least waited until they were in the main cabin to do the deed. The windows there were wide and plentiful. Down below, there were few portholes, letting in, at best, anemic amounts of light from the strange storm raging above. Unsurprisingly, he stumbled on the last step, miscounting them as water from the pail sloshed out all over his shoes. God damn it! Oh well, it wasn't like this was dry work to begin with. Carrie got down on his hands and knees, dipped some rags he'd managed to find into the water, then waited for the next flash so he knew where to begin. It came soon enough, revealing the mess, a thick, congealed puddle of blood covering the floor. God damn! There seemed to be a lot more than he remembered, the smell of copper thick in the air, nearly turning his stomach again.
"Keep it together," he ordered himself. Though Carrie doubted he had much left in his stomach, the last thing he needed was to add to the mess already there. Just as the darkness reasserted itself, he felt the boat list to the side. Or maybe it was his equilibrium shitting the bed again. It was hard to tell, at least until the bucket tipped over, sloshing water all over. "Fuck me!" Carrie stood up, then just as quickly fell back down again as the ship lurched violently around him. He smacked his head against something, feeling wetness drip down his cheek that he was fairly sure wasn't water. Once again the boat listed, actually shuddering this time. The sound of fiberglass creaking, as if under great strain, could easily be heard. Carrie had no idea what was happening. Had the storm outside suddenly gotten worse in the space of a few short minutes? Or was this maybe all connected to how sick he'd felt the last hour? He wondered if maybe he'd been poisoned by those assholes back on the other ship. But poison wouldn't have accounted for what he heard next, a sound that made his heart leap into his throat, wood and fiberglass shattering as if someone had driven a truck through the side of the boat. Lightning flashed again, lighting up the cabin enough for him to see the room around him deformed, as if it were being compressed from the outside. For a moment he wondered if he was maybe hallucinating, but then a spray of cold seawater hit him in the chest, followed by more sounds of destruction. "What the fuck?" Carrie scrambled to his feet. Whatever the hell was going on, it sure as shit didn't feel like some head trip brought on by food poisoning. No, something was happening to the ship, as if a giant hand had reached up from below and was now squeezing it like a paper bag. He tried to feel his way back to the stairs as the water quickly rose around him, going from ankle-deep to waist level in the space of seconds. The ship lurched again, this time to the rear, as if the stern were being dragged down. Carrie fell forward against the steps, submerging in the cold water and splitting his lip as his face met the hard wood. Fighting against the shock of both the pain and the cold, he tried to push himself back up as the orientation of the vessel changed again, this time listing to the front. However, the now perilously deep water kept him from being thrown forward. Carrie found his footing and stood up best he could in the watery darkness, only to find he was still submerged. "Oh, God!" Realizing he was in imminent danger of drowning, he kicked off from the floor only to hit the ceiling. He desperately craned his neck, finding perhaps a 2-inch pocket of air left at the top, enough for him to take a breath, but no more. The rest of the cabin was completely flooded, and in the darkness he had no idea which way was out. That was the least of his worries, though, as the splintering of wood grew ever louder in the black hell, just as he was forced back underwater. Too late, he realized the entire cabin was being crushed around him. His legs were pushed up and his head forced down as the sides began to collapse in on him. Lightning flashed overhead, briefly illuminating the water and giving Carrie a momentary glimpse of something just outside his prison. It was massive, fleshy, and covered in nightmare-sized suckers. Something had found him adrift after all, but it wasn't the rescue he'd been hoping for. He had a brief moment of stark, naked terror in which he was certain that the sea was claiming vengeance for the lives he'd taken. Then the walls caved in, forcing the last of the air out of his lungs. "It's not fair. I got away. It's not—" Carrie's silent protests came to an abrupt end as the thing outside gave one more monstrous squeeze, instantly pulverizing his body and filling the water with the stink of hot blood. The Leviathan realized its mistake as the thrumming once again racked its body. But by then, it was too close to its quarry to break off. Somehow, despite the thrumming having grown silent near the large surface thing, here, just a short distance away, it was now worse than ever. It had begun to sense the changes as it moved away from the large surface thing in pursuit of its smaller podmate. It was as if the water itself were somehow charged. But then the first of the pulses had struck it, causing its body to spasm with familiar pain, but also somehow different than before. For a moment, it seemed as if it had been slowed, moving through the water yet making no progress. When the next pulse hit, though, it was as if the Leviathan had been propelled forward at speeds even it had never known. With each thrum, it felt its body mass shift, one moment struggling to keep from sinking, the next compelled up to the surface despite its efforts to stay submerged. Though half blinded, its one remaining eye was still keen. Yet at one point, as it peered down at itself, its arms seemed to blur and then double. It only lasted for a moment, but it sent the beast into a frothing fury, thinking perhaps another of its kind was nearby, only to find itself alone mere seconds later. By then it was tempted to turn back, to return to where the thrumming had ceased. But it sensed the smaller surface thing was near. Though its prey now sat in the water as if dead, the Leviathan wasn't fooled. The pulses torturing its body once again gave way to rage. Though on some level it understood that turning around could end the torment, its mind was too far gone to heed such reason. It attacked the surface thing without mercy, coming up beneath it and entwining its arms around its fragile body. It had then squeezed with everything it had, crumpling the surface thing's shell and dirtying the water with the scent of the screaming thing that had been seeking shelter within. The attack had been over in minutes, the surface thing now nothing more than a ruptured, battered corpse, a testament to the Leviathan's superiority. The fight, however, hadn't eased any of its pain, leaving it still boiling over with rage. It may have won, yet the large surface thing and the massive thing at the bottom of the sea both still remained, each having forced it to retreat. In agony, and with its cognitive abilities in heavy decline, it turned away from the already forgotten husk still sinking to the bottom and began swimming back the way it had come. It was time to end this and prove to all the intruders within its domain that it and it alone reigned supreme. Chapter 47. Danny pulled out her radio just as she and Harrison reached the wall where the doorway had been, quickly turning the volume up just in time for it to squawk to life.
Danny, if you can hear me, do not go in any of the specimen rooms. We think they're like some sort of...
The door opened in front of her, revealing both Derek and Mitchell, the latter of which had his radio up to his mouth.
Holding pens,
he finished, before blinking in confusion at them.
Well, that was ridiculously easy.
And you're complaining? Derek replied.
Not really.
What are you guys doing? Harrison asked.
Didn't you hear us banging on the wall?
No, we came back when we noticed the door was shut.
Yeah,
Danny added, moving to step in.
So why'd you close?
Wait, Derek held up a hand. Whatever you do, do not come in here.
Yeah, guys,
Mitchell replied.
Just back up a few steps, okay?
Danny and Harrison both did so, just as the lights began to dim again.
Oh, fuck,
Mitchell said.
Let's go.
Derek was already on the move, though. Don't have to tell me twice. As Danny and her brother stepped aside, the two men joined them in the hallway. As usual, there came the strange fluctuation in gravity. When it had finally passed, she looked back to see that the water in the hallway had seemingly inched up a bit.
So what exactly was that about? Harrison asked. It locked us in after the last distortion, or outage, Mitchell said. Still not sure what to call them.
We can save the English lesson for later, Derek replied. I think the better question is why didn't it lock us in earlier, and why did it open up for them and not us?
Beauty before age?
Harrison offered with a grin. Mitchell raised an eyebrow.
This is why they don't give you more dialogue on the show.
All right, enough, Derek said. Let's be serious here. If your theory about this being an intergalactic petting zoo is right, then we almost became permanent residents. Mitchell let out a chuckle.
Maybe they thought we were a mated pair.
Then he quickly sobered up.
Okay, so that aside, I might actually have a theory as to why it locked us in.
Guys, Danny warned, glancing at the water. Just a moment, Derek replied. I want to hear him out. She bristled a little at that, but held her tongue. At the end of the day, Mitchell had seniority, even if he was from a different universe.
We don't know how long this ship has been down here, or the last time it brought anything aboard, the medic began.
But I think one thing is certain. Whether it's old age, crash damage, or that drill, this place isn't in tip-top shape. That's the reason it's lying here and not blasting us off to Jupiter. And that's why I think it decided to lock us in now and not earlier. It's going all friggy.
Either that or it's still booting up, Danny added, the idea popping into her head. Like when you first turn your laptop on in the morning and it sometimes takes a few minutes for everything to work. Well, maybe it works the same here. We could have woke some parts when we came aboard, and now the rest is catching up.
Harrison shook his head. Neither explains why we were able to open the door, but they weren't. Sure it does, Mitchell replied. If this place is going all wonky, then maybe it doesn't recognize the difference between who's allowed to roam the halls and the intergalactic cattle. It could be as simple as you guys being on the right side of the door and us being on the wrong side.
Derek nodded. Makes as much sense as anything else, I suppose. The door only shut after it scanned us, but it only started doing that fairly recently, so it could be both for all we know.
Yeah, so until we know better, my suggestion is for at least one person to stay outside while we explore.
About that last part, Danny said. That might be a problem.
Why?
Because I think the ship is flooding.
What? Derek replied. Why didn't you?
I tried to. He let out a sigh and nodded. Yeah, I guess you did. Sorry. Next time I say to wait a moment, you have my full permission to tell me to stuff it.
Can I get that in writing?
Definitely. But first, I think we need to start focusing on how to get the hell out of here once and for all. Jacob gave the corpse a shove, sending his body double floating away into the flooded room. Whatever was in there, the chamber itself appeared massive, larger than the others he'd seen. He considered how far past that wall of water he'd come, concluding it was likely several times the size of the other rooms he'd found. More important, though, was that something kept flashing inside, every so often sending out a pulse of light that lit up the seawater within. Sadly, whatever it wasn't close enough for him to see, at least not without climbing in there and taking a swim. He'd turned off the radio again. Hearing the other Nora had proven too much for him. He'd been through a lot in his life, had been captured and even tortured, but learning there was a place where he'd made different choices, well, it was much more than he could bear. It bespoke of the poor decisions he'd made, the life he could have had. He'd never been a fan of It's a Wonderful Life, and now he began to understand why that was. The lights began to dim, dragging him from his thoughts as he watched the other Jacob drift away. Shit! He quickly stepped to the side as whatever force held the water at bay faltered along with the gravity, causing a deluge to spray into his room as if a floodgate had just been opened. There was little question as to what the other Jacob had probably been cursing about. The poor fool had likely been caught the same way he'd been earlier, sent tumbling onto his ass as a small tidal wave punched him in the face. He at least knew better now as he stood off on one side, waiting for the outage to pass, even as the pulsing lights inside the other room grew ever more frantic. And then it was over. The water ceased pouring out as the integrity of the force field, for lack of a better term, was reestablished. Once again, the resulting outage had caused the water to rise, bringing it almost up to his knees. Yeah, there was no doubt about it. Soon enough, this section would be flooded. It would then be only a matter of time before the entire ship filled up. After that, well, they needed to be long gone before that happened, which meant he needed to stop dicking around and get back to work. He turned to find his own pack had been pushed out into the hallway by the jet of seawater. No matter, it was waterproof. Jacob turned to grab his doppelganger's pack. He'd initially dismissed its contents as fake, but now knew better. Besides, the extra munitions meant a greater chance of getting the job done. The detonators within might be of a different design than he was used to, but the general idea was familiar enough that he was certain he could figure it. The lighting in the room abruptly changed, catching him off guard, turning bright green as it had done when they'd first approached the ship. What now? But then it began to blink, as if whatever was going on wasn't working quite right. An easy conclusion to come to, considering the big freaking hole in the wall less than 10 feet away. A hole through which something was obviously reacting badly to the seawater within.
None of that was his problem, though. It was time to plant his charges and get the hell out of... Before he could so much as stand up straight, the doorway leading out closed. Jacob stepped to the wall, now a solid panel with not so much as a crack in sight. He pushed against it, then banged his fist on it, producing nothing more than a hollow thud.
Son of a...
He wasn't sure whether it was a glitch or some sort of half-assed defense mechanism, but either way, he appeared to be locked in tight. That wasn't good. He needed to find a way out, and soon. With the door shut, he estimated it wouldn't be long before this room filled completely with water. Jacob eyed the bag of explosives still with him. It was possible he could blast his way out, but with little shelter to be had, he had an equal or better chance of blowing himself to bits as well. Especially if he accidentally set off the charges in the pack lying right outside, too. He stood there for a moment, considering all the assignments he'd taken over the years, all the risks that had come with them. He'd performed his duty proudly each and every time, all in the name of freedom, and if he had met his end during any of them, he would have done so honorably. This was no different. Duty first, then I'll see about saving my own ass. And if he couldn't, then so be it. He glanced down at the other Jacob's pack, remembering what else was in it. He would do his duty and possibly meet his maker if that was to be his fate, but maybe he didn't have to do it alone.
Anything?
Derek asked. Nope. Mitchell clipped the walkie-talkie to his belt. Still getting the radio silence treatment from our Nora. I'm guessing either her battery's dead or she's on another channel. The other team's equipment had proven far more effective at punching through the interference, although apparently it still couldn't account for the human factor. Why would she be on another channel? The medic shrugged. Because she doesn't appreciate my effervescent personality? Derek shook his head, but decided not to comment. Regardless, we still need to find Jake, both of them. We will, Danny said. Harrison and I can go check down this. No chance. We're not splitting up. At least, not that way. Though Derek wanted to give her as much time with her brother as she could get, he also understood too well that with the ship going haywire around them, the last thing they needed was to split their limited resources in a way that practically ensured they'd have to search for each other again. I agree, Mitchell said. I don't mean to cut this family reunion short, but let's save the transdimensional incursions for Ghostbusters. If we have to split up, it needs to be with our own teammates. No arguments. After a beat, he glanced Derek's way. God damn, I sound like you now. Leadership tends to do that. Fine, Harrison replied. Then we'll all stick together. Listen, kid. Harrison cut him off, though. Don't give me that crap. We've already run into enough strange shit down here. 4 heads are better than 2. Mitchell opened his mouth to say something, but Derek held up a hand. He's right. For now. We'd have probably gotten stuck in that room eating seaweed until the end of time if they hadn't been there. That said, we'll play this by ear. If at any point I decide things look too dicey, then that's it. We are to go back to our respective subs and get the hell out of here. Agreed? He held each of their gazes in turn. Mitchell was quick to nod. Danny and Harrison were a little slower, but each eventually agreed. Good. Just one small problem, boss man, Mitchell replied after a moment. We still don't know how to get out. So far it seems like Earthlings check in, but they don't. I think I liked your zoo analogy better. Same difference. I have an idea, Harrison offered. Let's head back to Nora. Doesn't matter which one. Yours is fine. That way we can brainstorm this together without getting locked up or worrying about the radios going crazy again. Maybe Mitch and that doctor you guys brought can figure something out. Once we have a plan, then we'll go find the 2 Jakes and get the fuck out of Dodge. Maybe we should head to your Nora, Derek countered. The fact that she isn't answering means nothing. Mitchell shook his head. Well, it probably means something, but not what you're thinking. Not following. Mitchell sighed. Okay, fine, you got me. I'm pretty sure the reason she's not answering is the same reason you, our version anyway, got stuck with ship duty. How so? Earlier, I may have eavesdropped on the three of them arguing. Our Derek didn't sound happy.
Let me guess, there are folks in D.C. who aren't exactly pleased with his leadership?
Not unless I need to get my hearing checked. From the sound of things, he was the one ticked off with what was going on. I heard him say something about another mission, something they were keeping him out of the loop of.
What other mission?
No idea, Mitchell said. They cut him off, pulled rank before he could get it out of them. That's when he was assigned boat duty. Trust me, I wasn't happy with it either. He should have been down here running things, just like you are.
For the record, I'm glad he isn't, Derek replied. Not that I wouldn't mind meeting him, but it allowed us all to be here, and quite frankly, I think we work best as a team. He turned to the other two. That means all of us, so let's head back and get to brainstorming.
Okay, Danny said. But shouldn't we try to find Jake first, not after?
Derek shook his head. This might sound cold-blooded, but logically we'd be better served trying to figure a way out of here first, versus the other way around.
Agreed, Mitchell replied. Besides, for all we know, they're both headed back on their own already. At least, that's what we agreed on.
Same here, assuming ours doesn't have a secondary objective as well. Probably a big assumption, unless...
Unless what?
A grim smile crossed Derek's lips. One Nora might be uncrackable, but maybe between the two of them, there's enough differences to get one to spill what they know, especially since all our lives could depend on it. Chapter 48.
You want to blow up my ship?
Want is a really strong term, Mitchell replied. More like, I think this is our best shot at killing that thing.
And if it fails?
Andrea snapped.
We're fucked, but, he quickly added, we aren't going to withstand another all-out assault, especially with most of our heavy ordnance depleted, and we both know it, so we're equally fucked either way.
Andrea put her head in her hands.
You know, I really don't like that kind of language on my bridge.
Court-martial me later, then, or sue me for sexual harassment, whatever floats your boat.
Sexual harassment?
Well, I could try, if you wanted me to.
She narrowed her eyes at him, but found herself chuckling nevertheless.
You know, you suck at flirting even more than you do choosing dinner.
Hence why Derek gets the bulk of the marriage proposals from our fans.
Andrea was about to reply when another agent popped in to hand her a status report reminding her they were on the clock. It was from Vukovsky, stating what she already knew. Repairs to propulsion were highly unlikely in any reasonable time frame.
Anything good?
Nope.
She tossed the clipboard onto the table in front of her, already littered with similar updates.
So run this idea of yours past me again.
Simple. You have plenty of C4, but no way to get our buddy out there to sit still long enough to use it. So we do the next best thing. We wire the ship, turn it into a massive bomb. Then we evacuate most of the crew to the Sun Angel, where they sit very still and very quiet so as not to attract attention.
And then?
We blow it to hell.
She massaged her temples.
And who's to say it doesn't go after the Sun Angel instead?
No one, Mitchell replied. But it came after us last time it attacked. Also, its smaller cousin broke off from the Rogers Wildew when you showed up.
So,
I don't pretend to be a marine biologist, but my guess is there's some fight-or-flight response going on here. I read up on cephalopods a bit before this mission. Octopi aren't considered territorial per se, but they do tend to have preferred hunting grounds. We have no idea if this applies to their giant cousin out there, except that this thing has had ample time to wander off and go elsewhere. But instead, it sunk the Tortuga and then did its damnedest to try and sink us. So I'm guessing that, in its confused state, it might see us as rivals or intruders, picking the biggest threat to take out first, which is probably still better than it confusing us for a potential mate.
She raised an eyebrow.
Has something like that ever happened?
Mitchell shrugged.
Once, about 3 years back during Sasquatch mating season, young male, way too horny, and not overly picky. She held up a hand. Spare me the details. Getting back to this plan, you said most of the crew. That's the other part you're not going to like. We need someone here to set off the charges. We have remote, I know, but think about everything that's been going on. It seems like we're in the eye of this storm, but can we really afford to take that chance? I don't know about you, but the last thing I would want to do is flip the switch and see a whole lot of nothing happen. No, if we want to be certain this works, everything needs to be hardwired, and that means one unlucky contestant stays for a front-row seat to the fireworks. Andrea sat back in her chair. He was right. She didn't like it. Rather than tackle that one head-on, though, she asked, "And if that doesn't kill it?" Mitchell nodded. "Always a possibility when dealing with something new, but I think it'll work. That thing is big and strong, but it's also relatively soft. If we send a couple tons of shrapnel flying into it at the speed of sound, that's definitely going to mess up its day. Worst case, it'll be badly injured, almost certainly enough to drive it off. If so, the Sun Angel makes a run for it and hopes for the best. And by that, I mean hopefully doesn't pull into port and find out it's now an alternate timeline where Hitler won." "I really do enjoy your optimism." "That's why I'm here, to help blow up your ship and talk about the man in the high castle. But as interesting as the latter is, I think we need to discuss what you think of this." "I'm going to be frank with you, Mitch. I hate it. It makes me want to vomit." She held up a hand. "But I also think we're backed in a corner, and the only way out is to either hope for a miracle or grab the bull by the balls and make one happen. No offense if you're into praying, but I'm not." "Hey, I'm all for squeezing bovine nutsacks, figuratively speaking. That said, we should talk about who gets to—" "No, we shouldn't," she stated flatly. "I need to figure that out. This is my command, my decision." "But—" Andrea stood up and put a hand on Mitchell's shoulder, something she would normally have never done while on duty. "Listen, you've been a big help. I'm sorry if I came across as cold earlier. You didn't deserve that. Some of it, anyway. I should have respected you and your team. But now I need to take care of this part." Mitchell opened his mouth to speak again, but she talked over him, assuming an authoritative tone that she hoped he knew better than to argue with. "I'm putting you in charge of the evacuation effort. Get the wounded and all support personnel onto the Sun Angel." The medic hesitated for a moment, but then finally he nodded. "I can do that." "Good. Double time it then. The clock is ticking, and I'd hate for that thing to come back before we're ready." "Got it." He turned and started heading toward the door. "Maybe afterward," she said softly, not even sure he could hear her. "We can talk about those cheesesteaks." He did, though, looking back over his shoulder. Why do those sound like the words of someone who has no intention of ever eating a cheesesteak? "As you were, mister." He nodded. "Aye, aye, Captain." Then he turned and left, leaving her alone with her darkening thoughts. Danny stood with Harrison outside the airlock. The room now faintly resembled crude living quarters following the changes that had occurred in their absence. It gave somber credence to Mitchell's earlier theory. Inside, Derek was bringing Nora up to speed, while Dr. Reed assisted Mitch in studying the wall leading back outside. That left she and her brother as the official door holders, which was fine with her. To Lonzo's credit, he'd come up with the idea of using one of their ballast plates as a doorstop. It looked solid enough, even if the door itself hadn't made any attempt to close during the last 2 outages. That said, she could appreciate his foresight. However, much as their current assignment probably made sense, she also had a feeling it was Derek's attempt to give her a bit more time with her brother before they were inevitably forced to go their separate ways. Almost as if echoing those thoughts, Harrison said, "It's crazy.
Trying to share a lifetime of memories in a few hours, that is. She nodded. Yeah, but how many crashed spaceships can we reasonably expect to find, even in this job? Tell me about it. So, how's Mom doing? She and Dad were both pretty crushed when, but they've been doing their best. She let out a chuckle. Dad even has a new hobby, trolling Twitter for anyone making crude comments about me and giving them a piece of his mind. Really? Definitely sounds like Dad. He turned away and sniffled. God, I miss him. Wait, miss him? Why? He turned back, his eyes glistening. Car crash last year, not too long after, He was coming home late, the roads were wet, and an 18-wheeler lost control in the opposite lane. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. She didn't even know how to respond to that. It was so surreal, especially since she'd spoken to both her parents shortly before hopping on the plane down to the Bahamas. It's okay, he said, wiping his eyes. I'm actually glad you told me. I think it's kind of like with you, knowing the old man is out there, even if it's not in my world. Well, it kind of makes it better. Knowing she was stepping on eggshells, she replied, How's Mom holding up in your world? Probably better than me, he said with a small laugh. You remember Mr. Peddleston? The postman? Yeah, he asked her out for coffee, and she said yes. No way. I'm 100% serious. Danny cracked a grin. Do you think I should tell Dad to keep an eye out for him? Harrison shrugged. I don't know. Maybe. Then he shook his head. God damn. There's simply too much to say and not enough time. I know. But how about this, he offered. If you ever feel a tingle in the back of your head, like someone is looking over your shoulder, well, that'll be me thinking about you. Same, big brother. She stepped in and hugged him. And just for the record, you can expect to feel a lot of tingles. Just make sure it's not when Allie and I are getting busy. Ew, gross. She stepped back and smacked him on the arm. I'll tell her you said hi, though. And that I miss her. Definitely. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a phone. Hey, before I forget, can I get a selfie? Danny nodded, suddenly regretting she'd left hers behind. You know they're not going to let you keep that evidence of a... What did Mitch call it? A transdimensional incursion or something? I know, but maybe I can find a Wi-Fi printer before that happens. Screw it. She moved to stand next to him. Some rules are made to be broken. Just as he snapped the photo, though, she heard Mitchell call out. That's it. I'm at a loss. There's no buttons, panels, handles, or even a frickin' divot. Hell, I can't even find a scanner to tell the damn door I'm standing in front of it. Which is probably a good thing, Derek replied, considering we're all outside the sub. The scientific method doesn't care if your shoes get wet. It's more the rest of me I'm worried about. Mitchell looked like he had more to say to that, but his universe's Nora interrupted, picking that moment to finally check in. Mitch, are you there? I need a status report, over. However, before he could respond, their Nora, the one present in the room, said, I've got this. She moved to unclip her radio, but the medic handed his over instead. Use mine. I had an inkling we might be stepping into shit, so I upgraded the antennas before we left. Appreciated, she replied before raising it to her lips. This is Agent Nora Caseman. Is everything okay on your end? We've been trying to reach you. Danny turned to Harrison as this was going on, but he said, Go and see what they're talking about. I'll wait here and play doorman. Are you sure? Yeah, it's cool. Although if you get trapped in there with Mitch, I can't promise I'll save you.
She grinned back, then walked in to join the others who were now gathered around Nora, listening as she spoke to her other self. God, this is weird. But if they were going to brainstorm a way out of this mess, this was their best bet to bring all their minds together. Sorry for causing any concern, the other Nora replied after a few seconds. I was on another channel. From the look on Mitch's face, this wasn't a surprise. And why is that? If you're the same person I am, came the reply, then you know I can't say. Derek glared hard at Nora. Do you have any idea what she's talking about? No, of course not. I'm serious, Nora. This is not the time to play games. I agree, she replied. Believe me, I had no idea what we'd find down here, and I can say with certainty that I have nothing even remotely approaching orders on what to do in case of alien contact. It's not like there's a standing protocol for this stuff. Derek hesitated for a moment, then held out his hand. Mind if I run the show for a few? Go right ahead. Talking to myself is weird as hell. He took it and pressed the receiver. Nora, this is Derek. We've been discussing theories on what this ship might be, and there's a few precautions we think you should take. You mean the door? She replied. It's secured. Dr. Anderson here figured it out before we could get locked in. Good to hear. Saves us some time. Now for the bad news. This place is starting to fill with water. I don't know how long we've got, but we need to make figuring a way out our priority. I agree. That's certainly one of our priorities, she replied, causing Danny to raise an eyebrow. We haven't made much progress on how to get the outside doors open again, though. If you have any suggestions, I'm open to hearing them. Mitchell nodded at Derek, who depressed the talk button again. That's kind of the problem, the medic said. We're here putting our heads together, hoping some idea presents itself, but if there's a mechanism or sequence that triggers the outside doors, I have no idea what it is. So where does that leave us? In deep shit? Thank you for your professional opinion, Agent Harkness. How about the rest of you? Nice to know some things are the same regardless of universe, there Nora muttered. Hold on, we know the hull isn't invulnerable, Danny offered. That's a good point, Derek replied. That drill ripped right through it. Interesting as that is, the Nora on the other end of the radio said, I'm going to assume you didn't think to bring an industrial-sized drill bit with you either. Sadly, no, but it does open up possibilities. Such as? Both Noras replied. I'm just spitballing here, Derek said. But maybe with enough concussive force, Mitchell inclined his head. You mean blow it open? In a nutshell. And how do we do that? No idea yet. Maybe if we could find something in the ship, a power source or something, Harrison called from the open door. Possible, Mitchell said. But you're talking about finding and identifying something like that on an alien spaceship that's got to be at least twice the size of an aircraft carrier. Not saying it can't happen, but so far the only thing we've seen that's been portable has been seaweed. Before anyone asks, Lonzo added, no, it does not explode. Danny smiled, even though their situation was grim. It was good to see the doctor had seemingly overcome his earlier shock. Over the radio, the other Nora let out a heavy sigh. Before they could move on, though, their Nora grabbed the walkie-talkie back from Derek. I know that sound because I make it myself. What aren't you telling us? What? Derek asked, but she waved him off. You can fool the others, but you can't fool yourself, she said into the radio. And before you try any bullshit, we both know my security clearance is the same as yours. Spill. There came a slight pause, and then her double replied. And we both know there are some things bigger than ourselves. Like that octopus? Mitchell asked. No, Derek spat. She's talking about state secrets, things our government wouldn't want getting out there. He glared at Nora. Isn't she? What does that have to do with a sea monster? Danny asked. He shook his head. Nothing, except we're not just dealing with a sea monster, not now anyway, and we're not the only agency involved here. I can assure you, Nora replied. Nobody aboard the Nest had any idea what we were going to find down here, least of all me. Same, her counterpart said. And as for protecting the interests of the... son of a bitch, Nora narrowed her eyes as she lifted the radio back to her lips. It's Jake, isn't it? In the event of a radio blackout, he must have standing orders to neutralize anything he or his people conclude is a potential threat to our government's stability. That's it, isn't it? I find it hard to believe you didn't know. I did. We don't exactly talk much these days. When next the other Nora spoke again, there was a tinge of regret in her voice. I'm sorry to hear that. Not as sorry as I'm going to be if I end up entombed in this place because your man decided to blow it up. So enough with the games. Did your Jacob bring munitions with him, yes or no? Derek put a hand over hers, a look of horror dawning on his face. It wasn't just the other Jake. He glanced at Danny. That backpack of his, it wasn't a coincidence that it just happened to be aboard the sub. Then he turned back to Nora. And this is exactly why I hate playing politics. We can table that discussion for a later time. She depressed the button again. So, would I be incorrect in assuming we probably have 2 Jakes running around this vessel, both of them carrying high explosives? Another pause, then. I can't speak for yours, but I can't rule out the possibility either. What? Lonzo cried. That's insane! He can't— Not now, Doctor, Nora snapped. Believe me, I'm as upset about this as you. I highly doubt that. Oh, trust me, she is, Mitchell said. You can tell by that vein in her forehead. And shutting up now. What are his standing orders for a situation like this? Nora asked into the radio after throwing a glare the medic's way. There's never been a situation like this, the other Nora replied. But we talked about it. Whatever effect the ship is having, it seems to be spreading. I don't know how far it's going to go, but we can neither afford the possibility of the Gulf region being compromised, nor allow another nation to attempt a salvage effort. You know how crazy that sounds, right? Especially if he thinks he has enough C4 to put a dent in something this size. He doesn't need to, the other Nora interrupted, and I'm pretty sure you know that. What does she mean? Lonzo asked. Demolitions 101, Doctor, their Nora replied, looking none too pleased. You attack the weak spots, causing a chain reaction, which tells me why our Jake isn't back yet. He's out there looking for a spot where he can maximize the destruction, crippling this place. And killing us in the process, Danny muttered. She expected to be met with disapproving looks from her superiors, but the glance Derek gave her was entirely sympathetic. Maybe not, Nora said before speaking into the radio again. I'm going to assume both of our Jakes are working toward the same goal, searching for the same weak points. A fair assumption, came the reply. Then is it also a fair assumption to make that if one of our Jacobs gets the job done and we can convince the other of that fact, then that could leave us with some spare charges to try and blow the doors, her double finished for her. It's a long shot, but it could work. How do we know we can trust this woman? Lonzo asked. Nora raised an eyebrow at him. Because, Doctor, that other woman is me, and while I have always been proud to serve Uncle Sam, I've never had a death wish about it, and if I'm hearing myself correctly, I doubt she does either. Thank you, came the reply. And no, I most certainly do not. Wait, Danny said. There's one problem we're forgetting. How do we even know which universe's ship we're trying to blow up? What if we destroy one, but the other is left to— Mitchell held up a hand. That's a good question. One we'd probably have zero chance of answering even with a boatload of quantum physicists here with us. So instead, I say we hope for the best. And yes, I know how that sounds. But, and this is a big but— if both ships are connected via however the hell it works, then maybe knocking out one will take out both. Are you willing to stake your life on that, Mitch? His Nora asked. If we live, definitely. If not, then there won't be anyone left to call me on it. Derek nodded.
It beats doing nothing. Nora's?
Count me in,
the one present replied. A moment later, the other said,
So long as we cripple this ship in the process, I'm amenable.
Good. Then kindly inform your Jacob of the plan. There came a pause from the other end.
That could be a problem.
Define problem.
I haven't been able to raise him in several minutes. I don't know if it's interference or something else, but you may need to contact yours instead.
Easier said than done, Derek replied. We have his radio. Nora shook her head.
Well, that's just great.
Just means we need to find them first, Harrison called from the door. Exactly. Derek nodded his way. Earlier we decided that searching for Jake could wait until we figured out how to open the doors. Now it seems that finding him is our only hope for making that happen.
Say the word,
Danny replied. The word is given. Crypto hunters, it's time to start hunting. Chapter 49. The Leviathan found itself increasingly confused. After sinking the surface thing, it had turned back to once again confront its larger brethren, the one that still dared sit atop the waters of its hunting ground. The large surface thing was still where it had left it, along with its smaller podmate. However, it hadn't expected to find that other, even smaller surface things had joined them at some point, racing along the top of the water between the two. Perhaps they were calves, much the same way as the clicking things kept their young nestled between the adults. If so, it didn't matter. These new, smaller things were puny, not much larger than the screaming things themselves. Despite their size, however, they made a lot of noise, enough to irritate the Leviathan. As before, the thrumming was gone in this place, allowing the pain to subside. Its mood was not improved, though. It was hard to think, to distinguish between foes worthy of its wrath and those not. Though its instincts told it the smaller ones were no threat, its thoughts were too muddy to make sense of it. The only thing that made sense was killing, followed by more killing, something it could still understand. The switches are all hardwired with redundancies. You can either set them off based on section, forward, starboard, aft, port side, center.
I get it,
Andrea said. They can be set to a timer, too, if need be. She shook her head.
Probably too much to hope that that thing will keep still long enough to use it.
That's what I figured. Vakovsky, the ship's engineer and one of their top demolitions experts, replied. So, in that case, you can also set them all off at once with this switch.
And the charges themselves?
Each has been positioned for maximum outward dispersal. Keep in mind, though, they'll still deal catastrophic damage to the ship. I can't guarantee she'll stay afloat if you set off more than a few.
If I have to resort to using this, you can be certain there's already little chance of staying afloat.
That's why I wanted to talk to you again about using the remote. Andrea shook her head again.
I already told you, we can't rely on it, not now. If we do and it fails...
Vakovsky nodded, his thick, pug-like face not looking happy about it. Fine, but take it anyway. Use it as a backup in case this room gets compromised or the hardwire fails. It's plugged into the frequency of each pack, so even if a few get knocked loose, you'll still be running hot.
Good work. I mean it.
She allowed herself the ghost of a smile toward the man.
Now get your ass onto a launch and over to the Sun Angel. That's an order.
He nodded and left, leaving her alone with her thoughts. It wasn't for long, though. She looked up a few minutes later to find Mitchell standing in the doorway. She just hoped he wasn't here to try and talk her out of it.
How goes the transfer? 2 more and we should be done, he said, stepping in. I have them running another head count on the Sun Angel. If anyone is missing, we'll do one last sweep for them. Good. Make sure you're on one of those launches. You got it. Unless, that is, you could use the company. I appreciate the sentiment, but this is a one-person job. Captain goes down with the ship sounds so 18th century.
She shrugged.
More like I won't ask my crew to do anything I'm not prepared to do myself." He nodded, allowing an uncomfortable silence to descend between them. "You know," he said after several seconds, "they say these workplace romances never really pan out anyway, especially once the girl blows herself up. You do realize how much you suck at this, right? Oh, and call me a girl again and I'll break your collarbone." He held up his hands. "I prefer to remain unbroken, thank you." "Good, because don't think for a second They were interrupted by a commotion going on somewhere above them. A moment later, another agent popped his head in. "Ma'am, I think it's back." "Saved by the octopus," Mitchell remarked as she pushed past him, making it a point to grab the remote detonator just in case. The last thing they needed was to be caught with their pants down. She only hoped she wasn't forced to use it before everyone was offloaded. Fortunately, there was little need to tell anyone to make a hole as she made her way up onto the deck. Mitchell hadn't been lying. There was maybe a handful of people at best left aboard. Those that were, however, were at the ready, most with weapons, while a few manned the ship's high-powered spotlights. Close by, the roar of outboard motors could be heard. One of the launches was headed toward the Sun Angel, another was on its way back. "Someone give me a report," she cried out as the medic caught up to her. "We caught sight of a wake off the port stern." Damn it. That wasn't much to go on, but it wasn't anything she could dismiss either. "Step up our efforts. Cover those boats. I want everyone off this ship within the next—" The attack came without warning. One moment the spotlights were sweeping the area behind the ship. The next, the water around one of the launches exploded in a spray of froth. Sadly, she saw it was the outbound one, still full of personnel, most of them the crew responsible for wiring the nest into a floating bomb. A tentacle rose out of the water directly in front of the raft, like the hand of some malevolent giant. Up it went until it towered over the launch, then it slammed down right on top of the unlucky bastards. In the dark, it was hard to tell, but she could have sworn at least a few of those aboard had managed to dive off right before being hit. "Spotlights!" she cried. "Look for survivors!" "There!" Mitchell shouted, pointing out over the water. She saw them a moment later, a pair of survivors. One of them looked to be Vukovsky, who she'd spoken to just minutes earlier. He was holding on to another man who appeared to be injured, trying to keep him afloat. Launch number two, Novak said into his radio. "We have men in the water in need of rescue. We will cover you. I repeat, we will cover you." The second launch started to turn as the water around the two men once more began to froth and churn. Vukovsky let go of the other man and began fumbling with something attached to his vest. A spotlight lit upon him just long enough for Andrea to see the small metallic canister in his hand. "Belay that order!" she cried at Novak. "Launch number 2, abort! I repeat, abort!" A spray of water temporarily blocked Vukovsky from sight as another tentacle rose from the water directly behind him. Then there came a much larger spray as the grenade in his hand went off, booming like thunder. A heavy chunk of flesh was sheared off the massive appendage, and it quickly disappeared beneath the water again. The surface continued to churn for several seconds before finally calming down. "Where the hell is it?" Sadly, the spotlights weren't able to detect any other movement at the surface. The octopus appeared to be gone, but so were Vukovsky and the agent he'd been trying to save. "Fuck!" Andrea cried before she could rein in her temper. "Have Launch 2 circle the area for survivors," she said, despite knowing it was pointless. "Once only, then I want it back here and the rest of you on it. Let's pray Vukovsky bought us the time we need." The few people remaining on deck double-timed it at her command. She backed away, wanting nothing more than to go below deck and put her head in her hands until such time as that beast came back. At that point, she would happily go to hell if it meant taking it with her. Too many had been lost on her watch, no more. In her haste, she turned and almost bumped into Mitchell. "I thought I gave you an order," she barked, although there wasn't much fire in her voice. "Yeah, well, I don't work for you, and like you said earlier, this is more my team's ballpark than yours, so I'll be taking it from here." Andrea made to respond, but before the words could come out, a stabbing pain shot up from her thigh. She looked down to see a syringe sticking out of her leg, the plunger already depressed. "Sorry about this," Mitchell said, his voice sounding as if it were coming from far away. "Just do me a favor when you get back to shore. Have a cheesesteak in my honor, and try not to hate me too much. Or you can hate me, just make sure to have that cheesesteak." She took a staggered step forward, her tongue suddenly too heavy to form words. "You..." She meant to call him a son of a bitch, but instead toppled forward into his arms. "Someone help me over here!" he cried, holding on to her. "I think she passed out." Had she been capable, she'd have gladly shot him right then and there. Instead, her head lolled back as he laid her on the deck, the lightning flashing above, the last thing she saw before darkness claimed her. "I've never seen someone argue with themselves quite like that before," Derek said as he led the way through the halls of the alien vessel again, following the trail of tape markers they'd left. "Consider yourself lucky," Mitch replied. "At least you get to go back to your universe with the one who wasn't willfully trying to blow us to bits." Derek nodded. "As I've often said, the downside of any government job is the government." "Can't argue with that one." They'd retrieved Mitchell's radio before leaving. Since then, though, the only communication they'd had was with the other Nora, her promising to keep hailing their Jacob. As for their Nora, if she had anything new to tell them, it would have to wait for one of those outages to... Speak of the devil. He'd no sooner thought it than the lights began to dim around them. A second later, it felt like he was walking through waist-deep mud from the change in gravity. This time, however, it was accompanied by a sound like that of rushing water, which, considering what Danny had shown them earlier, likely meant it was. Just great. What happened next did little to improve that sentiment. Rather than the normal lighting resuming once the glitch ran its course, the walls began to pulse with color, lighting up brightly in spots before dimming again. This went on for a minute or so before they finally stabilized back to their original hue. "That can't be good," Harrison said from behind him. "Nope," Mitchell replied. "I have a feeling this Tinker toy is starting to break down faster." Derek turned toward him. "What do you think that means for the outside world?" "Beats the hell out of me. Just don't be surprised if you're met at port by an orangutan named Dr. Zaius." I could think of worse fates." "Does that count?" Harrison asked, pointing ahead toward where water collected in the hall. "Pretty sure that section was dry when we came through last time." He wasn't wrong. The water was definitely rising faster now. "Come on, we need to hurry." As if that wasn't bad enough, the hallway ahead remained dark as they approached it, aside from a quick sputter of light that didn't last. "Flashlights it is, then," Derek said. "Everyone stick together. I have a feeling we're going to be swimming in the dark before this is over." Mitchell let out a chuckle. "A moonlight swim. How romantic." "Minus the moonlight. Come on." Derek led them onward, the seawater cold around his ankles, definitely a far cry from the tropical currents near the shore. Worse, though it was gradual, he could tell it was getting deeper as they continued on, the slight incline of the floor working against them as they continued searching for markers on the wall. Though he kept his opinion on the matter to himself, Derek was starting to get creeped out. Several of the rooms they'd explored during their first tour of this section were still open. The walls of some were lit, allowing them some illumination as they walked, while others were as dark as the hall, giving the place a feel somewhere between a sewer and a haunted house. The water was approximately knee-deep when he finally announced, "I think that room over there is where we split off from Jake. Everyone wait here for a second." Derek stepped in, the lighting there seemingly broken now as well. He shone his flashlight around, hoping he wouldn't find his friend floating face down, and instead saw there was more than one exit. "This is it. I think I know which way he went." "Okay, so how do we do this without getting caught?" Harrison asked. "Far as I can tell," Mitch replied. "That seems to only happen when the ship glitches out. Except it's pretty much glitching out constantly now." "Good point." "We cross through one at a time," Derek said, interrupting their banter.
So far, the doors seem to be opening up again for anyone on the outside. As long as that holds, we should be okay." Almost as if mocking him, the lights in the room sparked to life for a moment before going out again.
"Famous last words," Mitchell replied. Derek laughed as he walked to the far doorway.
"Trust me, if I have any last words, they'll be a hell of a lot better than that."
Chapter 50. Jacob desperately pulled himself through the hole in the wall, then surfaced, gasping for breath.
That was too close.
Sadly, there was no cause for celebration. Only a few more feet of air remained in the room, the unreadable display on the one wall having gone dark a while back. He'd done his duty, though. He'd planted some explosives here, then had risked swimming into the flooded room to plant the rest. On that front, he'd gotten lucky. Though they were hundreds of feet underwater, the pressure in the other room seemed to be the same as the rest of the ship, meaning it hadn't been much different than diving in a swimming pool, at first anyway. There was some kind of massive machinery in the other room, something he couldn't begin to understand. It was glowing at the top, no doubt the source of the illumination he'd seen, pulsing in a strange chromatic hue that made it uncomfortable to look at. Further up, at the ceiling, he'd been able to dimly make out another breach, possibly the same one caused by the Zaro Green drill. There hadn't been time to tell, however, whether beyond it lay the open ocean or another deck. As he neared the strange mechanism to plant the charges, the temperature rose considerably, likely the only reason he hadn't succumbed to hypothermia yet. At the same time, the water became thick and viscous, like swimming in motor oil. Though Jacob was an accomplished diver with excellent lung capacity, the strange viscosity had slowed his progress greatly, using up precious air. He'd pushed himself as far as he dared, planting another charge, and was about to turn back when there came a blinding flash from the alien mechanism. A moment later, Jacob felt a rush of water from above, forcing him back. Far worse, though, was the pressure. It instantly intensified to several times what it had been, the shock forcing most of the remaining air from his lungs and almost causing him to black out. It was only through his experience and training that he was able to keep a fingerhold on consciousness, realizing he had perhaps seconds at most to escape this place or become a permanent resident. Thankfully, the sudden rush of water had managed to push him back toward the hole leading to the first room. As he fought to pull himself out, though, a face, his own, bobbed into view in front of him. The other Jacob's eyes were once again open, his sightless stare seeming to silently convey that this was the fate they both deserved. Jacob had screamed, expelling the last of the air from his body before frantically pulling himself through the breach in the wall, the pressure instantly dropping again as he made it through, as if there were some unseen force keeping the power of the ocean at bay. Whatever it was, though, it wasn't enough to keep the ship, and more importantly this compartment, from flooding. His mission accomplished, he turned his eyes to the nearby backpack, still thankfully afloat and now considerably lighter, having been relieved of its explosive burden. He could rest now, knowing he'd done what was necessary. There was just one thing left. Jacob unzipped the pack and pulled a remote detonator from it. It was different from what he was used to, from a whole other world, but it wasn't so alien that he couldn't figure it out. If anything, he was a bit jealous, as it seemed to be of higher quality than what he'd brought.
Guess the suits aren't as cheap over in the mirror universe.
He studied it for a minute or two, until he was certain he wasn't going to blow himself to Kingdom Come by accident.
Soon enough for that.
Then he set the digital timer for 1 hour and locked it in. That finished, he pulled out the radio again and turned it back on. If this was to be his final mission, he had no regrets, except one. However, fate had been kind enough to provide him with the means of learning how that mistake may have otherwise played out. It was a small consolation, but one he was glad for nevertheless.
Sorry I took that away from you, buddy.
He glanced back toward the flooded chamber, then lifted the radio to his lips.
Nora, this is Jake. Come in.
He repeated the call a few times over several minutes until there finally came a response.
"Oh, thank God," she said. "I was getting worried."
"No need to. Just taking care of business. How are things looking on your end?"
"You know there's such a thing as taking care of business and answering your damned radio, right?"
Now she sounded like Nora.
"Sorry, but you know how I get. Distractions make for a poor partner."
He hoped the lie was a convincing one, since it was mostly the truth.
"Yeah, I get it."
She paused before continuing, giving him an opening.
"Hey, I need to tell you something. I set the charges and—"
"Listen, hun," she interrupted. "The others know."
That caught his attention.
"Know what?"
"Our orders, your orders, what needs to be done to this place."
They did?
How'd they find out?
Nora, the other one, she put 2 and 2 together with their Derek's help.
Of course she did. How'd he take it?
Go figure, about as well as ours did.
Jacob didn't know exactly what that meant, but he could guess. Derek was a good guy, but too much of a straight shooter for government work.
"Listen to me, Jake. They're coming to find you. Please tell me you didn't plant all the charges."
"Yeah? Why?"
"Shit. That means we're trapped in here. Mitch was working with the other team to figure out how to open the outer doors. The only idea they could come up with was—"
"Blowing them open," he finished for her.
"God damn it."
"That's it then," she stated flatly. "Well, we knew going in this could be a one-way trip. Won't lie, I was hoping it wouldn't be, but I also won't ask you to disarm anything you've already set. This place has to go. We both know that."
Can't argue, he thought. But then he remembered what lay just outside the door to this room.
"Listen to me, baby. I have good news and bad news, but I need you to hear me out because there isn't much time."
"What do you mean?"
"There's another backpack with explosives, and it's still half full."
"What? Where?"
"It's in the hall outside of where I am."
He closed his eyes, hating the words he was about to say, but unwilling to stop them.
I found the other Jacob. He was already dead, drowned."
"Oh my God, I need to let her know."
"No, don't. It's just—"
He paused as he considered things. What would it hurt? He was fucked either way. Why not just be the other guy for the short time he had left?
"It would be best to tell her in person, but you're right. I suppose she should know. I know you would want to."
She let out a deep breath.
"I'll take care of it, but what I need you to do is grab that bag and get your ass back here."
"I'm sorry, Nor, but that's part of the bad news. I'm locked in. Doors shut behind me and won't open. The room's flooding and there's no way out of here without a dive suit. Way I see it, I've got maybe 20 minutes before the air runs out. 30 tops."
"Hold tight. Mitch and Harrison are looking for you. Maybe they can get the door open again and—"
"No," he snapped. "I mean, there's no time. You tell them to find that bag and bring it back there. You know how to set the charges. Do it and get out of here."
"What do you mean there's no time?
I already set mine to blow, and I can't change it, not knowing how much time I have left."
"How long until—"
"Less than an hour, so please tell them to hurry. I love you, Nora."
"I don't get it," Mitchell said. "This is obviously a different part of the ship serving a completely different function. Why didn't he radio this in and let you know?"
Danny shrugged.
"He didn't have a radio. That, and he was probably too busy trying to figure out how to break it."
She quickly glanced at Derek.
"Sorry."
"It's okay," he said. "I've known Jake for a long time. Doesn't mean we haven't had our disagreements. And just for the record, this almost definitely counts as one of them."
She reached out and squeezed Harrison's hand in the waist-deep water. Their forward progress had slowed to a crawl, partially due to the rising seawater, but also because she could barely feel her feet anymore. The lighting in this part of the ship was just as unpredictable as the way they'd come. Some sections of the hall were well lit, others dark as a tomb. Though they didn't dare venture into any of the rooms they passed, they paused long enough to call out Jacob's name and take a look inside. Danny was no engineer, but she agreed with Mitch's assessment. She could also tell he wanted nothing more than to explore, but time wasn't something they had a lot of. It was especially hazardous now because the lights had been their cue that a glitch was coming. Now, whether gravity was doubling itself or the other way around, by the time they felt something, it was already too late. They had to ride it out and hope for the best. "There's another tape mark," Derek said, pointing his flashlight at a section of wall. "He definitely came this way." "See any signs of duct tape?" "Not yet. You think your Jake might be around here too?" "Hoping for it, but hard to say," Mitch replied. "Far as I can tell, we docked on kind of the opposite side of this section compared to where you guys are, but also, so far as I can tell, that would place the room your sub's in somewhere beneath a huge pile of sand." "Safe to say it's not," Derek said. "Or at least I hope not." "Thanks. I could probably figure that part out myself. I'm thinking maybe it's some kind of mirror effect caused by the dimensional breach. We probably entered in the exact same spot of our respective ships, but because of the way things are, it actually seems like we're on opposite ends of—" "Hold that thought, and not just because it doesn't make any sense," Derek interrupted, shining his flashlight further down the hall. "What the fuck is that?" Danny and Harrison both took aim with their weapons as Mitchell followed Derek's lead with his own light. "Stand down," he said a moment later, pointing toward the juncture ahead of them. "Is that some kind of mirror?" "No idea," Mitchell replied. "Definitely reflective, but looks pliable, almost like water. But that's—" "Mitch, are you there? Come in," Nora's voice blurted over the radio. In that same instant, Danny felt as if a great weight were taken off her shoulders, albeit not of the emotional variety, as water droplets began to rise up around her. Sadly, just then, whatever Derek had been shining his light on seemingly erupted, becoming a raging wall of white water that rushed their way. "Oh, shit!" There was no time to brace herself as it slammed into them, scattering them back down the hallway like bowling pins. Danny had been in rough surf before, but never in a way where she was boxed in like they were now. She was slammed against the wall, knocking the air from her lungs. Before she could begin to choke on seawater, though, she righted herself, pushing off with her feet. A moment later, she burst through the surface, continuing to rise thanks to the greatly lowered gravity, until she bumped her head on the ceiling. "Ow!" She splashed back down as the torrent began to subside, the water falling around them as if it were raining in the hall. You okay?" Harrison choked out, pushing himself up about 10 feet away, the water now rising to past his stomach. "I'll live. And this is why I hate surfing," Mitchell said, likewise standing back up. Danny looked around, not seeing Derek. She was about to tell the others when she saw a flashlight beam coming from within one of the side rooms, causing her to let out a sigh of relief. "Derek, are you—" "I'm okay," he called back. "The flood knocked me in here. Just stay where you are and—" "Oh, that's not good." "What's not—" She was interrupted by a flash of bright green from within the room. Derek came splashing out in a hurry a moment later, just before the door could close on him. "Huh. That was too close," he said, gasping for breath. "Good news is, Jake definitely came this way." "And the bad news?" "There's C4 wired to a bunch of cylinders in there." "Cylinders?" Mitchell asked. "What kind?" "The big alien kind." He shook his head. "I don't know. There wasn't time for a close look. We should probably call this in, though." "Easier said than done." Mitchell held up his now empty hands. "I must have lost it when the tidal wave hit us." Harrison let out a coughing sigh. "I'm sure Nora was just calling to chat. Probably nothing important." "Hold on. I still have—" Derek unclipped his own radio, only to find the antenna had been snapped off.
And so much for that idea. Guess I hit the wall harder than I thought.
Nice to see our luck is the same as always, Danny remarked.
Come on, Mitchell said, looking around. Someone help me find it.
Derek, however, shook his head. Leave it. There's no time. Look at this place. It's going to be unpassable before you know it. We need to find the Jacobs ASAP, along with any charges they have left. After that, we say our goodbyes. Any objections? Mitchell took a quick look around at their group.
None? Good, because I'd prefer we get moving before someone turns on the wave machine again.
No argument here. They pushed forward once more, reaching the intersection. Ahead was out, that much was obvious, unless they suddenly grew gills, something Danny wasn't about to rule out in this weird-ass funhouse.
Right or left?
In D&D they say right-hand rules, Harrison replied, to which she raised an eyebrow. I took it up as a hobby to honor Rob's memory.
Aw, that's sweet, in a nerdy sort of way.
Even Allie plays.
The couple who games together,
Mitchell started. Would still be wrong, Derek interrupted. Look, he pointed his flashlight toward the left corridor. There, just barely hanging onto the wall, was a strip of electrical tape. This way, hurry!
Is nobody going to talk about the freaky-ass wall of water back there?
Mitchell asked, following. No, but I have a feeling you are.
That's not just a quirk of gravity, otherwise it would have been floating in every direction. Something was holding it back.
Yeah, something that almost drowned us and is probably going to try again if we don't hurry.
True, but you gotta admit the technology is incredible.
Says the guy from a whole other freaking universe, Danny replied.
Nobody likes a snot.
Hey, be nice to my sister, Harrison said. Otherwise she'll kick your ass the next time she sees you.
Quite the optimist, aren't we?
Hey, what's that?
Danny pointed up ahead, where it looked like something was floating in the water. Come on. Derek reached it first, his light illuminating it enough for her to see it was a backpack, one she'd seen before.
Is that?
Jake's, he finished for her.
But where is he?
No idea. Here, hold my light for a second. She did while Derek unzipped the backpack. A humorless smile lit up his face a moment later. Ladies and gentlemen, I do believe we haven't yet exhausted our supply of good luck. Almost immediately after he said it, though, Danny's stomach dropped.
Oh, crap.
Brace yourselves.
They managed to flatten themselves against the wall as another torrent of water hit them, muted a bit by the corner they'd passed, but still hard enough to almost pull her off her feet.
You just had to say it, didn't you? Mitchell complained.
Oh, shut up, Derek replied, holding onto the backpack for dear life. When it had finally passed, the water was once again higher. As the shortest member of the team, Danny figured she had maybe 1 or 2 more outages before she'd be forced to swim back the way they'd come. Derek quickly resumed what he was doing, pulling out a brick of C4. There's more, hopefully enough for both teams to escape.
Great, Harrison replied.
Now let's go find... No, Derek said flatly. This is where we part ways. He began pulling charges and detonators out of the bag, handing them to Mitchell. Hold on to these, preferably better than you did the radio.
Never going to let me forget that, are you?
Not in this universe. He turned to Danny, handing her the backpack. Take the rest back to base camp.
But
that's an order. Danny shook her head.
I don't even know what to do with them.
Nora will. Trust me on this. She's been playing this game a lot longer than you.
I'm kind of with Danny on this one, Harrison said.
Then that's an order for you, too. He held up a hand as if not in the mood for debate. We know our Jacob came this way, but it's getting worse by the minute. I'm not willing to risk all of us to find him.
Just yourself, Danny said.
Pretty much. He's my friend, but I also need to make sure someone gets back with these.
And then what?
Wait for us, obviously, unless things get bad or start blowing up. Then you get the hell out of here and do what you can to avoid the angry calamari on the way up.
I won't leave without you,
she said defiantly. I know, which is why Nora's in charge. Now go! He turned toward Mitchell, likely hoping, Danny noted, that the senior member of the other team would agree with him. Same with you. Finding your Jacob from here is probably a snipe hunt. Head back the way you came. I won't tell you how to run this mission, but you'll probably have an easier time tracking him from that end. Do what you can, but if it gets bad...
Yeah, angry calamari, I get it, Mitchell replied before holding out his hand. It was awesome meeting you, man. I'm just sorry you're a prick in 2 universes.
Derek took it and laughed. The feeling's mutual, my friend. Then he turned to Harrison. You have no idea how good it's been to see you. Harrison nodded, likewise grasping hold of his hand. Thanks for looking after my little sister. Always. Now it's your turn. Make sure she heads back the way she's supposed to, and no detours. Before Danny could say anything to that, he added, I know you. Danny wasn't happy to leave him, and he could no doubt sense that. Please, go and make sure those charges are planted. I'll be able to search a lot more efficiently if I know you're safe. And before you say anything, I'm neither suicidal nor stupid. If things get bad, I'll turn back, I promise. She was about to argue, but instead she waded forward and grabbed him in a big hug. I'm gonna hold you to that. Chapter 51. Andrea's eyes slowly fluttered open. She expected a headache, but the truth was, she felt good. Damned good. Hell, she couldn't remember feeling like this since her college days. Above her, she spied what seemed to be a wood-paneled ceiling, although it was hard to tell with all the colors swirling about. She's coming to, a voice said from somewhere close by. Maybe. They could have been 50 miles away for all she knew. Yep, no doubt about it, she was stoned out of her gourd. Goddamn sorority parties. Hopefully she didn't have an early class, A familiar face leaned over hers. Cortez? That was weird. She didn't recall ever going to any parties with him. She made it a point not to fraternize with members of her team while... Wait, my team? What happened? You passed out on deck. Harkness checked you out, had us bring you over here after he... Harkness! That son of a bitch. She tried to sit up, noting that the cabin was full of people, but didn't make it far before the room started spinning. Hey, take it easy. Get your hands off me, she snapped, swatting him away, or trying to. Where am I? The Sun Angel, ma'am. That made sense. The place was packed to the gills, no pun intended, as she'd expected it to be. The smaller vessel acting as a shelter while she... Shit! I need to get back to the nest. You're in no shape to go anywhere, Patel said, stepping in. Besides, the launch is already battened down. We're to keep our distance and defend this vessel if need be. According to who? According to you, ma'am. Oh, yeah. And from Agent Harkness as well. He's not in command. The agents around her turned and looked at each other as if refusing to meet her eyes. What is it? Well, Cortez said. Agent Caseman, the other one, made it pretty clear this was a DOCC operation. With you down, that left Agent Harkness the ranking operative, and you let him take over. Little by little, her head was starting to clear, probably the anger helping to push away the effects of whatever that bastard had drugged her with. Still, it was hard to be mad at her people. They'd just been following protocol. Where is he now? Unsurprisingly, the answer was the nest, as she knew it would be. What he'd done had been a slap in the face to her authority, disregarding the chain of command, all for macho bravado and an overinflated sense of chivalry. The reality was, Andrea didn't want to die, but she'd accepted it as part of her duty, the same way she and her team accepted it for every mission they were sent on. Sure, if one of them was able to save another, they would do so without fail, sometimes at the risk of their own. God damn it. Her own logic betrayed her.
Nevertheless, she found herself hoping he survived, just so she could kick his ass when she next saw him, or at least so she tried to convince herself. For now, though, there was nothing she could do. It would be the height of hypocrisy for her to betray her own orders and risk her people just so she could get back and right this wrong. The reality was she'd been played and had no choice but to accept it.
Someone get me a status report and something to drink.
Fortunately, her team was ready with both. Patel handed her a bottle of water as Novak stepped forward.
There's armed lookouts on deck, and the crew is ready to make sail at your order. The, phenomenon above us seems to be holding steady. No change that we can tell.
Radio chatter?
Not good. We can't call out, but we've been able to pick up reports of power outages and freak weather patterns up and down the East Coast.
He paused for a moment.
Another plane went down, this time over Florida. Fuck. And we're in the process of taking another head count.
Another? Why? The obviously stressed-out agent looked momentarily embarrassed.
Because we seem to be one person short. You know, if you're going to pull shit like this, you could at least let me know first.
Mitchell turned from the railing back toward where Julie stood facing him. He stared at her for several seconds before sighing.
You might want to think twice before surprising the guy with the detonator. What, did you think I was a giant octopus? That, or Andrea decided to swim back and kick my ass.
And you deserve every second of it.
You saw what happened?
No, she shook her head. But I heard enough to figure it out, the whole delayed concussion bullshit, followed by you volunteering to take her place, was a bit too convenient to ignore. I mean, I know I haven't been a part of the team for long, but I think I have your M.O. figured out. So what did you do? Drug her coffee?
Nah, too pedestrian. Palmed a needle.
What did you shoot her up with?
A little concoction of my own making, same stuff I used on Derek back in Jersey, just a bit more concentrated.
Oh, she's going to be high as a kite.
Yep,
Mitchell replied, turning back toward the water.
Hoping it keeps her happy enough to not try anything stupid.
All of the nest spotlights were on, lighting up the area around the cutter, further helped by the lightning still flashing overhead. Unless that monster came up right beneath them, they'd have a hard time missing it. Julie shuddered at the thought.
Stupid, like what you did? Not going to deny it, he replied. Although I'd be remiss in pointing out that I'm not the only person reporting for Suicide Squad duty today. So, how'd you manage to pull it off?
Hid below deck, pain in the ass with these things. She gestured at her crutches. But I managed. After that thing attacked the launch, it was chaos. The few people left were scrambling to get out of here as fast as they could.
Can't say I didn't notice.
He glanced back at her.
You do realize that if we have to swim for it, it's going to be hell on wheels dragging you with me.
Do you honestly think we're going to get a chance to dog paddle away from this?
No, I got a look-see at some of their demo guy's handiwork. He knew his stuff. We're basically standing on a 200-foot-long pipe bomb. We're talking burial at sea and cremation, all for the same price.
I always did like a bargain.
So why are you here, Jules? I mean, I know why I am, even if I don't want to be. It's part of the job. This is what we do. We take down the threats, no matter what it takes.
She hobbled up alongside him.
Exactly. We. This is a one-person job.
That doesn't mean you should have to do it alone. He nodded as they both looked out over the sea, calm for now, but she had a feeling that could change at a moment's notice.
Thank you, he said.
You're still an asshole.
Yep, but if you're looking for me to change my ways while there's still time, you're going to be highly disappointed.
Julie turned her attention toward the stern, albeit there wasn't much to be seen. Then there came a peal of lightning, and she caught sight of the Sun Angel, just a dark spot on the water. They were keeping their distance with lights out, as ordered. She found herself wishing them well. Though she personally hadn't given up hope, she realized at this point it was likely futile to expect the sub to reappear and miraculously save the day. Julie instead said a silent prayer, hoping that whatever had befallen their friends had been both quick and painless. On the upside, it seemed likely they'd be seeing each other again soon. I wonder if they have cryptids in the afterlife. She realized she might get an answer to that question in short order as her ears caught the sound of waves breaking from the direction of the bow. Turning that way, she didn't notice anything strange, but then she felt the ship rock beneath her, almost causing her to stumble. "Was that—" "There!" Mitchell cried, pointing. He needn't have bothered, though. The wake was far too large to miss, along with the dark shape beneath it, easily visible in the glow of their spotlights. Lightning flashed again, illuminating the submerged beast as it swam past where they stood, its body seeming to go on forever. "God damn, that thing's big." "And terrifying," Mitchell replied. "Let's not forget that." "Kind of hard to. What's it doing?" "I don't know. Maybe trying to figure out the safest angle to attack after we smacked it last time." "Pretty sure that thing takes up all the angles." "You and I both know that, but we've given this thing enough bloody noses by now that I think it's grown a bit wary." He shook his head. "Not wary enough to leave us alone, mind you." "I had a feeling you'd say that." He stepped back from the railing and turned toward the door leading below deck. "Come on, let's get back to the command center. Everything's hardwired there, and I'd prefer there be no screw-ups when the time comes." She began hobbling after him. "Don't wait for me to pull the trigger." "Let's not be too hasty." "You think there's still a chance for us?" "Nope, but I want to be certain we get it, so we wait for it to give us the last bear hug of our lives, and we all take a walk on the wild side together." Lonzo considered his day. So far, all things considered, he thought he'd managed to cope fairly decently with being repeatedly smacked in the face by the impossible. Here now, though, watching Nora stare out into the hall as if expecting her husband to come back to her, well, he truly had no idea what to do. The news had come only a few minutes earlier, the other Nora radioing in, relaying that Agent Caseman's body had been found. The message had been garbled, but he'd heard enough to understand as she'd tried to express her sympathies. She'd said something after that, but Lonzo hadn't listened, having retreated to the sub so as to give them a few moments alone. Several minutes of silence passed before he'd popped his head out to find Nora trying unsuccessfully to raise the rest of her team, receiving nothing but more static in return. Lonzo debated whether he should return to the sub and check it again, but he realized that was just busy work. The moment they'd decided upon their course of action, he'd hopped in to run diagnostics. They'd taken some damage during the initial attack, nothing he could hope to fix even if he had the proper tools. However, so far as he could tell, their ability to navigate wasn't compromised badly enough to keep them from escaping. He didn't like their odds if that beast was out there waiting for them, but they had a shot if they could get clear and make a break for the surface. Any further preparation on his part would do nothing more than drain their batteries. "Are you okay, Agent Caseman?" he finally asked from behind her. "I'm not sure." She turned back toward him. He'd expected to find her face stained with tears, but her eyes were dry. "I'm not really even sure what to think. I mean, I know how I feel, but there's also a reason it didn't work out. You know, it's okay to—" "I'll stop you right there, Doctor," she said, steeling her voice. "Because it's not okay, at least not now. I have a duty to perform, people to get to safety, and by God I will see that duty through. Anything else can wait until after." She turned back toward the hall, as if trying to force her team to return by sheer force of will. "I'll tell you what, once we get back to the surface and confirm all threats have been neutralized, then you can ask me again. For now, though, Please make sure that sub is able to get us out of here, because my gut is telling me we're running out of second chances." Derek was certain he must have had rocks in his head to continue onward. At the same time, he was pretty sure Jacob would have done the same for him. Hell, he already had in years past, more than once. Because of that, they'd both walked out of tough spots time and again. Derek didn't care to bet on the odds of a repeat performance, but he still intended to search until the last possible second, taking care to note where the water seemed the deepest so as not to end up trapped when he was finally forced to turn back. Despite that, he knew his timetable was short and growing shorter by the second. Jacob was nothing if not practical. Derek had seen the charges that had already been set. The fact that his friend hadn't returned yet told him he'd likely pushed on ahead, hoping to keep going until he was certain he'd ensured maximum damage. That, or something had befallen him. Either scenario seemed likely, especially considering how he and Mitch had almost become permanent roomies. At least now he knew to take it slow, walking in a zigzag pattern to ensure he didn't miss any closed doorways by mistake. Therein lay another potential problem, staying prepared in case he accidentally opened a door to a room that had previously been dry, realizing he could easily be dragged in from the ensuing rush of water. Knowing his luck, that would happen just as another outage hit, and he'd end up being served seaweed salads for the rest of his short life. "Good thing I'm not a picky eater," he said to himself, continuing to wade forward. "Just gotta hope they're not serving snails as an—" His thoughts were interrupted as a nearby section of wall retracted into itself. However, where he'd been prepared for rooms that were bone dry, he hadn't expected to find one that was nearly full, the deluge from within forcibly shoving him back into the opposite wall. Nor was he even remotely prepared when something roughly grasped hold of him from below and dragged him beneath the surface. Chapter 52. "You're going to get in trouble when he finds out." "And how's he going to find out?" Danny asked. "Are you going to send him a postcard from the mirror universe?" "I might," Mitchell replied. "Let me know how many stamps that takes," Harrison remarked. Even though she realized she should have broken off earlier and headed back to the sub, Danny decided to accompany the others back to the point where they'd first met. It was a stupid risk, and she knew it, but there was no way she could just up and leave her brother knowing they had a few more minutes together. Hell, she had an entire lifetime to wonder what had become of him in that other place. If that made her selfish, so be it. She'd deal with the consequences. "All right, that's far enough," Mitchell finally said. "Pretty sure this is where we ran into each other." The water in this part of the ship wasn't too bad yet, still below waist level, although it had been completely dry when last she'd been there, a testament to how quickly things were turning to shit. That didn't mean she was ready to say goodbye, though. "But—" "He's right," Harrison interrupted. "We can make it back from here, but I won't risk you going further." If anyone else had said it, she'd have told them off. But for him, she gave a single nod. "All right," Mitchell said. "I'm gonna head down the hall a bit, scout out the way back, and make sure there's no xenomorphs waiting to plant eggs in our chests." He turned to Harrison. "Make it quick, otherwise I'm drugging your ass and dragging you back with me." "Thanks, man." "Thank you," Danny said, stepping in and giving him a quick hug. "I'm glad I got to meet you." Same here. It's good seeing you again, kiddo. I just wish I'd gotten a chance to meet myself as well." Mitchell waded down the hall, leaving them alone, but she knew their time was rapidly running out. Harrison met her gaze. "We knew this was coming." "Doesn't make it any easier." "I know." "Did I tell you that I carry your picture with me on every mission?" "I have one of you in my wallet. I like to pull it out after a hunt and tell you how things went. It's probably silly, but I remember how much you loved the woods and all, so I figured you might like that." "I do, and I'm sure she would." He paused for a moment. "God, this is weird." She nodded. "Yeah, but it's a weird I wouldn't trade for the world."
Same here. Come on, kid, Mitchell called back. Time's a-wastin', assuming time is even still a thing in the outside world. Gotta love his optimism, Danny said. Yeah, but he's right. I've gotta go. How will I know you made it out okay? He shook his head. We'll just have to trust that we're both survivors. Deal? He held out his hand, but she wrapped her arms around him instead, which he returned a moment later. Deal. Just do me a favor. Give one of these to Frank and Allison, too. Maybe 2 to Frank. There's something I should know? He asked, pulling away. Didn't you say earlier that... Yeah, the Jersey Devil is real, but it's a person, not an animal. And he's not alone. There's a whole clan of them. Oh, and the governor is trying his damnedest to cover it up. Shit. Really? It's not good. Do yourself a favor. Go in there with lots of backup. She paused as she tried to keep the memories from overpowering her. Not now. Don't be fooled by anything they say, either. They're pure evil. They won't hesitate to shoot, so neither should you. I'll let Derek know. He must have seen the haunted look in her eyes because he started to ask, What did they... Don't. Just remember what I said, okay? Okay, I promise. Good. I love you, Harrison. Love you too, Danny. She turned away, noting that the water had risen in the short time they'd spoken. There was no time left, and far too much still left unsaid. She needed to get the explosives back to Nora and hope she knew how to use them. Oh, one more thing, Harrison said. Be careful if you ever end up looking for the mongrel man of Morganburg. We just did that one. It was a bust. Yeah, well, if you ever get back there, be extra careful. It's not nearly as fake as you might think. And with that, he threw her a wave and began making his way back the way he'd come, leaving her with more feelings to unpack than she'd probably ever be able to. Jacob surfaced, gasping for air, the wind knocked from his lungs from the sudden rush of water. Way too close. Added to it had been the panic of thinking his body double had washed out of the other room and he'd gotten entangled with... A moment later, a face broke the surface, a familiar one, but not his own, thank goodness. Derek? Yeah, who do you think it was? Oh, shit, man. If you ain't a sight for sore eyes, I don't know what is. Sorry about that, by the way. Didn't expect for that damn door to open again. Thought I was gonna drown in there, so when I got sucked under, I just sort of grabbed hold of whatever was in reach. Which was me, Derek sputtered, spitting out water. I guess I should be flattered. Holy shit, Jake, you had us worried. You were worried. Another 15 minutes or so and I'd have been a floater. What were you doing in there? Jacob narrowed his eyes, making it a point to keep his voice measured. Even now, with so little time left, duty came first. Just checking the place out. The door shut on me a little while back. How little of a while? I mean, we've been wondering what you've been up to all this time. God damn it. Son of a bitch always was too smart for his own good. Quit the bullshit and just spit it out. I'm growing tired of this alien swimming pool. You could have told us you were planning to blow the ship, and you would have objected. Probably. Which is why I didn't tell you. You could have at least told Nora. Nora. Stuff like this is need to know, and neither of you had that need. I tend to disagree when the fact-finding mission I'm on is actually more search and destroy. That's rich coming from you, the man with more Squatch kills to his name than Teddy Roosevelt. Different thing entirely, and you know it. It's not like I invite anyone out for a picnic and then use them as bait. Welcome to the government. It doesn't care about anyone's hurt feelings. Yeah, well, we're supposed to be friends. Tell me where my oath includes a friendship clause. Derek shook his head. We can argue about this on the way out. Come on, we found your pack. I sent Danny and the others back with it. Others? Long story short, there's another group on this ship who are in the same boat as us. No pun intended. Jacob was well aware, but so far as the rest were concerned, he didn't have a radio on him. It also brought to mind the lie he had told the other Nora, a lie which, it would seem, she hadn't shared. There was little doubt about it. No surprise showed on Derek's face at having found him alive. Either that, or... You want to radio in and tell them you found me? He shook his head. Can't. Had a little accident. We should just get... His words trailed off as there came a flash of light from inside the open doorway. Jacob himself wasn't surprised to see it. The outages had grown far more frequent in the last half hour alone, making him wonder if this place was going to blow before his charges had the chance to. Shit, he'd almost forgotten about that. Where is it? He glanced back toward the room, not seeing the backpack anywhere, the depth of the water inside now equalized with the hall. Either way, he knew there wasn't much time left. What the hell is that? Derek asked, his attention focused on the pulsing lights visible through the water. Jacob ignored him. He was considering his options, having just gotten an unexpected reprieve. Just because Derek hadn't heard the news didn't mean the same was true of Nora. If he just showed up there at the sub, fit as a fiddle, she might start asking. No, that wasn't going to happen because he wasn't going back. This was it, a second chance to make right what he'd done wrong, a chance at a better life. This other group, where are they? Anywhere close to where we docked? Huh? Derek asked, wading toward the room. Pretty much the opposite direction. We ran into them exploring. Surprised you didn't see there, Jake. Sounds like you and he had the same orders. Jacob had been on the verge of warning his friend away from entering, but the words died on his lips. What he'd said had been a little too on point. Derek stepped into the room, no doubt noticing the hole in the opposite wall, through which there came intermittent flashes of multi-hued light. What on earth? Come on, man, Jacob mumbled, almost too softly to be heard. We don't have much time. He was debating how to convince Derek that they needed to split up, assuming he could even find the other group in time. However, then he realized that second problem might not be an issue after all. Derek had even said as much. The other Jacob had been on a similar mission. These people were just like them, a bit different due to circumstances, but essentially the same. His people had figured out how to mark their way back. That meant the other team must have as well. He just had to look for their signs and follow them. It was so simple a child could have figured it out. As for that first problem... What's this? He looked up to see Derek reaching for something off to the side, outside his field of view. He reappeared a moment later, holding the other Jacob's backpack. Derek examined it for a second or two. If the pack we found was yours, then whose is... Even as his friend spoke, Jacob felt the water around him churn as small droplets began to rise, the gravity of this place going all trippy again. He knew he should have said something, should have warned Derek about what was coming next, but his lips refused to form the words. And then it was too late. A surge of water from the opposite wall slammed into Derek from behind, shoving him off to the side and out of view as Jacob braced himself against it. Once it finally subsided, allowing him to regain his footing, he saw the walls back in the room once again light up bright green. Shit! Jacob's sense of duty flared to life, momentarily quieting the war being waged in his conscience. Derek, get out of there before... He was too late, and his friend a bit too slow, however. As Derek reappeared near the doorway, still looking dazed, the portal closed up tight again, leaving behind nothing but a very solid-looking wall. Panic flared in Jacob's mind. They'd been so close to getting clear, only for Derek's damned inability to let shit go to get in the way. He took a deep breath, pushing his frustration to the side and trying to think clearly about the situation. Derek had obviously figured out a way to open the door from the outside. That meant it was possible.
All he had to do was figure out how. Jacob paused mid-thought. There was still one major problem to consider. Even if he got Derek out, how could he convince his friend to let him go? That particular problem was twofold. Derek wasn't an idiot. He'd already seen the other backpack. There would be questions. Hell, even if Jacob said nothing, the over-inquisitive son of a bitch would likely put two and two together. Therein lay the conundrum. He could see no way out of that lie, not when he'd played dumb as to the existence of the other group. It would only snowball from there. Derek would tell Nora. Then, assuming they were still in radio contact with that other team, she'd almost certainly pass the news on. The other universes Nora would know, erasing any chance he had of righting the missteps he'd made. She would never accept him if she knew he was a fake, especially if she suspected for even a second what he'd done. His only chance was making sure she never found out. The rest, well, he'd infiltrated drug cartels and hostile governments. He had no doubt he could infiltrate his doppelganger's life and make it his own. But in order to do that, he began to back away, turning in the opposite direction he'd first come, realizing he needed to trust that his double had marked the way. Though he couldn't hear Derek's cries, the walls too thick or soundproofed, he knew they were likely there. Just as he also knew that opening the door had lowered the water level somewhat, but it wouldn't take long before it filled again, silencing the secrets within forever. Jacob shook his head. Derek had known the risks coming down here, had accepted what could happen. However, that wouldn't be the case in his new life. There, Derek was safe aboard his version of the nest, waiting for them to return. That was the image he held on to as he began to push his way through the cold water. That everything would be okay in that other world, one that was so like his, yet different in the ways that mattered most. If he was to be that universe's Jacob Caseman, then that was where he needed to focus his loyalties. Everything about his old life would have to be buried, one more ghost to add to the many that already haunted his dreams. Chapter 53. The Leviathan continued circling the surface thing. Confused and in pain, its need to kill warred with the simple desire to rest and recover from its wounds. After it had attacked the tiny surface things roaring back and forth between their larger brethren, it had gone deep for a time, albeit not so deep as to confront the massive thing. However, then it sensed something happening above. The large surface thing continued to thrum deep within its bowels, telling the Leviathan it still lived. But there was something strange going on with its smaller fellow. Ever since the activity with the tiny things, it had fallen silent. There were no lights, no hum from deep within, and now it lay much lower in the water, as if it were dead. Or pretending to be. The Leviathan's senses had been greatly impaired by the damage wrought to it by the massive thing's thrumming, but every so often it seemed to catch a hint of sound that suggested the smaller surface thing wasn't as dead as it thought. Perhaps it was lying in wait, hoping for the Leviathan to turn its attention away so it could then attack from behind. Impaired as it was, its mind feeling slow and sluggish, it still remembered the pack hunters, still understood their tactics. The large surface thing was badly wounded, of that it was certain, but it had mostly left the smaller one alone, dismissing it as a threat. Perhaps that was an error on its part, one in need of rectifying. "What the fuck is it doing out there?" Julie asked. She didn't want to die, and she certainly didn't want to give Mitchell a reason to throw the switch too early, but she'd accepted her fate, taking the time to say a prayer that her mother and sister might eventually find peace in her passing. However, several long minutes had passed, with little more to show for it than the boat rocking a bit as the beast continued to circle them. "I don't know," Mitch replied, shaking his head. "We're dead in the water, an easy target. There's no reason it shouldn't take the bait." Julie limped out the door to the railing. After a few moments, a massive wake passed by her spot, the dark red mass below visible in the beam of the spotlights.
Think maybe it's too dumb to know that?
Or we are, Mitchell said, grabbing the remote detonator.
Shit. What's wrong?
Us, he cried. We're wrong. I don't mean you and me specifically, just this whole scenario. Maybe it realizes this is too easy.
Not following.
Good. I don't want you to. I need you to stay down here. Keep your finger near the trigger, so...
Like hell, I already told you I'm sticking by your side no matter what.
Fine, then just try to keep up. He stepped past her, heading toward the helipad. She hobbled after him up the stairs best as she could.
Care to explain?
He let out a sigh. Octopi are intelligent, but we, humans that is, constantly underestimate them. Happens all the time. Aquariums are full of stories about the things they can do. I read about one that used to sneak out at night so it could visit the other tanks and snack on the fish there. Then there was another that set up a distraction so it could slither down a drain pipe and escape back to the ocean. That's the problem. Because they don't look like us, we assume they can't think like us, despite all the evidence suggesting otherwise.
Meaning?
Meaning, we spent all this time setting a trap, not realizing that maybe it looks just like that. A trap.
You can't be serious.
I wish I wasn't. In the meantime, the Sun Angel, which has until recently been manned by a skeleton crew, is now packed to the brim with people. And quiet as they're no doubt trying to be, they're still walking around, talking, and doing whatever it is Black Ops spooks do when no one is watching.
Julie raised an eyebrow, a sinking feeling beginning to settle into her stomach. And sound carries extra far in the water.
Exactly.
But we don't know for sure that...
Mitchell pointed. We don't, but it does. Look!
The pair watched in horror as the creature broke off, the massive wake changing direction toward where the catamaran waited.
Go grab the guns and whatever ammo's left, quick!
Mitchell shook his head.
A few rounds aren't going to change that thing's mind. Here,
he shoved the detonator into her hands.
Keep that warm for me, but try not to lean on it.
Where are you going?
He turned away from her. The engine room. I'm going to see if I can coax this baby back to life.
I thought the propellers were shot.
They are, but maybe that can work in our favor, for once.
Danny wasn't happy to see the water was now far past where it had been when she and the others had left just a short while ago, but she was far from surprised. Finally, though, as she made it to a spot where it was only ankle deep, she was able to break out into a run, keeping her flashlight pointed ahead as the lighting continued to be sporadic. The outages seemed to be coming much more frequently now. So far, she'd been able to handle the fluctuations, but Danny worried what might happen if the ship went completely bonkers, hitting them with 10 times Earth gravity or worse. Don't think about that. Focus on getting back.
Finally, she turned a corner to the straightaway leading to their base camp. She could see both Nora and Lonzo silhouetted in the doorway, no doubt waiting for their return.
Theirs, not hers.
At least the lights were still on for the final 30 feet or so. Nora's face was unreadable as she reached their base camp, stepping over the metal plate still in the doorway. However, Lonzo was far more an open book.
Where's Jenner? He's still looking for Jacob, she said. As soon as he finds him, he's going to...
Jacob's dead, Nora replied flatly. The other guy found him. I tried letting you know, but couldn't get through. Danny simply stared back, letting the senior agent's words sink in.
We had an accident. Lost the radios.
However, right then she was more concerned for Derek. Despite his assurances, she knew him. He was the type to keep searching long past the point of no return. She stripped off the backpack and handed it to Nora, already considering her options.
We found this.
Isn't that... Danny nodded.
Yeah.
But you didn't find him? What about the other... There was no sign of either of them. We found this floating in the hallway. Derek split up the contents and ordered us all to head back. He said you'd know what to do with it."
Nora unzipped the bag, looked inside, and offered a tight grin.
"I wasn't always a desk jockey, you know." "Good. Do whatever you have to. I need to go find—" "You don't get to give the orders here," Nora stated flatly. "And you're not going anywhere. But what you are going to do is join Dr. Reed in prepping the sub for launch while I set these."
Danny wasn't surprised, but she was also in no mood for games. Had their positions been reversed, Derek wouldn't have hesitated to come looking for her. Could she do any less? Nora, however, seemed ready for that, positioning herself between Danny and the door.
"I know what you're thinking, believe me, because a part of me is thinking it too. It's not happening, though. I can't have two of you running around out there." "We can't just leave him." "We won't, but he has to make it back on his own. We don't have time to send you out there looking for him, and I won't risk losing you both." "What do you mean we don't have time? The water's rising, yes, but there's still—" "I'm not talking about the water." She held up the bag. "I'm talking about these. My namesake had more than one bit of bad news to pass along. Heard Jacob set his explosives for a 1-hour delay. Then he can reset them."
Nora shook her head.
"No, he can't. He was trapped and running out of air. He wanted to make sure he fulfilled his duty before it was too late."
Danny paused in her attempt to sidestep the senior agent.
"How long ago was that?" "About 40 minutes. Closer to 45 if we're playing it safe."
Danny's heart sunk as she realized Nora was right. Had the ship still been dry, she could have easily made it to where she'd last seen Derek and gotten back with time to spare. But the rising water made it a slog. She'd be lucky to reach him again in the time they had left, and that was assuming he hadn't made it much farther than that.
"Do you understand?"
Nora asked. Danny didn't say anything. She couldn't trust her voice right then. All she could do was nod.
"Good. Then please go help Dr. Reed. Believe me, I'll give him until the very last possible second, but all we can do until then is pray it's enough."
Several long minutes passed, the water level in the room already dangerously higher than it had been when the door first closed, yet Derek still refused to believe it. Maybe the ship was breaking down to the point where his friend was pounding on the other side to no avail. The problem was, no other room had acted that way before now, not even this one. Then there was the other backpack he'd found right before getting trapped, one that had produced a look of near panic on Jacob's face upon seeing him holding it. It didn't make sense. "All right, enough of trying to rationalize this, Jenner," he told himself. "Figure a way out, then the rest can sort itself later." He took a look around, using his flashlight to orient himself. It was another room that appeared different from the others. However, with chest-deep water, it was difficult to see what, if any, operations it might have once served. That said, he could see where a few explosives had been planted, telling him Jacob thought this place was important enough to... That strange strobing light once again caught his eye, coming from the spot opposite of where he'd come in. It was why he was trapped to begin with, having drawn his attention like a moth to a flame. Wading closer, Derek noticed a large hole in the wall, partially submerged. What was more interesting, though, was that it seemed to be fully submerged on the other side. It wasn't all too different from that phenomenon they'd seen in the hall, a solid wall of water held back by seemingly nothing. Though this was one area where his expertise failed him, he'd seen enough episodes of Star Trek to conclude there was some sort of barrier or force field holding it at bay, one which seemed to falter in time with the outages, which meant it wouldn't be long before he'd be in dire need of a set of gills. Whatever was in that other room continued to pulse with light, making the space beyond plainly visible thanks to the relatively clear water. He could see enough to know the other chamber was massive compared to the room he was in, far larger than anything he'd encountered so far. That it was also flooded caused Derek to raise an eyebrow.
This wasn't some slow leak, not with how long this ship had likely been down there. If that was the case, he could have counted how long he had in decades, not minutes. No, this had almost certainly been recent, a result of that Zaro green ship, the creature, or maybe both. Not that it really mattered at this point. Between the water, the flashing, and the weirdness they'd encountered on the surface, it wasn't hard to put two and two together. He could understand why Jacob had judged this a worthy place to plant his charges. Speaking of which, something told him that drowning might be the least of his worries. Derek pulled the backpack close and unzipped it. Almost immediately upon peering inside, his curiosity was raised as well as his stress levels. There was a handgun as well as a radio, one equipped with the same high-gain antenna Mitchell's had been sporting. Strange. And yet, the Jacob he'd encountered was theirs. He was certain of it. That was probably of lesser importance than the pack's final surprise, an ominous-looking device with a digital display that was rapidly counting down. Derek had frowned on the use of explosives during his tenure as team lead, citing them as overkill against the beasts they hunted. Most of the time, anyway. That didn't mean he wasn't familiar with them, though. He'd seen detonators before. This one was different, more advanced, but still recognizable for what it was. Derek studied the device for a moment, then attempted to disengage the timer, only for the display to ask him for a passcode. Son of a bitch! It wasn't hard for him to imagine the scenario. Jake locked inside with the room rapidly flooding. He'd planted the explosives, trying to give the team enough lead time to escape, but not knowing if he'd live long enough to set them off manually, he'd made it a point to ensure he fulfilled his goddamn duty either way. Except now he was out there and Derek was the one stuck. He was still having trouble reconciling that his friend had likely left him to rot. Surely he wouldn't have. All at once, his body felt heavy. Shit, here we go again. He glanced back to see the strange lights from the other room pulsing that much brighter. Knowing what was coming, Derek quickly pressed himself flat against the wall just as the proverbial floodgates opened. Water began rushing into the room from the other chamber, adding a good foot of height to what was already there before the outage finally passed. Derek wasn't ready to give up yet, but he knew what had to be done. The others needed to know that time was running out, and Jacob had inadvertently left him the means to do so. He pulled out the radio, noting it was on the wrong channel, and was readjusting it, when something from the other room caught his eye. The glow from within partially obscured by something pressed up against the hole. Probably some piece of flotsam that got shaken loose. His curiosity got the better of him, though, and he found himself wading over, pointing his flashlight to give himself a better look at whatever was there in silhouette. Derek couldn't help the scream that escaped his lips as he beheld eyes staring back at him, eyes that belonged to the man he'd thought his lifelong friend. How the fuck did he get in there? Had Jacob tried to free him after all, perhaps circling around to find another way in, only to fall victim to the rapidly rising waters of this place? His first reaction was to reach through and pull Jake out, see if perhaps there was a chance he could be resuscitated, but then he hesitated as he took in the full picture. This man was dressed slightly different than what his friend had been wearing. Far more damning, though, was the bullet hole smack dab in his forehead, one which Derek would have bet good money hadn't been self-inflicted. What the fuck happened here? Unfortunately, there was only a dead man left to tell the tale, and soon there'd be two if he didn't figure out something fast. He did have one avenue to check first, though. Derek pulled out the gun, pretty certain it had come from that other universe, and checked it out. There was no bullet in the chamber, and it had a full magazine. That told him whatever had happened, it had been quick, unexpected. The question now was whether his death had been an accident or an execution. Sadly, that would be a moot point in short order if he didn't stop playing Nancy Drew. He turned on the radio and depressed the button. "Derek to Nora, I hope you're still listening on this channel.
I know you probably can't respond right now, but that's fine. We don't have time to debate this or wait for another glitch. I just need you to listen. I'm trapped with no way out, and no, I'm not telling you where. There isn't time to reach me anyway." He took a deep breath, not enjoying having to deliver his own eulogy. "I found the explosives Jake set. They're on a timer and locked in. There's no way to disable them remotely, and we have less than 10 minutes until they go off. I need you to set your charges and get the hell out of here. I repeat, get out of here. This place is going to blow." Then, after a pause, he added, "Please don't let Danny try anything stupid. I need for you all to get back to the surface." He considered whether he should add anything profound, but decided to finish with, "Tell my team that I'm proud of each and every one of them, and that they can honor me best by continuing to fight the good fight. It's been both an honor and a pleasure. Derek out." With that, he turned off the radio, not wishing to hear a response, garbled or otherwise. He was about to turn his full attention toward figuring some way out of this mess when another thought hit him, something the other Nora had said, implying that perhaps things between her and her universe's Jacob had worked out differently. She deserves to know. He quickly tuned the radio back to the channel it had been on when he'd found it. "Nora, this is Derek. Come in." Chapter 54. "We have a situation on deck, ma'am. I think you should see this." That didn't bode well, especially since she hadn't heard any fireworks yet. The upside was it meant Mitch was still alive. Sadly, the downside, for all of them, was the same was likely true of that fucking monster. Andrea made her way up on deck, the effects of whatever that bastard had injected her with still making her feel all loopy. "The asshole knows his drugs, I'll give him that." The current watch was on deck, along with several other agents, probably a result of them all being crammed into the limited space of the yacht's interior. Not all, she reminded herself. Perhaps unsurprisingly, the one person left unaccounted for from their last head count had been that Wilhelm woman. An inability to follow orders was apparently considered a virtue in the DOCC. Someone handed her a pair of binoculars. The cutter itself was easy enough to see without them, its floodlights alit, making it a beacon in the darkness. Not that darkness was an issue, with lightning continuing to flash like crazy. What was less obvious without an enhanced view was the unnatural swell of water that was heading away from the nest and seemingly in their direction, silhouetted by the bright lights of the cutter behind it. Oh, God! The damned octopus hadn't taken the bait. She wasn't sure how or why, but it was coming straight for them. "All hands on deck! Battle stations!" There wasn't really much standing protocol for something like this, other than getting every agent aboard into the fight. It was far from ideal, a good way for someone to get hit with friendly fire once the shit hit the fan. However, she knew their chances weren't good regardless. Like it or not, this was their best bet for survival, even if just a handful of them made it. "Prepare the launch," she shouted. "Secure the wounded in it." It was all she could do, and it wasn't enough. She'd seen what that thing had done to one of their rafts. They were nothing to it, bugs to be swatted. "I want all the heavy ordnance we have left focused on that thing," she ordered. "Don't hold back. If we're going down, I want this thing to know we fought it every inch of the way." There came muffled cheers and cries in support of that as the wake approached them, visible now without the need for binoculars. As lightning crashed above, she was able to see just how large it was, the beast's body visible below the surface of the water. "Here it comes. Hold for my mark." She was about to give the word when the creature turned at the last moment, passing them by, the boat rocking so much from its wake that she was sure they'd be swamped. All across the deck, men and women grabbed hold of whatever they could, each other in some cases, to keep from falling overboard. "What the hell?" "It's coming back!" someone cried from the stern. Sure enough, they were right. The creature turned and passed on their other side, once again rocking the boat.
Secure yourselves. I don't want anyone falling overboard. Fortunately, there was a high railing around most of the deck. Good thing, too, as she was forced to grab hold of it to keep from losing her footing as the boat pitched and yawed like some sort of amusement park ride. It's coming back again. I think it's circling us. There was no doubt in her mind that's what was happening, almost as if their mission had somehow turned into a bad Jaws knockoff. But why? I have a clear shot, another voice cried out. Hold, she repeated, trying to push past the cotton in her head so she could think. There was no reason for it to hesitate. They were an easy target, unless it was assessing how big of a threat they were. Is that even possible? Everyone listen to me, she hissed. Hold your fire. Keep as quiet as possible. What? I said be quiet, mister. Make like a hole in the water. She couldn't begin to understand what this monstrosity was thinking, but she was certain of one thing. Once it attacked, they stood absolutely no chance, so the very last thing they wanted to do was provoke it. Steady, she said, barely loud enough to be heard. Everyone stay calm. We need to... There came a sound in the distance, a low rumble, almost certainly not thunder. Wait, I know that sound. Of course she did. She'd heard it nearly every second since being assigned to the nest. Its engines were coming online. What the hell? She lifted the binoculars to her eyes. Sure enough, smoke was beginning to rise from the stack. At the stern, a spray was beginning to kick up from the waterline. Then the rumble changed, replaced with what could only be described as the grind of metal against metal, muted by the water, but unmistakable nevertheless. Are they trying to make a run for it? Someone asked. Andrea didn't bother to answer. She knew that was impossible. Harkness was talented, she gave him that much, but he wasn't a miracle worker. He'd have needed to be Hephaestus himself to get the screws spinning again. So what the hell is he... It's veering off, Cortez said from alongside her. Andrea lowered the binoculars and turned his way. Amazingly enough, the wake at their stern abruptly collapsed in on itself, the beast changing direction back toward the cutter. The octopus passed by directly on their starboard side, the wake nearly capsizing them from its sheer size and ferocity. There came cries as several of her team toppled overboard. Whatever the two DOCC agents had done, it had worked, as the creature was making a beeline straight for the wounded cutter. They weren't out of the woods yet, though. Pull everyone out of the drink. I want all hands accounted for, she cried as her people scrambled into motion. Just do it as quietly as you can. This isn't right, Danny said, feeling as helpless now as she had the day she'd lost her brother. There's a lot about this job that isn't right, Nora remarked from next to her in the mini-sub. But we do it anyway. Doctor? Prepped and ready to go, he replied, nervous sweat beading on his forehead. Are you sure those explosives won't? I'm not sure of anything. For all we know, those charges will go off and barely leave a dent. I'm simply doing the best I can here. Danny was certain that was false modesty. She'd watched the woman at work, meticulously placing charges in the same spots where the doors had retracted to let them in. If there were structural weak points, as Nora had said, those would be it. Their only hope now was that whatever happened next didn't damage the sub enough to cripple it. The front bubble, arguably the weakest point of the submersible, was facing away from the blast site. However, if they accidentally destroyed their propulsion in the process, they might as well just shoot themselves and be done with it. Danny wasn't sure if she could do that, but it was a kinder fate than slowly suffocating as the oxygen scrubbers finally gave out. She'd fought tooth and nail to give Derek every last minute she could, but in the end, his garbled voice over the radio had been the deciding factor. Even then, had Nora not been there to press the case, she was certain she'd have made one last effort to reach him, doomed as it would have been. Instead, she sat there, tears gathering in her eyes as his seconds counted out. Nora had done the math with Reed's help, figuring out the minimum safe margin for escape, assuming Jacob's charges did the trick.
However, she'd sounded pretty confident in his abilities. Even if that didn't cripple the alien ship, his explosives were almost certain to flood it. She'd seen enough to not question that.
"You should know how highly he thinks of you,"
Nora said, looking away from her watch to face Danny.
"Both in his official reports and unofficially. I've never heard him throw a negative word your way. I think he was grooming you to take over the team." "What?" Nora held up a hand. "Not yet, of course. You've still got a bit of growing to do, but he was damned proud of how far you've come. I figured you'd want to know." "Thank you."
It didn't make the hurt go away or even sting less, especially knowing he was still out there, alive but trapped, but she appreciated Nora telling her all the same. She glanced up at the hatch. It was foolish, but she couldn't help but imagine herself making a last-minute run for it, finding Derek, then making it back just in the nick of time. Time, however, was something none of them had. "Brace yourselves," Nora said, her eyes focused through the front bubble at the open door beyond, as if expecting Derek to step through it. In the next instant, though, she lifted the remote detonator. "God forgive me. 3, 2... The charges went off, obscuring all they could see with light, smoke, and, a moment later, a deluge of rushing water. Jacob could have kissed his other self. He'd been right. The other team had left a clearly marked trail the way they'd come, even if, in the decaying light, he'd had to hunt for them. It had been hard going. Outside of the flickering lights, some sections of the hall were now almost fully flooded, but finally the tide had begun to slake. The water became shallower the further he walked, until at last he found himself on dry ground again. The annoying slosh from his shoes was quickly forgotten once he turned a corner and saw her, Nora, his wife. She was standing in the middle of the empty hallway as if waiting for him. "You made it!" she cried. He ran the rest of the way, throwing his arms around her and hugging her tight, not realizing how much he'd missed holding her until that moment. Then, after several long seconds, he finally let her go. Sorry for getting you all wet."
"It's okay. I have to admit, I didn't expect to see you, but you're here."
"Yeah," he replied. "I got lucky, managed to jimmy the door open."
"Really? How?"
Jacob had already anticipated that, though. "I don't know. Got lucky, I guess. Once the pressure on both sides equalized, a crack appeared. Managed to pry it open before my air ran out. Close one, though."
"I tried calling you, couldn't get through. I was beginning to fear the worst."
"Had to leave it all behind. There was just enough room to squeeze my butt through."
"And here you were complaining the other night about barely fitting into your fatigues."
He let out a laugh. "Guess I'll be going on a diet once we get out of here. Speaking of which," he did a quick mental calculation, realizing he'd probably eaten up more time than he'd thought. "Shit, we gotta get going, babe. You set the charges, right?" She nodded.
"All done. Just waiting to set them off."
"Great. Then let's get out of here. Can't wait to see Derek again and tell him all about this shit." He looked around, seeing nothing but partially lit hallway and unbroken walls. "Where's the sub?" Nora inclined her head.
"The sub? Oh, that. I must have gotten turned around out here. Hold on, I know what to do."
She unhooked a radio from her belt and held it up.
"You ready, Mitch?" "Yeah," came the reply. "But then hold tight. Please know it's been an honor. Tell Derek I said the same."
"What was that about?" Jacob asked.
"Oh, nothing. Nice shirt, by the way."
She reached behind her with her free hand.
"When did you get a chance to change?"
"This? Tore the other one. Had a spare in my pack."
"Convenient. You're quick with the excuses. I'll give you that."
"I don't understand." However, a moment later, realization dawned as she produced a familiar-looking detonator.
Wait, don't...
By the way, you started a diet last month, she said flatly before depressing the kill switch. There came a muted boom, and then it was as if the entire ship shook around them, knocking him off his feet. The lights dimmed and then finally went out, leaving them in total darkness. He heard the sound of something clattering to the floor, then saw the faint light of a display from a few feet away.
"Report," Nora said.
"You did it! We're free!" came the reply.
"Glad to hear it. Now get your asses back to the surface. That's an order. Over and out."
The light on the radio went dead, and Jacob heard that too fall to the ground.
"What the hell did you do?" he cried. "Why?"
"Because I spoke with Derek a few minutes ago via the radio you left behind when you escaped. He told me what he found, what you did."
"Nora, it's me.
I don't know why you did it," she continued, sounding closer. "But I really don't care either. You took him from me, then lied about it, and then you had the nerve to think I would be stupid enough to fall for this charade."
"No, you're wrong. I swear, I
got the impression, talking to that other Nora, your Nora, that things didn't work out. I think I understand why now. You're nothing like him, a pale impersonation at best."
He scrambled to his feet, hoping to find her in the dark. "That isn't true."
"You wouldn't know this, but it was touch and go for a while with us, too. We came damned close to calling it quits, but then we somehow managed to pull back from the abyss, rediscovered our love for one another, that we meant the world to each other. And now, that world is gone forever."
"It doesn't have to be. I did this for you."
"Really?"
There came the familiar sound of a slide being racked.
"Well, I'm doing this for Jacob, my Jacob. I don't know you."
An explosion rang out in the hallway, momentarily alit with muzzle fire, but Jacob Caseman was too busy cradling his gut to care. He'd been around enough enemy fire, seen enough wounds to know what his fate would be if he didn't receive medical attention quickly, something that seemed unlikely. He gasped for breath while trying to staunch the blood with his hands, hoping he still had enough strength to make Nora understand, to make her... Another gunshot rang out, the flash just barely enough to give him a momentary glimpse of Nora as she crumpled to the ground in front of him. He felt a warm wetness on the floor, expanding from where she lay, one that had nothing to do with the seawater he knew would soon find its way there. She'd condemned them both to death, but had then turned her weapon on herself, leaving him to die alone in an alien hell of his own making. Chapter 55. The screeching clang of metal enraged the Leviathan. What angered it far worse, though, was that the large surface thing had only pretended to be dying. Now it was attempting to run, leaving its smaller podmate to die so it could flee. It was a race the surface thing couldn't hope to win. As it sped toward its foe, the screeching growing ever louder in the water around it, the Leviathan realized the surface thing's ruse had been for naught. It was too crippled to do much more than weakly turn in the water, lurching to the side as it feebly attempted to swim away. This time there would be no question of the Leviathan's superiority. It dove as it raced toward its enemy, planning to come up beneath it and use its weight to drag it down. It understood the surface things, tipped them over, and the fight would end, leaving only the screaming things flailing in the water, easy pickings for a creature of its vast might. Though they tasted foul, it was growing hungry again, having expended too much energy in a short time. Their bodies would nourish it, giving it the strength to turn back and destroy the smaller podmate. Then, at long last, it would be left with only the massive thing below remaining to challenge its supremacy, a challenge which would soon be met. The screeching grew ever more irritating as it closed in, but it used that annoyance to fuel its anger, its fury.
until finally it was within striking range. It came up beneath the surface thing, grasping hold of it, knowing this time there would be no escape. However, just as its massive arms found purchase on its wounded enemy, a distant pressure wave hit it from below, from the depths where the massive thing lay. It knew it should finish the job, that the surface thing was easy prey, but its true ire lay with the massive thing, and if something had just happened to wound it further, then perhaps that meant it was finally ripe for the taking. The Leviathan's confused and damaged mind warred with the decision. It had a foe within its grasp, yet the massive thing was by far the greater threat to its domain. Both needed to die, but it was unsure which to kill first. But then, in the next instant, the rage subsumed all thought. It made up its mind and prepared for the carnage to come.
"You did it! We're free!" came Mitchell's garbled voice over the sub's radio, barely audible, as if broadcasting from a great distance, perhaps a whole universe away. Either way, it was the confirmation Danny had prayed for, but hadn't dared hope to ever know. The other team had made it. Their gambit had paid off, yet she was also forced to wonder why the same hadn't happened for them. Derek had been right about Nora's skills. The explosion had been loud, rocking the sub hard enough that she'd half expected it to crack like an egg. Fortunately, it hadn't. As smoke from the blast surrounded them, there came the rush of water, for a few moments anyway. Then it had abruptly stopped. When it was finished, there was maybe 2 or 3 feet of seawater around them, not even enough to lift the sub from the floor.
Thud.
"It didn't work." "That's not possible," Nora replied. "Even if it didn't blow the doors completely, this place should at least be filling up. But look at it. The water's settling."
Thud.
"Hold on. What's that noise?"
Lonzo asked. The thud sound came again. At first, Danny wondered if perhaps that creature had returned. Maybe it had been lying in wait for them to emerge and was even now plugging the hole with its massive body as it tried to get at them. Thud. There was just one problem with that theory.
"That sound's coming from in front of us,"
Nora said, echoing Danny's thoughts. They peered out the front bubble as the smoke started to clear, until Danny was certain she could make out movement ahead of them. Thud. Then she saw it. The wall began to close, the 4 sides of the door beginning to slide shut, only for there to come that thud, and then they'd open up again. It was like an elevator door that someone blocked to stop from closing, except it was doing it again and again.
"Guess your plan would have worked after all, Doctor,"
Nora finally said, reminding Danny that they'd shoved a hunk of metal into the doorway earlier to keep it from locking them in.
"But what does that have to do with us being stuck here now? Unless—"
"What are you doing?" Nora cried as Danny sprang into action. She started working to unlock the hatch.
"Testing a theory. You'll drown us all. And yet what we're seeing outside says otherwise."
She turned, not wishing to be either tackled or shot, and held up her hands.
"Trust me, okay? I haven't gone insane, and this isn't some stupid hero play."
Nora narrowed her eyes, but nodded for her to go on.
"How are we looking on time?"
The senior agent glanced down at her watch.
"Shit. Just make it quick, whatever it is you've got planned. If I'm wrong, you can say I told you so."
She kept that thought to herself as she popped the hatch, ready to close it in a hurry if need be. However, no rush of water greeted her. That didn't mean there wasn't a lot to be seen, though.
"Holy shit, you need to check this out."
Danny climbed out to make way for Nora, staring at what remained of the wall holding them in, which wasn't much. Of far greater interest was seeing a massive wall of water, the might of the entire ocean, held at bay by the power of some unseen force. She'd been afraid of finding the creature trying to block their escape, but this wasn't much better.
"What in the name of hell?"
Nora gasped.
"This isn't—" "Yes, it is possible,"
Danny replied, cutting off the senior agent, but not caring one iota in that moment.
"Remember that wall of water I told you about earlier, the one you dismissed as some sort of optical illusion? I take it back.
Nora finished pulling herself out of the sub, kneeling there with Danny as they viewed the bottom of the ocean through the blown wall.
What the hell is it, and why is it keeping us in here?
As they watched, the room flashed bright red. Sections of the wall attempted to slide out, covering a few feet of the breach before retracting again.
Is it trying to repair itself?
If so, it seemed the damage was either too great to fix or the ship too far gone to compensate for it. Whatever the case, it wasn't in their best interest to wait around for whatever happened next.
Some kind of force field would probably be the science-y answer, Danny said. As for why, I don't...
A thought suddenly hit her, a crazy one, but with no other solutions in sight, it was all she had.
Hold on. You know how ships have bilge pumps?
Yeah, what does that have to do with anything?
Maybe nothing, but what if this is kind of the same thing, some sort of emergency system to keep the rest of the ship from flooding?
She remembered what happened to them in front of the water wall.
An emergency system that's been glitching out at random, meaning this one will probably do the same at some point.
Nora glanced down at her watch again.
Not sure we have time to wait. We need to find some way to turn it off now, otherwise...
Thud. Both of them turned back toward the door to see it once again attempting to close.
Of course. I think I know how to...
Get back in the ship and lock the hatch, Nora said, apparently coming to the same conclusion.
No, I can...
Now! Danny turned back to find the senior agent pointing a semi-automatic handgun her way.
Are you for real?
I understand you, Agent Kent, Nora said, her voice calm and collected. And while your penchant for self-sacrifice is admirable, it's ill-timed here. Derek was right about you. You're the future of this organization, a future we're going to need.
But...
Say another word and I'll put a bullet in your kneecap. Don't even think of testing me on this. Now get in there and seal the hatch. Doctor, she called out, if Agent Kent tries anything stupid before you reach the surface, you have my express permission to do whatever it takes to stop her. Danny stared hard at her until the other woman lowered her voice.
We don't have time for this. Please, if not for me, then for Derek.
That finally broke the impasse. Danny began to climb back into the sub, stopping only long enough to say,
Thank you, Nora, for everything.
You too, Danny. Just do me a favor and tell them we died in the line of duty. Danny nodded just before closing the hatch. She hesitated for a moment, hating what she was being forced to do, then sealed it. What is she doing? Lonzo asked from the pilot seat.
Saving us.
Danny wiped her eyes, then steeled her voice.
I need you to be ready, Doctor. This ride's about to get bumpy.
She could do nothing but watch as the senior agent made it to the doorway and then stepped through. The senior agent bent low, straining as she tried to drag the piece of ballast with her, moving it little by little as the door continued trying to shut. Nora finally cleared it, though, standing up tall on the other side of the doorway and throwing them one final salute as the door shut in front of her, this time likely for good. A moment later, they were lifted from the floor as an angry tidal wave of water hit them, sending the mini-sub tumbling to the far wall with a heavy clang.
Get us out of here,
Danny cried.
I can't, not until the pressure is equalized. Just give it a few...
However, she'd stopped listening the second she noticed movement in the water from in front of them, catching sight of something she'd hoped to never see again.
Get us out of here now!
Julie watched in horror as the sea erupted in a mass of enormous tentacles rising up over the stern of the ship. Mitchell's plan had worked in spades, serving them a lot better than firing a few ineffective rounds at the creature from a distance. Now it was her turn. There was no chance of making it down to the control room, not with this beast giving them its full attention. The remote detonator had to work. If it failed, then they'd be in God's hands, although she doubted their chances of receiving either a miracle or mercy. She steadied herself on her crutches as there came the groan of metal fatigue from all around her, the stern of the nest slowly being dragged down, the lower deck already in danger of being swamped.
"This is it. Please take good care of Sophie, Mom."
Julie held up the remote detonator, hoping that it did its job quickly. The last thing she wanted was to be left floating in the water, mortally wounded yet still alive, not that she'd probably have much choice in the matter. She began to put pressure on the trigger, when suddenly the ship bobbed up again, the stern rising so violently that she lost her footing and fell. The detonator clattered out of her hand as a wave of fresh agony raced up her leg, causing her to see stars. "Do not black out!" Gritting her teeth against the pain, she reached out and grabbed hold of the detonator again. When she looked up again, however, there was no longer any sign of the beast or its tentacles. Nevertheless, she knew in her heart it was near, ready to finish the job. She aimed to beat it to the punch. Julie closed her eyes and prepared for the end as she once again began to apply pressure to the switch. Derek felt the distant explosions, a series of subtle shock waves that shuddered the room and sent ripples through the water around him, one after the other from opposite directions. A few moments passed, and then his radio squawked to life.
"You did it! We're free!"
It sounded like Mitchell's voice, but it was hard to tell, staticky and low, as if he were picking up the signal over a vast distance. Vaster than anyone would ever believe, he considered before switching off the device and dropping it into the water. He'd done what he could. Now he had to trust that his team, both of them, could handle the rest. Fortunately, they were in capable hands. As for him, the last outage had been a few moments earlier, leaving him with less than a foot of breathable air. One more, and he'd be done for. It was time to take the bull by the horns. He turned toward the hole in the wall, took a couple of deep breaths to ready himself, and then submerged. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. "It's just the fragment," Lonzo said, working the controls. "What?" "Calm down. It's the tentacle fragment, that's all." Danny let out a deep breath as she realized he was right. The sub's powerful lights illuminated the chamber bright as day, showing her that all she'd seen had been the piece of the creature's arm caught up in the same rush of water that had caught them.
"Sorry,"
she meekly replied. "All things considered," the scientist said with a nervous chuckle, "I'm not ashamed to say I'll probably need a new pair of pants myself once this is over. How do we look?" She dreaded his answer as the control panel lit up with what seemed like dozens of red lights. "Another thruster is out, and there's definitely a micro leak somewhere in the main housing. Our oxygen levels seem to have taken a hit too."
"Okay, and the good news?"
"I think I can still get us out of here."
"Then don't think about it. Do it."
"Yes, ma'am." Lonzo pulled on the controls, and then there came a hollow thud as the sub bounced into the wall. "Sorry, the controls are a bit different than what I'm used to." The scientist began to turn the sub toward the opening leading outside, sections of the wall continuing to slide and retract as the ship's crippled systems reacted to the damage.
"Aim for the center, away from all of that."
"Will do my best," he said, wiping sweat from his brow. "I think I have a handle on this now."
"You sound like my brother after his first driving exam."
That thought gave her pause as the scientist worked to maneuver the sub.
"Harrison."
She'd heard their transmission. That meant they'd gotten out. They were safe. She could take comfort in knowing he was still out there, ready to take on whatever the world threw his way. Sadly, he couldn't say the same about her. At least, not yet.
"Where's the mic on this thing?"
Lonzo thankfully didn't question her. He just pointed, then went back to the task of getting them out, the open portal looming ahead as he applied power to the remaining thrusters. She flipped on the switch, took a breath to steady herself, and said, I don't know if you can hear this or not, Harrison, but we made it. We're out. Love you always." Then she turned it off, knowing she'd done what she could. They'd either heard her or they hadn't. There wasn't anything she could do about it now. "Hold tight," Lonzo said. "The second we're clear, I'm dropping our ballast." Danny nodded as they passed through the opening into the sea beyond, trying not to focus on all those they were leaving behind. "I'm so sorry, Derek." "Controls are sluggish. That heavy water, I guess, we hit on the way in is still around us." "Let's get clear of it before blowing the plates, just to be safe." He nodded. "Starting to ascend. We should be clear in roughly—" The sub shuddered violently, causing Danny to slam into the side, bruising her arm as they came to a halt. "What happened?" she asked. "Did we lose power?" "No," Lonzo said, panic beginning to once more color his voice. "I don't understand it. Controls are operating fine. We just stopped." The sub lurched in the water again, and then it began to descend. "What the fuck?" "Angle the nose down." "Why?" "Just do it," Danny ordered. Lonzo worked the controls, giving them a view straight out of hell, their lights illuminating it all, despite Danny wishing to God they hadn't. A thick, fleshy tentacle extended from the sub, continuing an impossibly long distance away to where the rest of the creature, Octopus giganteus, sat. It had a hold of them, the rest of it splayed out over the alien ship, its tentacles grasping and probing for purchase, one of them inside the very hole they'd escaped from. She watched in horror as it flexed two more of its arms, tearing chunks of metal plating off and widening the hole. Multi-hued lights flared up from inside the spot it attacked. Danny had no idea what had transpired while they'd been trapped, but the creature clearly hadn't survived unscathed, battle damage visible upon its massive form. Sadly, it wasn't nearly enough to help them now. Though it was impossible to know the beast's thoughts, Danny could have sworn its one remaining eye turned malevolently their way as they were dragged down toward it. Derek felt vibrations from the water all around him, making him wonder if he'd misjudged the timing for the explosives. However, still finding himself intact and not blown to pieces, he continued to focus on swimming, knowing he had maybe a minute or two of air in his lungs at most. He pushed forward toward the strange pulsating lights, hoping to find a way out or perhaps a pocket of air beyond it, as he saw little hope in any other direction, the chamber far too large to explore before his time ran out. His only chance was if he got lucky and found. The water suddenly took on a sludge-like consistency as he neared the massive device pulsing with its alien energies, just as it had been in the area directly outside the ship. Derek floundered, kicking his legs ever harder, expending precious oxygen with the effort, while moving forward at barely a crawl. His head began to grow fuzzy as his lungs screamed for air that wasn't to be found. And then, just as he was about to give up and accept his fate, he sensed even more light, except now it was coming from behind him. Oh crap, time's up. Thunderous sound and a pressure wave of bubbling water followed, pushing him forward toward the alien device as everything in the room seemingly lit up, consuming him in bright multi-hued energy and leaving nothing behind in its wake. Danny was sure her eyes were playing tricks on her as she spied the first flash of underwater fire from the part of the ship where they'd seen the broken-off drill, now missing. "The explosives, did they—" Her mouth dropped open as that section of the vessel began to come apart, rupturing in multi-hued light and strange white flames. The destruction only spread from there. As the first shockwave rattled the sub, tiny cracks began to form in the bubble around them. "We're coming apart," Lonzo cried. "We can't take any more of this." "No, we can't," Danny thought. "But neither can that thing." The devastation continued to expand. Whatever Jacob had done had worked far better than he probably could have hoped, setting off some kind of chain reaction. Danny could only watch, a barely contained smile on her face, as the flames reached the first of the beast's tentacles, setting them ablaze as if in mockery of the ocean around it. The sub jerked downward as the creature reacted to this, trying to pull away, thrashing in obvious pain, yet seemingly stuck with two of its arms deep within the alien structure, the ship's system still trying to close the breach the great beast had penetrated. The ruination spread unhindered, white flames and strange lights reaching out as if hungry to consume all in sight.
"Drop the ballast plates," Danny cried, "and give the thrusters everything you've got. That won't help us. Now!"
Lonzo began frantically working the controls while Danny turned her attention back toward the massive beast, watching with no small amount of satisfaction as its body was consumed in white fire while the ship disintegrated beneath it, clouding the water with smoke and dark blood. She thought it a fitting pyre for Derek, her friend and mentor, even as the chain reaction reached critical mass, the water in all directions seemingly alight in unearthly flame. And then they were free of the creature's grasp, only to be sent spinning out of control as the world seemingly descended into hell around them. Epilogue. Julie was just about to blow the ship when she heard frantic footsteps racing up behind her, causing her to hesitate for a moment, long enough for Mitchell to rip the detonator from her hands.
"What the hell?"
she cried, swinging one of her crutches at him.
"It's right there!"
"Was, and now it's not," he replied, clutching his chest as if miming a heart attack.
"We get one chance at this, one, and if we screw it up, everyone over on the Sun Angel dies too."
After a few moments, the panic retreated, allowing his words to finally reach her. He helped her back to her feet. Then together they stood in the middle of the helipad, scanning the horizon for any sign of the beast's return. They didn't have to wait long, although what happened next was nothing they could have ever expected. The ship began to rock beneath them, side to side, as if they were on a toy boat in a kiddie pool.
"I think this is it,"
Mitchell said.
"Be ready."
"I am," she lied, letting go of a crutch so as to grab his hand. And then, just off their port, the ocean seemingly exploded. Water rained down on them as a massive wave rocked the nest dangerously to one side, hard enough so that they both fell to the deck before the ship righted itself again.
"Oh, fuck, that hurts,"
Julie cried out.
"Not as much as it could have. Look!"
She turned her head, ignoring the pain as best she could, to see a column of what appeared to be pure white flame rise from the sea. It shot into the sky where the clouds continued to swirl overhead as if seeking to challenge the freakish lightning that continued to flash. Plasma, energy, or the hand of God itself. Julie didn't know which, only that it continued to rise until it hit the very center of the vortex. There it flashed brightly, enough to make them both shield their eyes. She was still blinking the spots from her vision when Mitchell gasped.
"Holy shit! I don't believe it!"
"Don't believe what?" He didn't need to elaborate, though. She looked up and saw it clearly enough. Stars, already visible as the cloud cover began to break apart. A few errant bolts of lightning flashed, but that was it. Within minutes, there was nothing but clear sky above them.
"What the fuck did they do down there?" Julie asked. "No idea, but my guess is we're going to be sorry we missed it."
"Maybe." As the sea continued to roil, something caught Julie's eye, a flash of color among the darkness, momentarily lit by their spotlights.
"Help me up."
"Why?"
"Just do it."
It was slow going, the pain of her injuries almost unbearable against the unsteady deck, still rocking from the aftermath of whatever the hell had just happened. Once they were both up again, though, he was quick to follow her gaze out over the side, where the small submersible could be seen bobbing in the waves.
"Holy shit, they made it!"
she cried, the strangeness of what was going on above them quickly forgotten. The sub looked banged up to all hell, barely able to stay afloat, but it was there. A few more moments passed, and then the top hatch popped. Julie caught sight of a mane of blonde hair as Danny emerged, turned toward the nest, and began waving her arms. "Come on," Mitch said after a second or two. "Let's go see if this tub has anything left that can reel them in. I don't know about you, but I can't wait to hear what Derek has to say about all of this." The mood inside the nest's temporary command center was somber, but there was no doubting the quiet sense of relief among the crew. After Danny told them what happened, Mitch had radioed the Sun Angel from the sub, finding the comm channels once again crystal clear. Andrea was the first back aboard, where she resumed command, after popping Mitchell in the face and dropping him to the deck like a sack of potatoes. Though Danny half expected her to throw him in the brig, that was the extent of her wrath. She'd then turned her attention toward debriefing the remaining subcrew on what had happened. Over the next few hours, Danny relayed their strange tale to the others, oftentimes to disbelieving stares, informing them of what had occurred as well as the sacrifices that had been made, having to pause several times as the crew interrupted with status reports. Communications had been restored via the Sun Angel's radio. Along with it came news that their calls had finally been heard. The U.S. Coast Guard was dispatching ships to monitor the area, as well as assist in whatever could be done to make the nest seaworthy again. Andrea didn't hide any of it from Danny and her team, sharing with them the news of power outages and electrical interference that had seemingly permeated the entire Gulf region, as well as the innumerable strange occurrences that their respective agencies would likely be tallying for days to come, off the record, of course. Whatever damage had been done, though, the worst seemed to be over now, having died along with the strange ship below, leaving them with far more questions than they'd found answers to. Despite that, Danny expressed her hope that there wasn't anything left to salvage. Judging by the looks of the others in the debriefing room, however, she knew it was unlikely they'd ever know the full truth of whatever happened next, especially now that their mission was officially over. At least she knew enough of the truth for it to hurt, even if that truth would soon be covered up as well. She respected Nora's final wishes, filling in the others on the senior agent's final fate, as well as that of her ex-husband, letting both teams know their respective leaders had sacrificed themselves in the line of duty, even if she was uncertain as to the exact circumstances behind Jacob's death. It was Derek who occupied the bulk of her thoughts, though. It broke her heart to think about him, alone and trapped in that place, knowing his time was running out. But she also realized he'd been right to send her away. Had she heeded her instincts, she'd have likely doomed them all, and not just her own team, but her brothers as well. Derek had died protecting them both, just as she knew he sometimes wished he had back in Bonanza Creek. His sacrifice hadn't been in vain either. Not only had she survived, but she now had newfound hope helping to burn away the darkness inside her. She knew her brother was out there somewhere, continuing to fight the good fight alongside his own world's Derek. Though she knew his death wouldn't be easy to accept for any of them, she took some comfort in knowing that somewhere beyond the veil of this world, there was a crypto hunter still out there saving people.
"Hurry up, it's about to start." "Hold your horses, the popcorn's almost done," Julie said from the kitchen of her modest New Jersey apartment. A minute or two later, she came walking out with 2 full bowls. "Here, butter for us normal folk," she handed one to Danny. "And kettle corn for the rest." She passed the other to Andrea, who was seated next to Mitch on the love seat. "Your definition of normal leaves a lot to be desired," Mitchell said. "Yeah, well, cheesesteaks still suck," Andrea replied, elbowing him gently before reaching over to grab some popcorn from Danny's bowl. "Pretty sure saying that within 100 miles of Philly is a crime." Danny smiled, their constant bickering having rapidly grown comforting to her ears. It was nice to be together in a place that didn't require either autographs or loaded rifles, even if they'd just barely dodged a bullet on that first one. The execs from the Adventure Channel had wanted to celebrate the season premiere with a live event in New York City. They hadn't been happy when the cast had balked, but fortunately hadn't pushed it either. As for the rest, things were still in limbo. Though the three of them were technically still employed by the Department of Agriculture, the status of the DOCC was up in the air. With both Derek and Nora gone, so too was their entire chain of command. Though he denied it, rumors had reached Danny's ears that Mitchell had gone to D.C. to argue that she be placed in charge of the field team. However, so far little had come from it, which wasn't entirely unexpected. Maybe someday, she thought. For the time being, she still had a few miles to go before the higher-ups would probably even consider such a thing. For now, they were temporarily under another director's charge, some bean counter who seemed to always change the subject whenever cryptids were brought up. Hell, the poor sap would have probably wet his pants at the sight of a squatch. But that was okay. Eventually the world would need them again, and when that happened, they'd be ready. At least the Adventure Channel had no such hang-ups about moving forward, even if she knew it was only a matter of time before they started bugging them about photo shoots again. She just hoped they chose more wisely this time. No sign of either Carrie Klipsch or the Rogers Wildew had been found in the months since the incident. However, a subsequent search of the nest had discovered Julie's missing minicam, complete with Alvita Guerrero's final moments, as well as Klipsch's hand in it. That poor woman. She hadn't deserved what she'd gotten, but that had been the case for everyone lost that day. They'd simply been doing their jobs to the best of their... "It's starting," Mitchell said, turning up the volume. Dark thoughts such as those could wait for another day. On this night, Danny was among friends and family, those she could see and those she could feel, even if they were forever just beyond her reach. She turned her attention toward the TV, smiling as her own voice blared from the speakers. "Since man first walked the earth, people have seen the unexplainable. Lights in the sky, ghosts from the past, monsters in the mist. Do they exist, or are they merely our imagination? Science has scoffed at these stories, until now. My name is Danny Kent, and I, along with my teammates Mitchell Harkness and Julie Wilhelm, dare to believe. Together, we will continue the work of our mentor Derek Jenner. We will discover what is out there. The truth cannot hide from us. We are the Crypto Hunters." The end. In one world. Another place. Everything hurt. It felt like he'd been run over by a truck, only to have it back up over him again. There was a strange buzzing in his ears, and his body felt weird. Alternately light, then heavy, then light again. Worse, he was uncomfortable as all hell, the hard floor rough and damp beneath his head.
"I think he's waking up."
"Give him some space."
"Screw that. You need to explain this now, mister."
"I will, Agent Chalmers, but I'm not sure you're going to believe me.
Although maybe you can back up a bit and let us work while you try to keep this floating asylum from sinking."
"Don't think I'll hesitate for a second to write your ass up, Harkness."
"Oh, look at me shaking."
"That's enough, Mitch."
"Mitch?"
Derek gasped, his throat feeling dry and cracked.
"Take it easy there, boss man," the medic replied. "You swallowed enough seawater to drown a horse."
"What? How?" Derek's eyes cracked open, although he couldn't see much, blinking at the bright light shining down from above.
Sorry about that. They don't believe we blew Oswald the octopus to smithereens down there, so they're still sweeping the water for it."
"And the deck, too," another voice added. "Because why would we need working retinas to do our job?" Derek focused on the other man, his eyes opening wide. Harrison? Sure enough, Danny's brother was there looking down at him. He smiled, then began helping him up to a sitting position.
"Easy, kid," Mitchell scolded. "He's had a hell of a jolt."
"Yeah," Derek gasped. But how?
Your guess is as good as ours, yet another voice answered, one so disturbingly familiar that Derek felt a chill run down his spine. He could only watch slack-jawed as his own double stepped forward and offered him a hand.
Dr. Derek Jenner, I presume.
Derek let the other man, identical save for some superficial details, pull him to his feet, where he managed to stay up, if just barely.
It's a pleasure, Dr. Jenner.
The other him chuckled.
This is weird as fuck, isn't it?
You have no idea.
Maybe I have some.
So, how did I...
We have no idea, the other Derek said. All I can say for certain is you got lucky as hell. That thing blew, nearly capsizing the ship in the process. Next thing we knew, the sub came up. Then, just as we were trying to pull it back aboard, someone shouted, "Man overboard!" And I looked to see me, meaning you, floating in the water like someone's pet goldfish. You're lucky Mitch here is a fast talker, otherwise I might have dismissed you as a hallucination and let you drift away. Just for the record, I'm glad you didn't.
Me too.
So, what now?
Derek asked, looking around and taking in the scene around him, familiar yet strangely different at the same time.
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? But I guess the short answer is, we'll have to try to figure out a way to send you home.
And do you have any idea how to do that?
Not even the first fucking clue,
Mitch replied.
But there are 2 bits of good news.
And that is?
1, you're alive. And 2, now we know for a fact that there's a parallel Earth out there, and it's possible to reach it. So, we just have to figure out how.
Derek sighed. It wasn't much, but Mitchell was right. He was alive. Not only that, but he was in a world where lost friends had survived, giving him a chance to... Oh, shit.
What is it?
Danny,
It's okay,
Harrison said, smiling.
We caught a faint transmission just before the ship blew. It was from her. They got out.
Thank God.
Exactly what I said.
And that octopus?
Dead as the proverbial doornail, Mitchell replied. Can't say for sure, but I'd bet the same thing happened over in your world.
Let's hope so. Derek let out a deep breath. For now, that would have to be enough, knowing Danny had made it out and that she and the rest of the team were hopefully safe. Anything else was speculation, nothing more.
So, what does that mean for me? First things first, Mitchell said. We try to keep the government from dissecting you.
Then, the other Derek added, we have our work cut out for us. I won't lie. It could be years, decades, or never before we figure out a way to get you home. And until then, the world keeps spinning.
Meaning?
Meaning, he continued, what do you think about growing a beard? One kind of like mine.
Can't say I ever really thought about it. Why?
Well, as they say, the show must go on, and I think I might just be able to convince our producers it's time to hire a rather convincing stunt double. This concludes Kraken Hunters by R. Gualtieri, narrated by Stephen Dexter. Copyright 2020.